done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever. searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't put you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
Oh, hi there, everyone. We missed you. It's time for Challengers North Polaris, and it's not only that, it's Eclipse time, where we will be crowning the first two teams that will be getting into the next stage into Polaris itself. Ryan, it's been too long, man. How are you doing? It's time for some more Valo.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm excited to sort of see how it goes, really. Like, we've got some familiar faces, maybe on new teams, but also looking at a couple of maps that we haven't really seen that much of on Polaris. And then also the likes of Pearl and Split coming back. So plenty of new and old to be seen today, no doubt.
Yep, talk about what today is all about. Let's have a look at the bracket of Eclipse, because currently we're standing where the 4 teams remain and only 2 get to qualify onwards. But Eclipse has been going on for a couple of weeks. It's not just the bracket you see in front of us. I think we also had a little main Swiss going around where, you know, all of the teams were required to get 3 wins out of the matches they played to qualify into this playoffs bracket. So all of them had a very gruesome time to get here, and now they've made it. So today's matchups are going to be ExoClan versus Coalesce, and then we've got Scal Esports against Team Oasis Esports. Now, from the 2, Ryan, which one jumps out to you the most? Which one are you most looking forward to?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. A couple of them have been in these kind of tournaments before, maybe not like on the verge of qualifying for a Polaris previously with Eclipse earlier this year, but also the Stage 1 playoffs as well. But you see some of the names and you sort of go, okay, this is the core that used to be like Metasport, for example, and stuff. So even if you don't necessarily recognize the names of the teams themselves, they've been in the scene a good amount of time, and I think you'll recognize the players at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of familiar places. A lot of faces
Friends
that are
places.
familiar. Friends in weird places are called places. We've come up with new words, everybody, but that's what Polaris is all about, everyone. But yeah, let's walk into our first matchup today, Ryan. It's going to be ExoClan versus Coalesce. This is the first game to take place. Obviously, we're familiar with Coalesce. They've hung about around in the Challengers North scene qualifiers and stuff, and have actually participated in a split. For ExoClan, they're a new entity. So yeah, what are these teams looking at for you? Let's start with ExoClan. Obviously, like we said, there are a few familiar faces in there, so yeah, talk us through it.
Yeah, I think the obvious one, if you've been watching Polaris this year, is going to be Viti, which I guess we'll put a pin in and talk about in a second, but it's the return of Batty over to Polaris. He was here not this year. I keep saying last year as in 2024, yeah. But you know what I mean, like not in this previous stage and year of Polaris, but the one before playing in H2O. He's been in different parts of the world, at least in Europe, playing and had a reasonable amount of success, which no doubt we'll highlight. But I do want to harp on about like Viti, who not only had a pretty decent showing of a year over on Apina Orchesterry, but it's also an experience for him that has got a lot of, which is qualifying via Eclipse. That's the thing that Apina Orchesterry did right at the start of 2024, and he's been able to sort of survive relegation to Eclipse previously and be able to be a solid player to the point that I'm surprised that nobody's really considered him in other options, right? He's been a really good controller-focused player, and I know that there's been a lot of teams and orgs interested, maybe perusing him, but he's still on the grind, which is good to see, and he could make it 2 for 2 for qualifying through these kind of events.
Yeah, so knowledge and experience that have how to qualify onwards. You know, you've got the rookies together with paired up experiences in the likes of ExoClan, but we've also got Coalesce, which are some of the youngest to play today, filled with UK talent, but also from Hungary and Italy. Yeah, it's a stacked up team. I'm not going to let you walk through this entire one again. I'll take some of this myself. Yeah, some of the most familiar ones are probably going to be Chinook, obviously playing with Metasport. You've got to put Wake in that category as well. Sure, it was a second iteration of Metasport, which didn't have that greater performances, but you know, that's a lot of performance from them that you can gather, some experience that they can use. And the likes of Chinook, you know, has been in the team of Yara Esports, which got very close to qualifying in Challengers North many a times, right? He's always been on the verge. So finally, he may have a chance today.
Yeah, and it's a weird one for Chinook because he's been in these kind of qualifying games, but he hasn't ever actually like won them. Him being brought onto Metasport was more Metasport changing up their roster, and they figured, well, we'll go for one of the teams that narrowly missed out on qualifying for Eclipse and pretty much picked up that car. So the big thing about Chinook here is you'll see the Silver in the background. He was a Sentinel player throughout all of this year, so he's had to change over his role to something a little bit different. He was a really good Sentinel, mind you, so whether this is a case of he's moved over to Initiated because we just need more of them, we need more Silver Fade players full stop, or whether there's somebody else on the team that is a Sentinel player that kind of needs to fill that slot and he has to be the flexible one. It is a bit of like experience versus like prodigy energy, like you sort of said, the young versus the old.
It does feel that way. We've had a taste of what these teams like to play from their previous matches. And overall, what I'm very surprised with is that Coalesce has been an Abyss enjoyer, an Abyss aficionado as well. So 2 out of the 2 games that they did play on this map, they won. So I'm sort of expecting that come through unless the ban comes out, but it hasn't come out. So it's for me, I feel, Ryan, that's got to be a first pick here.
Potentially, yeah. Is Coalesce sort of choosing it, so we don't see Pearl, and for the first time for you at least, you get to cast some Abyss. So for Coalescence, they have some experience playing this map, only played it twice, but won it twice, changing up the comp as well. So we're not really sure what to get here. But for Exoclan, they haven't played it so far at all in these like Polaris qualifiers. So yeah, it's a bit of a risk for Coalesce to pick a map like that to see what they're going to do. But it is the tried and tested Ascent, Exo, do like to be able to pick up the maps that are like Sunset, Ascent, very straightforward, very standard. So the fact that they're picking this map isn't too surprising.
Yeah, something to note also is that Exo Clan are undefeated as well. They haven't dropped a single series, they haven't dropped a single map as of this qualifier. So whatever map they played, it's been strong, and one of them has definitely been Ascent. And Bind to be the decider to pair the strengths of both teams. Yeah, I'm excited about this one. The most played for Exo, still a strong performance from Coalesce as well from what we've seen as of late. Some basic comps from both of the teams. You know, you throw in the Gecko on the Exo Clan side, so that's also an interesting one. But overall, I think this is a solid map pool with a lot of changes here. Something that we will get to witness is Exo Clan getting, to play a map that they haven't shown just yet. And yeah, like we said, this is the final stage for them to get into Challengers North here. So this is their only chance. There's no lower bracket from this. They've got to win this match.
Yeah, I think this is like a good series in order to sort of coax into watching like the tier 2 sort of level again, because you do have a little bit of the new with Abyss. We've sort of got used to it now, right? And then you've got the age-old Ascent, and considering you're casting like Homeground, like it's a good warm-up for you, right, to get back into this, because I feel incredibly rusty. It's July when we last casted at least Valorant together.
Off-season is rough, man. There's nothing going on. No Valorant, but we've got it back. We are back, and of course, we'll be looking into the Agent Select. You did mention this. Abyss had a couple of compositions from Coalesce. They showed a couple of different looks, but they seem to be going with the most recent one, which does feature the Astra, and Coalesce seem to be, Exoclan, going for the exact same thing.
Yeah, this is sort of the main comp. There was a little bit of a change of a controller, right? I think Exoclan were playing with the Omen initially, but the Astra is the way to go. That post-plant meta, especially over on the B side, I feel like you could say that about a multitude of different maps, but you get the point. Exoclan is well versed in this. For Coalesce, I still think the main point is that Chinook isn't over on the Sentinel. It's going to be Kung Fu. So how well is Chinook going to do on this role? Waken, we've seen him play controller a lot in his time in Polaris. That's not changing, but I guess it's a look of the two duelists, right, that want to be shown up. Lukey played a lot in the UK scene overall. But I guess it's a good way to test out what on stream in these kind of games to see what the duelists can do.
And I think it's fair to say that both of these rosters have done a bit of investment in the coaching staff of things, and I think one of the most notable ones has got to be Malik's coming in from Korea, who's got a lot of experience in the Vietnamese challengers scene, and now bring it to EMEA with Exoclan. That is going to be interesting. While you've got Tony on the other end, a Dutch aficionado, trying to see what he can do with his Coalesce roster. I'm excited about this one. I think, Ryan, this is I think both series today should be exciting with old and new faces, but for this one, I think we've got a great mix of both.
There's definitely, I remember Watch Party in the first playoffs and just being like, when you see these orgs play and not quite make it, but they're still participating maybe with a new squad, like it's a good scene. Like the UK and Nordic scene is incredibly strong. There's a lot of orgs that might not necessarily be recognizable names yet, but to at least show that they're in Valorant and want to keep being involved, which at the end of the day, that's kind of what Tier 2's all about, right? Finding that hidden talent. We've seen Kayak go to Tier 1 already, go to the likes of Fnatic in this year alone. What can these guys potentially do going on to next year?
Absolutely. It's stages like these that get to highlight the top talent, the diamonds in the rough, and that's what we're looking forward to. You know, you can look at a lot of names. You can look at Sayonara as well, right?
Yeah,
that's also joining Fnatic during the off-season.
West Side as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of names that can be discovered stages, and we've got a lot of young participating today. Now, will it be Batty to lead his group of youngsters, or will it be Coalesce to take this series on? We'll be jumping into this match shortly, and that's what we're waiting for, really. I think there might be an issue with starting the game, so bear with us here. But Ryan, I think I want to just turn our attention to some key questions for this series, right? Obviously, both ExoClan and Coalesce have got a good run so far in this league. Coalesce hasn't, come away without troubles, right? They've had a loss so far. Do you think that is one of the aspects we need to be looking at here, that, given that ExoClan has been so clean with their performances, they should be running away with this? Or am I just, looking at that isolated result from Coalesce? Am I focusing on that too much?
Yeah, I see what you say, and I think if it was Coalesce losing to one of even the top 4 teams that are here today, it makes sense. But it was a best of 1 in Swiss stages, and they lost to Net Surfaces, who I don't know how far they got realistically. I think they might have made it towards like the playoffs spots, but
they did.
Yeah, so it's like they're not a bad team. They're not here at this stage, right? And it was Sunset. It's not going to be a part of this series at all. So it's easy to sort of go, oh, well, this team's undefeated. This team has 1 loss. But if it's a best of 1, especially in Valorant at the moment, anything can happen, right? I think the more curious thing about this series is, so this was EXO picking the map. Coalesce picked the map, and then EXO wanted to start on defense. And defense has been the stronger side, at least in the 4 games that we've seen so far in these Eclipse playoffs. Granted, that's not a lot of sample size, but I do think that that's probably the strength of the map overall, especially when you just the information you can get, where you can rotate, and kind of just making sure that you don't get into a B post-plant event.
Well, it seems that we do have a slight tech issue. We'll be back shortly, but we're throwing it to a break for now. We'll be back very soon.
Don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Maybe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never.
They might be a little bit too late as this execute's coming in now.
It's smart. Well, you're right. Smokes have already come in, so the timing is rough. But Will, he's great to connect with the first one and still sticking around to be a menace. The spike will be dropping without too many issues, but Bravo, crucially enough, finds the answer. But it does keep Coalesce nestled in the corner,
Well.
needing to get out. They do manage to use a bridge to vacate the premises, but how much more can be done? EXO already having the numbers here, but Bravo, he's been the star of the show, already with the first round with 3 kills to his belt, wants to do it all over again. But for now, it'll be Bravo doing it all over again. Mizoki, alone, touch spike, but it feels like Bravo already knows, and he can just swing here for days. Only 1 shot is required, even if the pistol is pulled out. That's exactly what Bravo does. 2 rounds, 7 kills for Bravo.
3 kills in the last round, 4 kills here. Not a bad start to this map, but you look at that anti-eco a little bit and you kind of go, that could have been a lot more clean. Will doing a ton of damage with the Sheriff getting 2, and it very much looked a little bit rocky from the go-ahead. At least here for EXO, you go, okay, like our retakes without weapons looked pretty good. Imagine what they're going to be like with the full buy that they're going to have now. This bonus scrapes for Coalesce to be working with. But they have that KO with the damage of Bravo's done early.
Fancy having a showing like that. Round 1 and 2 from a qualifying game.
And being called Bravo as well. It just writes itself.
It really does. It's just like a pat on his own back, you know? But he's been patting himself for a long time. Will, to start things off.
Neural theft.
That's a good piece of information. They know that there's a spread out lot from Coalesce playing a default setup, but it also allows a more aggressive stance by Viti.
There is an element, though, of Exo splitting up a little bit. You see the silver over in a little vent now. Against an eco buy, 3 pistols run at you in this position. You can't really get out. He's going to drone as well, so this might be not really rushed down. It's not really the weapon that Chinook has, but he does get hit by the Eldron. Scared that there's going to be somebody top mid that might be able to have a bit of a crossfire. He decides to just back out. So I think Mizuki there, a little bit lucky to not get completely ran down there. It was a good drone.
Waken in the meantime, they sort of split the map in two. So very polarized positions for the defenders of Exo. Viti in the smoke, he can hear the commotion. They're not silent about it. And he's good to grab the first and to consolidate with the next two as well. Single-handedly holding that A-site down for Exo. And Waken won't stand a chance either, as Mizuki is there to reinforce. Exo are able to find their first round on the board.
You do sort of feel like you're getting a whiff of Exo just being really comfortable on this map, despite not really showing it at all. Like, yeah, they might have played in previous tournaments. We've had a lot of stuff with Abyss in the map pool for a good amount of time now. But it's more the fact of, like, a tournament like this against some of the better teams just across the UK and Nordic region. Like, no, this Exo team have pretty much got it all down and dusted. Some really good macro, good adjustments. Now it's full buy versus full buy. Bravo still having that null command. Naturally, didn't opt to use it when he only had a sheriff last round. But here he is, a full rifle, full utility. You'd expect it here, surely.
Here.
Go like. Flash enabled. He's ready on it. He's hovering it. But moving into Link here is probably a bad idea with 2 players covering. Same could be said about the other side. Exo have decided to play this slow. Play this steady. Wait for Coalesce to move into their own positions.
Does feel uncomfortable from Exo, but they have pinged it. They are aware. So this is all part of the plan. Go like again, losing a fight top mid. It's a lot of space that Coalesce is able to get, but there's nothing that you can do with it when Exo is set up like this.
Or command. Both defending players affected. Can't use utility, but Will can use his gun, and that's all that's necessary. Sure, you've got the drop player with an ult command deterring utility from the remaining players, but that matters not when all of your teammates are in the ground. Clean work by Exo Clan.
Means it's going to be an eco for Coalesce coming up. Could potentially be an early timeout because we are seeing sort of Coalesce like taking a lot of mid control, which is good. It puts Exo under like a good amount of pressure, but it does just dissipate so quickly, especially when Golak dies first. Like, you want to be having to play a mid to go for a late lurk, right? It means that some of that brute force needs to be going through A main and B main instead of like loitering in mid where you're trying to get these spaces. Exo are not giving up any quick and easy kills. They're playing this very set, very disciplined, and it's going to be hard for Coalesce to find those openings. Even with a null command, they couldn't brute their force way in onto the B side.
Well, they'll try and break through the A site this time around. The 2 players defending, and a lot of utility thrown in their direction. They'll be second-guessing themselves, but you don't really expect much from them. But Ryan, going back to what you were saying, you sort of start to understand why Exo Clan have been so dominating in what I'd say is the most competitive Eclipse we've seen so far. They haven't dropped a map, they haven't dropped a series. And yeah, they're looking clean with it.
Viti might get a little bit more than what he was hoping, but this is a cheeky position to be cleared out. They know that Chinook has used the Eldron or might not have it available on a round like this, so is a little bit of a hedge in your bets to not be caught here, hoping that the recon dart doesn't catch you. And the Jet, I don't think, spotted them.
He did, but it doesn't matter. Viti does end up getting one before he drops.
30 seconds
But it's still
left.
a 2-on-2. And EXO, they've already dropped a couple of players as well as site control, so Spike going down gives a real breathing chance for Koralesk here. But you will see him aggressing. Shinnick dropping back just in the nick of time. We'll try and catch Batty. But it's a really good position for Batty to have if he's undiscovered. They don't know he's here. They've literally walked past each other, and with Luki opening things up towards main, it gives an opportunity for Batty to move in. Later on, Shinnick reveals himself. And this just might already be the beginning of the end of this round. The dash up drop, Luki there and ready. Outlaw in hand, gets the deal done, and EXO will be gaining the lead.
The time was getting a little bit tense. It does seem that like Coalesce, once they get that spike planted, they are very good at being able to sort of play around it. Various positions on the A and B side that they've been able to sort of skulk around in. And that was a low buy. Same sort of thing from Coalesce before. Just, oh, we don't have much of a buy here, but we're still able to do some damage. You sort of look back at some of those moments like for Viti and go, is it worth the risk in playing in such a precarious angle, right? When you're up against a low buy that could just take your rifle if you go down. Luckily, not punished too much. Golak, attack operator, matching Luki's that he's picked up here too.
Concealment.
EXO showing that there's more to their playbook than we've already seen. Going for some early A main extremity aggression. It's sort of funneled Koralesk towards the other side of the map altogether. Will has been so strong holding down that B site. It's always going to be scary trying to cross into his realm.
Managed to catch Luki just trying to play in that position. Like, jet up, yeah, is always going to be most likely over on that B site. So it's a good trap, I guess, for Luki to over-peak to try and get information and get punished for it. That could be a bit of the downfall here, I think, for EXO, realistically. It's just, yeah, they have really good map positioning, but there's sometimes a couple of times where they've just pushed a little bit too much to try and get info and not really been punished up until now, it feels like.
Well, here goes nothing for Koralesk. It feels like Viti will just try to move out of position, but doesn't manage to do it on time. Kupfu catches him on the back end,
Planted.
and all of a sudden, EXO majorly behind, but for some reason they're sticking by it. For some reason, there's a sense of belief that they can get this done. Normally, you just vacate the premises, save your guns, but Mizoki is giving it a good old college try. They're moving into the site. Batty's wondering if there's a lurk in the making, but all players from Koralesk are playing the A site play. Outside in main, there's a Hunter's Fury available, so there can be good opportunities to interrupt the Fusel, as well as, no, there isn't a Gravity Well available. So they're gonna, oh, it's just been used. Kupfu now making his presence known on the flank. Everything covered by Koralesk. No shots is taken as they find themselves in an equilibrium state once again.
Yeah, really back and forth, but really nice to see where the two teams' strengths are. There's just Coalesce there, getting that first pick, switching it over towards the A site. Waken unlucky to get caught by the KO knife to be suppressed, and then hit by Recon Dart just as he's hiding behind a smoke and just gets domed straight through it. So it was Awaken, it was Viti. There's Kupfu, I think, that got the kill in the end. Lots of ultimates for Coalesce to be working with, and it's still a buy there for EXO. They still have the Operator and a Bladestorm afterwards just in case they need it. But their money's looking pretty tight. Will's only running with a Spectre.
Ooh,
Here.
the timing on that. Oh, Batty, you shouldn't have swung that. Oh, he was sort of begging for trouble there. Brilliantly done by Golak. Well, that's just intent right there. Koralesk with 5 ultimates with a numbers advantage. All they have to do is cross that finishing line, and they're just bunching up together to take on this A site.
Again, just that cutting noise and going towards A. Viti trying to change up the position. The Aldron getting information ever so slightly before that second null command comes in. Viti trying to hold on and go like it's a nice kill, actually. And a couple of nice pickups from Viti. One of them, unfortunately, just going to be down to pick straight up again. And it's a 4 versus 2 in this retake. You're saving the op, I'm sure, for Luki.
Yeah, you've got to.
Oh, but can you? Look at Kupfu.
Oh my god. knife out at least.
Ah!
But both of them got knives out. Oh no! Will had his gun out and he just panicked and drew his knife. Everybody just likes their knives and they were looking at their skins because there's nothing better else to do in that situation. I thought we were going to replay that awkward moment, but I think the production team are great to highlight this one. Batty going for the strafe swing that normally is just near impossible to pick up, but he got it done.
Frustrating one for sure. Valorant's a horror game at the best of times. Bravo's 11-4 though. He's going crazy with it over on his KO. And there's still an abundance of ultimates to be using. Maybe don't want to use them this round though because EXO on an eco.
Careful here.
The Blade Storm that you have to worry about, that's pretty much it, feels like.
Yeah, obviously, you'll probably have a couple of scary sheriffs. You've got to respect it all. But you're right. The Blade's probably the biggest challenge. But Coalesce, they're just giving me a very deathball approach vibe. They're just grouping up together. Sure, you've got those odd situations where you let Goalak or Kupfu run wild, but there's this three-man core that just keeps bunching up together and taking space.
Yeah, Golak's had this attack up for 3 rounds and he's got the first kill in all 3 of them. It's just an easy open onto the site most times.
Plant committed. EXO are hanging around. Maybe they can deny some saves. That's what they're sort of looking for here. Best case scenario. Try to get some rifles off their opponent's hands. So far, Kupfu's head is stripped to pieces. And Mizoki with the Guardian could have been good for 2, but not just yet. Bravo. He's swift with it. He's clean with it. And nothing stopping him from holding down this backside. Oh, of course the last kill has got to be a headshot, but the Hungarian has done it again and padding up his stats further.
It feels like EXO, like earlier on in this map, just very comfortable in like how to adjust to it normally, but as soon as this attack op has been a thing, it's not super unique. Like you see it in cases, but in a sense for EXO, they just keep getting caught out by it. They're trying to get information, they don't know where it's going to be positioned. Instead, the op is going to be looking towards A for the start of this round. And everybody else is looking to at least pressure on B. Luki's trying his hand with his own operator as well, and Kupfu gets that peek for free. It feels like he knows that the operator's there and the rest of the team can adjust around it.
Well, you know the KO's around on the B side, but how much reinforcements does he really have? That's the question you're always going to be asking on this defense side. So they're not trigger happy to send an extra body here.
One trip just got broken there by the shock dart.
Caution here.
Could always be a far distance lineup, and that's exactly what it was. Coalesce opting again to hover this A site.
Feels like it's enough pressure that it's just going to pull the operator over there for Luki, so he's not really going to be a part of the fight. This is a very, I'm not going to say Kung Kong-esque play because there's a lot of people like the attack operator, but it's as they go for the entry, Jet swapping over to a gun, Cosmic Divide going to open some space, and Viti again caught by this knife, but he's going to try and contest this. He's just going to jump down through the bridge, surely.
This is crazy. Looking in that direction though, so even if he goes for it, it might be his downfall. Hence upholding to his position. Flash through, Viti clears ground, but again Coalesce grouping up towards main, and they've got Kupfu on the rotate. This might fall down to the radar, but has it. Here's Will on the sidelines, loses the one-on-one fight, and Chinook is able to take down Batty. Is it good enough? You've got to deal with a pesky Kupfu. Finally handled, but still, 3 more players looking to interrupt the defusal. Waken joining up in the heavens, ripping 3 to shreds. Coalesce here to party.
Yeah, they've just started to adjust to these like late lurks that were coming in. Even then, if Chinook was able to get 2, I think, before he was eventually taken down on low health. A Kupfu, sorry. And then Waken sort of does the same thing. So the Cypher goes for this late lurk, and then the Astra shortly follows. Exo may be thinking that they've done enough there to try and deal with this retake to get the defuse down. But pretty much every single round other than round 5 that the plant has gone in, the Coalesce, they've won it, and they've won it comfortably. It's another eco.
Got to say, I'm pretty impressed by Coalesce so far. Their post plant's superb. That A site, they've got it pretty much down. I mean, I'm enjoying Exo going for it, even in disadvantages. It shows that they're not backing out of their fight, but it has put them in a tricky economical state.
Caution.
And the longer this continues, the bigger of a lead Coalesce are getting.
It's the confidence as well, which is such an important aspect of this. Waken, risky, right? He's just going for that peak alone, but able to at least clear out the jet. Pity to see if he can maybe catch somebody else out, but 2 players are going to wait for him as he tries to slip through that smoke. And yeah, Waken catches him going for a smooth criminal play similar to the one he did a few rounds ago.
Yeah, Waken's having some fun. Past few rounds.
I know exactly.
Been pretty creative by him. No theft. Again, Coalesce playing it slow and patient.
This is risky.
Oh
my god, never mind.
Wow. I was flabbergasted by Cosmic Divide being available again. For a moment there, I was like, wait, did Viti use the previous round? But no, Waken's just gotten so many kills, he just has it a couple of rounds later.
It's a wild goose chase, though. They were thinking it was going to be a B execute. It's a 2 versus 3. There hasn't really been any saves here. It's round 10. Might as well go for it. Eco next and then have to fall by for round 12. But damage might be done there at this rate. And there's just no time, so at least the KO is going to be moving away, saving the operator for the jet. And Sova able to get out of dodge for the most part. Gotta say, it's impressive for Golak. Like, the start of this map, he was kind of just getting demolished in mid. He was trying to find openings, being shut down, but it's good to see that he hasn't sort of restricted himself. He hasn't shied away from trying to experiment, seeing where the limits can be tested. And now, especially with the attack operator, he's found so much success.
Yes, indeed. And I think it's he and Bravo that sort of stand out the most so far for Coalesce, and they're 2 of the least known players, at least to us, you know, haven't had the most time in the limelight when it comes to challenges or the tier 2 scene. You know, you've kind of lingered around the UK tier 3 scene, even though one of them's a Hungarian, one of them is Italian. They've been hanging around a lot around the Valorant UK scene. Yeah, joining Epic Clans and all that. Fun times. But it's Extra Clan to take the time out here. It's them that need to get back into the flow of things because they're down 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, this timeout feels weird. Timing out round 11 just feels way too late. Like, sometimes we've had these tournaments where you either just don't have a coach in the lobby because people are like working and stuff, for example, or just not around. Or just some coaches don't like to take timeouts. They just kind of like to go and be a part of the team and then just see what they can do. Especially if you're EXO, you've not really shown too much of this map, so you might just be like, all right, let's see what we can do. But this, yeah, it just feels like a crazy late timeout. Maybe it's that EXO have felt that they've been able to do pretty much what they've wanted to do, but it's just been a bit unlucky and not going the way that they wanted. But still, it's odd. And Viti just can't escape this knife. He keeps getting caught.
No, but this is also a call, right? Because EXO so far have been placing Will with a Cypher over to the B site, but now they put him over to the A site, switched up positions with Viti, and this might be a call from Coalesce. They've been avoiding the B site, knowing how strong Will is, but now they just might do the opposite and hit it now that Viti's there.
I mean, that's why it's always risky to make these plays straight after a timeout. Because Coalesce go, okay, what's been really working? Well, we keep catching the Astra with a knife on A, so they might switch around and put the Cypher over on that side. Okay, so let's go B and catch the Astra over there. It's exactly what happened. The Golak has found another first kill with the op.
He's nuts, man. It feels like EXO are always hungry to find some information out in mid. And they're always victims to it. Viti's going to get caught again. He's created the smoke for himself. Golak won't be able to see, but it's pretty clear where Viti could be. Never mind, gets away with one. And Lucky has arrived here on time. Gets 2 shots, 3 kills. And Kufu's left all by himself. And he's way too far away to get the spike planted anytime soon. So EXO will have plenty of players around to shut him down before that becomes an issue. Holy moly.
EXO could take their time here because they have a neural theft as well. So they can just sort of use that to get the information of where Kung Fu's going to play, and they're not going to give him any chance. Kung Fu at least getting a kill, but there's no time left at least.
For a moment there, I thought he barely had it with planting, but no, it was just half a second too late. But imagine if he ended up being in a 1v2 after that. That would have been crazy. But it seems that EXO might have found their mojo back because they've been able to score themselves another round.
Really unfortunate there. Just that split second that Waken and Bravo lined up. And I guess Kung Fu here also hoping that the op would be dropped and wouldn't be able to be picked up from EXO because their money hasn't been great. But it was Vati that was able to just grab it in the last second, make sure that Luki can get it here. Whereas for Coalesce, money hasn't really been a problem at all. They've been dominant. And the operator's still getting the first kill, but this time it's the defensive jet with it.
It's about time, right? Confidence builder from the round before, so he posts up aggressive out on B, and it pays dividends. Can't quite get the second trade-off though, but do you even know how close Chinook is posted up? Question is, do you really want to be pushing up, right? Because you know the operator is there.
Very similar to how Coalesce were playing this map right at the start.
Oh, Golak's posted up in this angle now.
We've seen him die here before.
Oh, great idea to throw the Cloudburst to basically reset that fight. And it's Luki to end up on top. Brilliant micro play, and I think it just might be enough to gift EXO this round.
And that's actually made a big difference for EXO, but I don't know if it's much of the strategy or more just that Luki's had a moment to focus. No command is going to be used over on the A side. Viti caught again with the knife, but Chinook playing in such a nice position to catch the rotations. Knows that there's at least one more ready to cross the line.
Look, EXO have been going 1-for-1 on the trade so far, and they can afford to do that, but once they drop that extra player, that's when they'll be in trouble. But Will knows what's going on here. Spike goes down, takes his time with it. No chances to be taken as Mizoki cleans up his own issue on the other side of the map. So at least the half is as close as it possibly could be after the early brilliance from Coalesce, as EXO are able to put 5 in the back.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like watching that a 5-7 scoreline would highlight that it's been a close affair. It hasn't really. Like, Coalesce have been very dominant up to a point. And just once they started to get some big guns in favor of them and some big moments from these individuals, they've been able to do like quite a lot, it feels like. Now EXO, we get to see what they're going to be able to do on the attack. It is Luki help fragging for his team, looking to lead the line, and much like the last half, looking to maybe be an execute off the rip for the attacking team.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it's time to see how EXO approach these attacking rounds.
I must wait a moment.
Coalesce, it's been a very slow and steady approach. Relying on the post plants. Trying to find the weaknesses of the map, and it seems that EXO are doing it from round number 1 as well. They've tried to put some mid pressure, but Coalesce aren't doing a thing about it. Not wanting to respond, but we're slowly but surely seeing a group up happen towards this right hand side.
Aldron's going to be the thing that comes out first. Knife, actually not connecting, I don't think, onto the Astra. So Awaken's able to go through, and with the frenzy, catches out Luki.
Batty at least is able to trade, as Waking can't really get out of trouble. Well, now that's a line that we saw Brave hold the first round, and it seems he'll be doing it again, but this time on the other side of the scale, on the defensive side. But it's not all over. That shock that does so much damage. And Viti is able to turn things around. But Bravo is the pistol aficionado. Shock that again. It connects down to 20. Bravo needs to be very damn accurate on this.
Revealing area.
But he needs to be patient with it as well. And there's not much time remaining. Has to go for the spike touch. And Mizoki swings out right on time. God, that got challenging. But it seems that Coalesce, well, rather EXO will be coming out on top.
Really good post plants here from EXO as well. Both teams winning their attacking pistol. But Bravo's still the one that's getting the multi-kills. Just crazy aim, crazy mechanics. Not even on the duelist as well, actually. More than double the kills that Golak's been able to get. Golak's had his moments as well, this map.
Golak out first, making work with the Sheriff. But yeah, of course you've got a Bulldog yapping at you. Fighting off heads. That's exactly what's going to happen. So the superior weaponry will be working out for EXO. But you can see how patient they are. They're just wondering, they're scared of a potential stack, right? They're wondering, sure, how many players are actually towards that A side?
Well, they did get hit by the KO knife just afterwards. It's a shame that that wasn't a little bit earlier, because then that peak that came out of Coalesce might not be as gone as wrong as that, really. It is a round that they're expected to lose. But you're right, like EXO taking this very carefully because they know that the KO was here from before.
Good
Ooh, we dinked him.
to delay. It's down to Viti, yeah, down to 79, so a bit of softening up to allow Kufu to come to clean things.
Hold up.
Bravo ends up with a kill himself, but the high ground for Batty and superior weaponry all around will put a stop to that craziness. So yeah, 7-7, scales have evened out as we're looking to move into the first buy round of Coalesce of the second half.
Sort of similar to the anti-go after the pistol in the last half as well. Like, this should feel a bit more done and dusted, but these pistols doing a lot of damage. It means that this bonus that's coming in for EXO isn't going to be that good. They don't have the null command like Bravo did in the last half. Batty's really not that far away from it. In fact, a lot of ultimates are well on their way. They're able to buy up 2 Vandals, so it's a good amount of investment for a round that you don't typically invest a lot into. Still going to have a buy for the next round.
Oh, this Jet head-to-head has been the meat and potatoes of today. It's not a Jet on the other side. I thought it was Loki, but no, it's Viti. You always think that Jet is the player that is most far ahead, but she was busy out in mid.
I mean, we saw how much success Golak had by just holding these sightlines, waiting for somebody to overextend.
Wales nestled himself out in vent, and I think I see some pings there which indicate that Coalesce are wary of it, but it's a dangerous position to have.
Was it their pings or was it EXO's?
Not sure.
It's whether you're close enough to hit the camera or any Cypher utility. Well, Silver's been able to break break one of the trips with a shock down, and now all drawn in the sight to see what's there. Do they know that the Cypher's A? Kind of makes you want to start leaning towards B, but you're not quite sure what exactly you're going to be running into. And when you only have a couple of rifles, A's the only option. B's got too many long sightlines that the likes of a Ghost or even a Sheriff isn't going to do all that much. Bufu needs to go incredibly careful here. He's on his own on sight.
Oh, the smoke comes in just on time, and Kufu not only holds on to his life, but he's able to take one opposing life down as well with a Mizoki. He's able to trade it right back up, but the defenders of Coalesce know they've got the numbers now. They don't need to be overzealous here. Wait for everybody to arrive and take this fight together. But Mizoki's not going to hold back at all. He's going to hold a very close distance angle. He's end up on top with one doubles up. Oh, this could be massive from Mizoki. He's one away from the ace. He's one away from gifting EXO the win, but it's not going to be his turn to do it. It's Will to put an end to the round. And that's going to be EXO winning their bonus in essentially Coalesce crumbling under the pressure.
Pretty much since that timeout for EXO, they have won every single round. It might not be necessarily for plays like this from Mizoki. Just 3 bullets to try and get that final kill, and realistically, Bravo could be in that position where he wins the 1 versus 2. the big round because EXO weren't really playing with that much. It was a bonus for them and they were able to win. They have big ultimates, both online and ready to come online with the likes of Cosmic Divide. And it's an eco for Coalesce.
You can definitely tell EXO feel comfortable on this attack. Well, they're the ones that dictate the tempo. They were reactionary the previous half. They were just trying to figure out what was going on in Coalesce's head, but now it's their gameplay. And Coalesce is in their own thinking chamber. A-site taken over. Sure, there's high ground available from Coalesce, but this is a calculated risk. Spike going down. Lukey considering sticking around, but no. Everyone vacates the premises. There should be a clean one. The only thing I can imagine is if Bravo is able to place himself aggressively to deter Hunter's Fury, any other utility, with his own null command, but picks need to be followed up from it. So it's going to be a tough one to call. And even with Viti coming in, that's the guarantee, surely. And he's going for the trigger discipline. No way he's got his knife out. He just wants to approach a little bit quicker, but Viti will guarantee Coalesce won't have a single survivor after that round and create a bit of buffer between themselves and their opponent.
Yeah, the only thing for EXO is that you ended up using the Hunter's Fury. It might be a case of just taking a bit too long to get into position. Because it sort of came out in this spot, and I think that's why Viti, he was going to just walk up all the way if he could to get all of that information. But it is just nitpicking at best. You're still able to win a pretty convincing anti-eco, which have been hard to come by in this map already. And Coalesce now have an answer themselves. Golak did so much with the attack operator. Now has it on defense, a gun for peek and B main. He's missed Chinook though.
Oh, maybe he hasn't.
Mizoki, sorry.
Maybe he hasn't. Mizoki, yeah. Down to 43. It's pretty wild. EXO unfolded so far in the second half. 6 consecutive altogether. Not too shabby. They are approaching Kufu's setup. Now, he is playing all by himself though. So there are pros and cons to this attack by EXO.
Camera taken out.
But with the dagger placing in Kufu's proximity, it does allow for the util to be broken, and Kufu's down low due to the nade, and Batty is there to clean things up. Yep, it's picture perfect by EXO so far. Oh, and Will's on the backline as well. He's hearing the rotations. They don't know about him. Oh, maybe they do. Never mind. They do. 4 versus 4.
Good information though for EXO to play around this. Cosmic Divide allows them to be a bit more aggressive in Vent, but it makes this a little bit more of a precarious fight. Viti is the shorty out.
Good flash. Shorty does its damage. Bravo is able to trade it back out, but the turnaround by Viti is snappy. Stars in. Waken wanted to throw in a Nebula to give him some cover trying to defuse, but obviously, with the gravity well, it's not going to be an easy one. You've got to be a little bit more patient with it, but there's not much time remaining. Waken, even if you get close to defusing, I think the time would be your crutch. Instead, it's Lucky's bullet to find its way between the eyes, allowing EXO to find themselves on double digits.
This flick, he was 30 HP. Just didn't quite spot him. I don't know if he got flashed as well or just missed him on timing and they came through the Cosmic Divide. Now Coalesce, we said it was a late timeout from EXO, but wait until round 18 for Coalesce to bring out theirs is certainly interesting. But at a point, they were, what would it be now? How many rounds is that? 7. So they were 7-3 up. So it has been pretty much good to go for them. You lose the last couple of rounds in the first half, that's fair enough. But this has just been a dominant performance. You lose against a bonus, you lose against this like full buy, and now you're on an eco again. It should be EXO making 11. Unless Coalesce has something cooked up here that they can work with as an eco round. They have some good ultimates to work on, but they don't have the Blade Storm, I think, is the main one that you're looking at for Golak. Everything else you're probably holding on to for a full buy.
I wondered when I'd hear that spray again. Didn't take too long. Meow. Safe to say, Coalesce are in a bit of a pickle. EXO basically hold all the cards. They're out for scraps. Let's see if they find any. Sort of pretty easy to read what the play is there with a pop flash, with a dagger thrown at you.
Great
Some
flash.
noise, brilliant at that. So it allows Golak an early pick, but it does also permit EXO to traverse into this B site.
Good way for Coalesce to work with it, because they know on these like anti-ecos that EXO are going to just sit and hold A main, much like Luki did before with a Bulldog. They're able to sort of punish that a little bit more, and Kung getting at least information of where one player is on site, but do they know that there's another?
Could assume so. Now you definitely know with Will spraying upon Chinook, but he ends up with Kukfu's kill instead. So the B site's taken over, calling in the teammates, the cavalry. And Chinook is trying to pot shot his way to success, and so far not too shabby. Thing is, you need a rifle really to be competitive here. Some long distances in play, and these Vandals can do quite a bit, but talking about distances, this one is one of the closest ones. And Chinook, albeit fighting a little bit of damage, will end up in the ground instead. 2v2 is actually being very competitive. Bravo, so quick on the headshot with the Sheriff, and so is Waken. It's all down to Will. Backside is his. 3 kills to his name. Can he make it? The quadra flick onto Bravo. The answer is no. But is it time to defuse? I think there is. And with an eco round, Coalesce end up being right back in the game.
Oh, these timeouts have been wondrous, if not weirdly timed. Just crazy stuff with these moments. Like, Chinook, it doesn't even see the player, it feels like. And Bravo is definitely a player that if you haven't sort of seen him before, you might be keeping an eye on him for the future, because he has been unbelievable. 22 and 11, leading the lines in the server. And it was a risk, right? Bravo using the null command on an eco, but it's what finds them the round. And it finds them a way back in. It's still a buy there for EXO. But with those ultimates on the defensive side and the operator for Golak, this could be a way back in.
Could indeed. It's been a dry spell, but they may have found the antidote. Again, the previous half, towards the end of it, at least was determined from these op 1v1s, and this time it's Golak to come out on top.
I wonder what the head-to-head is for the ops. Golak versus Luki, like on against each other. Because I think Golak's pretty far ahead.
Could be. Yeah, Luki has found some success, but it might not have been in the head-to-head against Golak, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
usually against someone else. That is nice. Cook through.
They found my wire.
Sidestepping away. So this is likely to be handed over for to EXO.
Right here.
They know Mizuki's so deep into this position. Great flash coming through, but I don't think it would have mattered anyway. So Mizuki able to square things up a bit as we end up 4 versus 4 for this retake.
Now, if Feth is going to find some information on where these defenders are playing from, it's a nice, like, just pre-aim spam from Chinook. Expecting that somebody would come through the smoke, but as he looks away, that's when Mizuki takes the perfect timing. This post plant, aggressive with how it's set up, a pretty high line, but so many places for Coalesce to clear. It's looking like it's going to be 11 on the board for EXO. Or Bravo is going to just do what he does.
He's just living in his own world right now, and we're just experiencing things with him. Bravo triples up, but that's now Golak in the hot seat. Oh no, insult to injury. There's a gravity well there. This round is over, and Golak didn't even know it, poor thing. 11-8, EXO able to avert the crisis, turn things in their favor on the highway to ending up with Abyss under their own domain.
I mean, you sort of felt like, okay, yeah, this is curtains. EXO are able to pick up the round, but Bravo again just getting a couple of kills to make it a close one. And if it's anybody else that's left in the 1 versus 1 on attack, you might sort of fancy the chances of the Jet. But you're up against the Astra, and just with that grav, well, just to pull them off the defuse as they're trying to get halfway. It's the reason why Coalesce are on yet another eco. They don't have the Blade Storms this time. It's just Chinook with the Guardian as the main weapon, and it could be match point for EXO if they're able to pull this off.
Exeter break through into the safe site. Coralesk needs to hold this. If you don't, this definitely feels...
Oh no, Bravo.
Oh, this is rough. Look, they've gone for the eco. It sort of feels like they are hoping the last round to be it for them. Go for the comeback, but you want to be able to find some damage here. You want to be able to build upon these ults. But it feels like EXO aren't giving them anything right now.
You've got a Hunter's Fury as well. It's just... They're just not risking anything, right? They're up against a much, much worse buy, but they're still playing it like it's a full one.
Cookie cutter clean. Doesn't get much better than this. Batty got a little bit jealous of Bravo's superbness around before. He'll bring some magic out of his own. 12-8. 1 round remains. Coralesk, have you got 4 rounds in you to take us to OT?
Big, tall order, and I think that's the first flawless that we've seen so far this map. It has been, even on the most vast gaps of like, buy money available for the teams, there's still been like a 2 versus 1 or a 1 versus 1 to finish them. EXO looked a little bit down and out at a point in this map. Being able to pull it back, retain control on a map that we've not seen them play at all in playoffs. Coalesce, they choose to come here. You've got Ascent, which is a map that EXO really like to play coming up. Might be your best opportunity to be making Polaris in 2025 scattered. That was brave.
Very.
Just be out in the open.
And Waken just double peeked him. You can see there's nerves on Golak.
No.
Oh, it's rough. You could tell. You could tell from the first engagement something was wrong there. Oh no. Look, these players are young, right? You're heading into a situation where you know getting a victory here qualifies you, well, likely puts you ahead to qualify you, given that this is only the first map of the series.
It's a deer in the headlights moment.
Well, it really is. That's exactly it. Perfectly described. And it feels like Coralesk are trying to punch back, but they're not really finding too many results. Oh, shock darts are landing on faces, bullets crushing skulls. It's EXO to end up with their opponents' map pick. Abyss is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, considering it was really strong for EXO on the start of that map, at the very least, with just the macro and stuff, it got a little bit dicey towards the end. I mean, that time out came in round 11. I was clearly wrong. I think the timing of it was when it needed to be done, and it was superb from EXO pretty much from that point onwards. And like I mentioned just then, like Coalesce chose to play this map, expecting that they would have the advantage. You haven't lost on it so far in Eclipse. So they were fancying their chances, but now going to Ascend, that's a different ballgame. You do get to start on defense at the very least, because it is the pick of the opponent, but still, it's a map that EXO have a lot more experience and a lot more reps on.
Well, the flawless streak of Abyss for Coralesk is now closed, but the flawless streak of EXO continues. We'll be back right after this.
lovely. Tell me you love me. 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 Tell me you love me.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up.
So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad.
Abyss falls into the hands of ExoClan as Coalesce look to bounce back in map number 2. Hello everyone and welcome back to Challengers North. It's Eclipse time as we look to enter the second map of the series. But before we do so here, Ryan, let's break down what just happened, what unfolded, because to me, what I witnessed, I didn't expect. I was mighty impressed from both sides.
Yeah, so the TLDR is EXO were winning, and then Coalesce were winning, and then EXO were winning, and then Coalesce came back a little bit, but EXO were pretty much in pole position for the majority of it. And it was a fantastic performance from Bravo.
Yeah.
300 ACS on a loss, MVP for his team. But EXO, I think, just overall looking a lot more cohesive after a point. They bounced back when they were, would it be 7-3 down to have a 5-7 half finish? able to win the pistol, the bonus, and pretty much everything else over on their attacking side. Looking really strong. In fact, both teams looking really strong in the post plants, and just struggling a little bit on defense when it came to like getting information basically and not overextending and walking into an operator, for example.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Ryan, I thought when you started going about so EXO was winning and then Coalesce was winning, I thought you were just gonna put that whole thing in a bow and say, well, EXO Clan ended up winning more.
Pretty much, yeah.
So yeah, I completely agree there. But you're right, I think we had a few standout players as well throughout that map, generally here. And I think on the one side, you've got to look at Bravo, who completely ripped his opponent to shreds since round number 1. But yeah, EXO Clan seem to be doing it on more ends. But as we are looking at the maps, Ascent is the next one. And given how Ascent seems to be more the bread and butter for EXO, how do we feel about Coalesce right now, given they did lose their own map pick?
So I think the more interesting thing about it is that this is like EXO, to sum them up, sort of bread and butter maps, right? They like to play Sunset, they play Ascent as well. Pretty much the standard stuff they've been open to at least trying. But for Ascent, you'd sort of expect the normal comp, right? The Jet, the Silver, the KO. They play Jet Phoenix, so they don't play a KO as the second initiator, they play double duelist. And so it's a question of whether that's going to be the case again here. Yeah, sure, they like to play the common maps, but they don't really have a common way of approaching it, let's say.
Sure, yeah, that's fair to say, which could be a bit of a surprise for Coalesce heading into this one. So yeah, I mean, coming to this one, like you said, you sort of expect the Phoenix, as it's what EXO Clan have played, and it's what they've been very successful with, playing against Pure Esports earlier on in Eclipse, and they didn't just win, they won 13-2. Only allowing opponents to get 2 rounds for me is crazy, and like we said earlier, this is one of the most competitive Eclipse tournaments we've had so far. I think if not the most competitive one, right? Teams are stacked. There are plenty of players that are no longer, in challenger leagues, trying to fight their way back in. And yeah, the competition is wild, and for EXO to not drop a map, not drop a series, and have such good success with a map like Ascent is a big challenge for Coalesce right now.
Especially in that 13-2 map win that you mentioned, it was a 10-2 attacking side, and that's where EXO Clan is starting. And we saw how good their attacking side was over on Abyss as well, which typically is a defensive-sided map. Like, it depends where in the world, and obviously contextually lies in the matchups themselves. But if you're EXO Clan, you're sitting here thinking, like, our chances to qualify for Polaris next year is pretty damn high. It's set up for us to do a really good job here, and if it ends up going to a third map or even a Coalesce series win, it probably would fall into their hands a little bit. We do have changes for Phoenix in the patch that was announced today, but that's not what's being played here.
Nope.
Just to be really clear, I would love to absolutely see, like, the signature ability of the Flash instead of Hot Hands, but not quite yet. You're going to have to wait a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we're still in patch 909, I believe, and 910 rather, which was released today, is not going to be in this tournament.
No Rejuve Shield, which is crazy.
That's crazy to me as well. I didn't expect that for the life of me. When they announced that, I was like, is this like a troll post? Is this like April Fool's? What's going on? But no, seems like it's being committed with.
We can theory craft that till the cows come home. But after this series, after today, and the big thing is just going to be how much is this Phoenix going to be fighting for the wings of the map. A main and B main, just these 90-degree angles, perfect for these flashes to come swirling around and catch people. It puts a lot of strain on Waken, who's going to be just one way naturally. And the proactiveness from Coalesce is going to get some information on B main. This is similar to the pistol that we saw on Abyss, right? They get that information B main, they rotate, but it's not enough to stop the execute.
Oh, this Paranoia is so expertly placed. And it catches Khufu. They do not check Waken's corner, so at least he's able to take one down with him. Is a 3v4 enough, though?
And how much he got to work with. There's no flashes for Bravo. He doesn't have the knife either, so just a well-placed recon dart with so many players looking towards heaven. The door closed on Switch. It's going to be broken, but the one way is just going to put that out. And it's going to be a hold on for EXO, at least for the time being.
Well, they know there's 3 up close, which is what you would expect in pistol rounds such as this. Bravo, he's been so damn good on pistols altogether. I think it's an accumulative 6 kills across the pistol rounds he had the previous game. Oh, wait a minute. Shinnick has popped off. Batty is low due to the shock dart, and Shinnick's bullets will finish the deal. No freaking way. That's how Coalesce will win this round. This is absurd, and it's all just begun.
44 HP combined to finish it out, and it had to be Chinook as well, a player that was well versed playing Sentinel. That's what we saw them playing last year in Polaris. Had to switch over to a new role and able to do quite a lot. 3 kills in the pistol. It was looking like it was going to be the same as Abyss, right? The EXO just on the execute way too strong. This map rewritten ever so slightly, and the first defensive pistol that we see won so far today.
Yeah. You can't help but feel that is a little bit personal from Shinnick as well, like a bit of kicking and screaming, given he's been in these qualifying positions before, but never been able to be on the winning side of things. So, yeah, he's going to be really trying to put Coalesce back on track, and it might just motivate the rest of his team to do the same. Oh no, I do say that, but Lukey has popped off. Coalesce missed his first shot, although Lukey being low could be easy pickings for the rest. They haven't been able to cross through. And the reinforcements of Shinnick are slow, but they're there.
Pretty much opens this up a little bit. You do have Will trying to take some space. The alarm bot's going to be broken. There's a little bit of a problem for both sides, actually, over-peaking and overextending when they didn't have information to be punished for it. Yet here, they're just holding the line.
Bot coming back.
Sort of hoping that that alarm bot early in mid would have made his opponents sort of linger a little bit, rotate out of position, but no, they've stuck to their guns. They've doubled down, in fact. Kufu aggressing out in mid and catching Will off guard. With Lucky being low, this is not going to be a simple ordeal. You sort of expect a miracle to uncover this. Golak's been damaged across the wall, though. And if he gets picked up, might be a chance, but no. Perfect angle to hold there from Shinnick. Sprays down in case Batty is following up in quick succession, but yeah, they'll be holding that line of fire expertly as Coalesce go quickly 2-0.
Still a bit of damage done. You got the Outlaw and 2 Bulldogs. At least Lukey kept it costly. Chinook just being an absolute menace with the Ares. He's going to be the one holding on to the Bulldog, at least for the time being. Waken and Bravo just holding on to Sheriffs. But even here, you can sort of see Exo's money a little bit iffy. You consider Batty might run a Guardian instead, but has opted for half armor instead. And it's going to be aggression over towards A main. Got past a one-way, and there's not really much utility for Waken to work with on this bonus either. Don't want to dedicate to Paranoia if you can help it.
Yeah, but you might just be forced to.
Right.
Aldrone revealing the positioning of Waken. He's not able to see during that exchange, so no trade comes out. Instead, it's Exo to push through the A side without a hint of damage taken upon them. Best case scenario. Coalesce are pretty close to this action, though. They haven't taken too much time to rotate over. Quick responders. But when do you push through? There's still the one way you need to wait for. Again, nearby hostiles.
Can't use that.
It's Lukey that's most dangerous here, and with Viti there's a guarantee. It's ever so difficult, and you've even got the crosshair out from main. Paranoia thrown, that's perfectly done by Lukey to just cross through with a double. Golak doubles up himself, but that's the end of Coalesce's spree as Exo get guns on the board, and they follow it up with a round win.
I mean, the way that they've been playing so far has just been super aggressive in A main, just getting past that one way that's put there consistently from teams. We saw a little bit punished in round 2, just with the fragment that was thrown there from KO and then the fight that Waken was taking, but when he didn't have much to work with, there's not anything that he can really do. Tried to play a bit of an off angle, but was still caught out. You do have the operator early on for Golak. He has no armor, so he's running pure glass cannon at this rate. A bit of utility to slow down Exo from potentially going fast in this B main with an instant, I think, nanoswarm. Just, they know that Exo is going to take space aggressively and quickly in the start of these rounds.
Take flight.
which is why it's respected by Coalesce. Presence illustrated. But not much movement coming in from the rest of the defenders. Just the deeper placement into the B-side defense, but Mizoki is just peeked through dry and he's calling in his team for reinforcements. Smoke drops, and it allows Golak to collect Mizoki. Luki, very far out of position, but
nice.
still ends up with 2. That's perfect. And now Exo can just move in, plant the spike, and they've got numbers.
Got a late lurk as well, potentially, and there's no Killjoy with that alarm bot to work with, so Will has a lot of freedom to get stuff done here. Viti hit by the paranoia. He's not really going to be contested that much and is able to actually get a kill onto Waken. His own paranoia just missing onto Golak, who's taking a fight from multiple angles out in the open.
Yeah, he's got to pay attention to so many different positions, but it's Bravo to end up on top to give maybe Golak some extra breathing room, and indeed it does. Frees him up to push towards Viti, but Viti's patient and so is Batty. Backside covered. Odin in hand, looking to mow them down, but he's not accurate with it. Golak just transfers his crosshairs on head after head. It's insane. Golak on a killing spree as Coalesce end up with 3.
That round was on a tightrope for Coalesce. It's not only the fact that Golak is able to get 4 kills, but the first one is one of the major ones. He's able to get the Phoenix just as he gets to run it back. Like, he's one orb away. If he loses that duel, suddenly it's a big ultimate. But also, Luki does really well. He takes a ton of damage. He looks a little bit like a headless chicken for a second, but then recomposes himself and finds 2 on like 10 HP. So both these Jets going really hard on this map. But Exo don't really have much to work with when it comes to this buy. But they do have a Phoenix ult, and he has a Bucky. No, he has a rifle this time.
He's got a Vandal. It's Luki that's got himself a Bucky. Let's see if they're able to follow up on it. The 3 players that were in close mid proximity are able to move into market, and they're spraying bullets towards their opponents, but they're not really connecting, leaving Kupfu unassisted. But they go for the spike plant prematurely. This is costly. Kupfu ended up with 2, and it buys time for the rest of Coalesce to approach the backline. Mizoki on the wrong side of things with Batty stuck by himself. That is the end of that as Coalesce collapse on Exo in the beat of a heartbeat.
Damn right we're crushing it.
Really didn't take that much damage, only losing 1 player. You might look at it and go, oh, well, they used to run it back, right? It's big ultimate, but to get this, they're halfway to having another one, realistically. But that was more of a force. That wasn't even like a half buy next situation. They just sort of scraped together whatever they can afford and then threw that in, and it didn't find much. Now they're on an eco again. Even then, money-wise, still looks a little bit iffy in places. Exo just sort of throwing whatever they have on it, but it's a 4-1 lead for Coalesce.
Well, we're finally seeing the operators in play. Such an instrumental part of Abyss, the previous map. And Golak showing that he can do it all over again. Exo, what can they really find from this? Paranoias. They've been trending on well-timed. That's not without counteractions. Wait, did Batty just kill off Golak with a Sheriff? I think he might just have. And the rifles to be collected. This round is not over by any means.
On Hunter's Fury, I think does get a tag over onto Batty, trying to plant differently to not be caught out by it, but still takes a good chunk of damage. And 3 versus 3. Hunter's Fury for Batty on the attack, but he's not really in a position to play post plant. In fact, he's playing super far up.
It's likely we'll get pre-fired there
nice
instead.
try.
He tries to be premature with a fight. Still, Batty left all by himself. Half HP to him. Guardian has to split his attention in 2 different positions. And he won't be able to do it this time. Coalesce patient enough to take the right fights at the right timings and put themselves in a big chunky lead.
I mean, after what we saw on Abyss, granted the scoreline was a little bit less dominant. Actually about the same, I think, with the rounds difference.
Sure.
You know that Exo can just sort of come back in any moment, but I'm sort of looking at this, like, money-wise, it still looks awkward for Mizuki and Will, considering, like, the utility that you need to buy. Exo taking a much earlier time up this time in comparison to the last. But the stuff that they've been doing with the money has been the interesting part, for sure.
Right here. Right
Timeouts seem to have been good so far,
here. Caution
converting
here.
wins
On my way.
after them, both for EXO and Coalesce. Let's see if this can be repeated again for EXO Clan. Given how they ended the previous map, I'm surprised how much of a swing of confidence has come Coalesce's way. This is a complete 180, really, from the end of the previous map.
The only thing that they've been able to pick up was the round against a bonus, and even then it was still decent for Coalesce, all things considered. Now looking at it in a sense, go like 10-2 with what he's able to achieve with that operator. Same as Abyss, right? Luki's still doing well for his team, but it's has to be
Revealing
a
area.
good amount of theatrics to open up the map a little bit more for EXO. These executes have been good. The Coalesce have been surprising in these retakes.
Here.
Will,
Here.
in an exploration zone. It'll be good to cut off rotations instead. He might try and break down alarm bot early. Create some question marks in the area. No, he still lingers while the rest of the team looks to break through into short. Being able to do so. Bravo, high ground covered, and they waltz in and out of battle with ease. EXO trouble in that situation, unable to find the optimal trades, and they still haven't taken over the A site because Waken is hiding away
And
to
the
find the
door got
right moment to
closed.
swing. And Will has revealed this position as well, frantically
30 seconds
getting
left.
close to the A angle. They fully telegraphed him, recon thrown to his feet as well. And a bullet to the heart will mark his demise. Yeah, that timeout didn't do a thing. Coalesce are still holding strong.
Great position from Waken. Just if he fights overall,
Sentry.
don't really find that much of an opening, especially when they've kind of put pressure over towards Tree. That's really the only play that EXO have been able to do, is just a paranoia that goes through onto Garden. Really being it.
That's how
You
we
have
survive.
another run it back, but yet again, it's on a round where you don't necessarily have to buy. Do you still use it? So right now, I feel like EXO just need to get rounds on the board, so saving these big ultimates in order to do that would be big.
Flash.
Don't command down. Could deter EXO for a little bit, indeed it does. Because they were sort of relying on utility there to break through, as weaponry isn't really on the favorable side for them.
Here.
Lining up something. Could be the Hunter's Fury, could be a Paranoia. Seeing if there's any other utility that they can force out, just waiting and baiting out KO Knife. Yeoman TP to check B main, sees it's completely open and empty, so it means it's going to be an A execute. That hasn't really stopped EXO finding a lot, but here it's go like all day. He finds one onto Will to open up.
30 seconds
And
left.
they'll just keep it going, keep it flowing. There's nothing to punish them. EXO are stranded, and Coalesce are patient enough to take this fight all together.
Player standing.
They know how EXO can be in these clutches. They know that they're dangerous no matter what, so they will pay respects, but they will get matters dealt with. Signed, sealed, delivered. A 7th round now for Coalesce and EXO looking for answers.
No surprise. It's you sort of look at stuff like the Phoenix and can understand where it works, but the lack of KO is really obvious. It feels like the Coalesce are playing such aggressive lines. They know that they're not going to get cleared in certain positions. They're not going to get suppressed in certain positions. Means as these executes come out from EXO, Coalesce are not afraid to match them and fight them. Now it might be a different story because you have got to run it back. You have got to lock down. And it just feels that these big ultimates that might open up a site for EXO haven't been available. Now that they are, it needs to be a turnaround. Otherwise, this could be a really fast map too.
Definitely could be. Golak won't be able to hold that angle given the smoke. Exo seem to be amping up the pressure here, amping up the pace, going very quickly into the short side. That molly from Bravo is well timed, and it will split the team in two. Does this allow Luke from backing out, and it ends up biting his life? Troubling situation.
Oh, nice
and
shot.
Golak repositions
Oh my
out
God.
on site, doubles up with the blades, and completely annihilates Exo. What do you even do here? Exo ecoed the previous one so they can buy up this one, and it matters not. As quickly as this round started, it ended, and Coalesce keep on the streak.
I mean, I'd love to see that 2K from Golak, from his POV. Just the op kill and then switching around, pulling out the Blade Storm, and just instantly doming a player to your right-hand side. This is crazy, though. The flick in itself, and then he gets the kill onto Viti there. He is just on crazy form at the moment. Even Chinook is just behind him, 11 and 3. It's a crazy KD for a Silver to be having. It pales in comparison to the work that Golak is doing here. He's maxed out on cash. This operator's been working wonders for him.
Yeah, it's been working overtime. It's paying off.
These A splits haven't though for Exo.
Exo are going to give it a go again. Seemingly determined to make this A site work. This time they've broken through into tree. Viti flying under the radar.
Nice.
Okay, not too shabby. The A site now under Exo control. Yeah, they don't expect this angle from Azoki. No chance. Sneaking by. So that's going to be the round from Coalesce. The timing for Will even works out in his favor. Kufu not looking at the right position. So ends up being punished for it. Now, picking up Golak would be pretty fine as well. 2 kills collected. Imagine if it was a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That would be scary. But no, X are able to guarantee the round success. And yeah, after what was a 6-round streak for Coalesce, it is finally over.
Really good work from Viti here. The only time we've seen Coalesce really make a mistake, they just get a bit too proactive in A main. It opens up so much space in towards tree that even if they do get the kill onto a Viti, I was going to say McVitty, but that's a biscuit. That's not a player. But it was just the amount of space that they were able to maybe go and lurk. Stars aligned a little bit, but I don't think you're getting away with that again if you're Exo.
Well, a mid-control from Coalesce. Not pressured at all, feeling free to roam that place without any trouble.
I mean, you take 4 rounds for Exo if you can here. It's doable.
There's no way they check this for Golak. This is going to be a free kill, no matter what. They'll they'll swing it, but Operator will always win that fight. It looks spicy.
That could have been a call-out easily with how they peaked.
3 suppressed.
Well, you've got this round telegraphed, don't you? There's no doubt in anyone's mind that the B site is the initially intended site to take. Well, the lockdown's dropping, and that's when they'll choose to move into this B site, but they haven't quite found any kills just yet, and Kufu's at the back of the site. Chinook is joining in on the other end, and they've just basically pincered their opponents in the middle. Viti, the final piece of the puzzle. Well, the piece has a gun and is able to shoot back, but it's still placed into the corner and completes the picture. 9-2 with 1 round to spare.
It's just more of the same of what we were saying before, right? Of just Exo on these executes looking strong, good ideas, but at no point of Coalesce looked too scared to take these fights. Kufu had a pixel to stand in on the B site and yet took that opportunity and even swung out of Boathouse to take those fights to cause more chaos for this team. It's been superb from Coalesce. This map, this choice from Exo. Really, you're hoping Exo's defense could be just as good, or if not better, if they want to make this a 2-0.
So confused as to where Exo went after Abyss. They were playing out of their minds. They had so many amazing moments, and now they're just being microwaved by Hunter's Fury.
And that's all we see. It's like last moments. It's
well-
like the end of Sopranos. Just goes black.
Just goes black.
You just hear "I
That's
am the
all you need to
hunter,"
see.
and then that's it. It's just all.
Oh man. Yeah, you don't really come back from that easily, do you, when you've got two players? Although it was the one player in the back line, one up close. Yeah. I don't know. I doubt X are able to convert that, but assuming it's a 9-3.
You look at the buy as
a
well.
10-2 rather.
This is a very
Yeah, assuming-
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to be continued moment.
Yeah, but I feel like it's safe to assume it's a 10-2 situation, and I feel it's completely different to Abyss. Like for me, I don't know where that performance went from EXO. Is it purely down to the composition diff? Is that KO so disruptive and the Phoenix not producing enough for them?
Maybe. I mean, that's always the risk when you go a little bit off meta, I think, when you're playing stuff like the Phoenix and stuff. We actually do have it as the replay, so we can...
Oh, nice.
I don't know if we'll just pick up the replay as the rest of the round, potentially.
Oh, we're playing the entire round. I love it.
That's clever. That's a nice workaround.
Yeah. Props up to production.
Just the EVS is like, I'll get it all. I'll get the whole thing.
Absolute legends. See, well, the round wasn't over straight away as a trade was found, but Waken seems to be good enough of an answer. And Batty's locked in. Yeah, nowhere to go, mate. 45 points of health, knife in hand. Boom goes the dynamite. That was the end of that round.
A lockdown. It didn't even need it.
No?
It's we were expecting maybe a 10-2, but on the other side, judging off how like teams performed previously.
Yeah.
So Coalesce being able to do this much damage is certainly making this whole series very interesting, I think.
Oh no, it's definitely made it a lot more interesting, and I think it's given character to Coalesce as well to actually go ahead and win this series entirely. Yeah, I'm actually glad this is a little bit of a back and forth, although I would love if the back and forth was converted into the map itself, where EXO were also punching back, and it wasn't just in the map scores. I want to see a lot more from them in this defense, but the thing is, it's the attack where we expected them to play better, given what we saw in Abyss, given with a track record, how strong it was in the previous time they played it.
Saying that, though, it is defense for Ascent. And you have to imagine that these teams, because of certainly the players, right, they're very pedigreed, that maybe these guys have scrimmed each other recently. This is a map that people are just going to get a lot of reps on. Would explain why Coalesce, even just looking at the comps, you go, okay, yeah, they don't have a KO, so we can play this way instead of that way. We can do so much more because they outpunish us with it. And we just need to be more aware of playing like the extremities because the Phoenix Flash is just so strong in those positions. And they've just completely nullified what makes Phoenix strong in a lot of these instances. And it is a little bit of a Hail Mary approach. Once you actually get to learning how the comp works and what the Phoenix can provide, it's easy for players at this level to be able to work around it. And Coalesce have come in very prepped, probably expecting this map because it is the more popular one for EXO to be running.
I mean, this is what Eclipse was leading up to, right? This is what they've been waiting for, and they have been a few days waiting to get into this matchup, so they've had time to do their research and to strat a little. And both these teams do have coaching staff, and that is surprising for teams entering from, you know, quote-unquote tier 3 to tier 2, right?
Yeah, tier 2.5, tier 3.
Tier 2.5, yeah. Eclipse level, I'd say, but they're definitely strong performers. EXO might have just found their way back in, courtesy of Mizoki and a double kill. They know where the remaining players are. It's just a matter of being able to stick the landing on this round to even give them a chance to come back here.
Yeah, just playing this as carefully as possible, realistically. Player advantage in favor of EXO, but that can easily go wrong. Especially with how the start of this round was just a little bit like a deathmatch for a moment. But now this is a great little play for Coalesce to do on the mid-round, just pushing up even past like mid, going all the way towards this fountain area, towards defender spawn. And there's no Killjoy alive to have any of that utility to be useful. So all of these players need to find that information. And at least Batty's aware that it can be from this position, but he moves away.
30 seconds left.
A top 4 Ascension finisher
This is a great position to be
It's
in, though,
just-
for the retake, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but he's just let his opponents just fly right under his nose. Oh, yeah, the spike plant, so we'll relay the information over. He's handed it over to Doozy. 3v2 it is.
Ooh, Dave, even this might be main expecting that there could be a player in this spot.
Oh, that's not too bad of an idea. Allows Waken to cross over right into logs. Sneaky angle, cheeky. It's a bit of a crossfire now that he's got Chinook as well with him.
Yeah, nobody's going through mid either. So they have to be really careful with this position. We're waking on logs. We've cleared one.
They haven't cleared him. Now they have. Oh, you could tell that Lukey just swung past and then was like, I didn't check logs. Swings. Ah, got him. Well, this is the best case scenario for EXO. This was the must-win scenario for EXO. Losing that one, I think we would have already called Ascent over. But no, they get given a chance, but it is an uphill climb. And it will test them. And it will test their capabilities of bouncing back after being very far behind. I think it's the most they've been tested this entire Eclipse tournament.
It would be that qualifying game in order to be tested. That's what it's for, realistically. And it was much better from Mizuki, able to actually sort of get some kills, act as the duelist. Still some work to be done, though, but kind of like you said, you got this anti-eco to work with. I mean, it be flawless would be ideal just to keep that bonus and that money going for as long as possible. Coalesce don't need much.
Spike retrieved.
Oh, sure. A couple of players from Coalesce can know, but they're the ones with the early pick. One more like that, with a gun to be picked up. I think that's when EXO start to tremble.
Interesting play, actually. There's a gun over in that corner from where Lukey was. And instead of watching that line to make sure that he can't get it, they've just closed the door. But going against all of his instincts, realistically, in order to not go and pick it up. Decided to group up with the rest of his team on 30 HP. Like you said, low, but player advantage. Looking to hit that A site. This turret could do a lot of work in this corner if it isn't cleared, though. Even this nano swarm that's right in the choke could take out Gorlak or Bravo. Who has been quiet this map, actually? Hasn't been needed,
Quiet?
maybe.
No, he really hasn't. His team has been doing all the work, thankfully. For Viti, though, he's in the right position at the right time. This one,
Said his name and that's it.
yeah, that's enough. He's heard it. And he's out for blood. Look again, Coalesce already found some early damage.
One suppressed.
But yeah, Mizuki's been able to find the headshot onto Kufu, so that is the end of that. Sure, Bravo. I'm sure he's very much capable for one, maybe two. He's great on the pistols and the first shot accuracy, but yeah, this is just too much to ask for him in this situation. EXO able to deliver. Just a couple of casualties go their way. Coalesce are able to get the spike plant as well, so it was a decent round by this UK org. But yeah, it's time for them to also get guns on the board and see if they're capable of closing out a map like this to take us to bind.
Yeah, that's kind of what's needed, right? Just take your time to get the better weapons that you possibly can. Because you know that there isn't that much money to rely on. Even if you do lose this round, you're expected to lose it because it is a bonus. It was EXO that won a bonus over on Abyss that really started to turn the map in their favor. I think it was only, what, a 2-round difference? They were even on scoreline when they won that bonus. And not quite the same. But it is in a position where Coalesce don't really have ultimates online. They just have the full buy, pretty much all utility. Looking to put some pressure towards A main initially.
Oh, look at Chinook. Yeah, he completely annihilated mid. Two players were lined up together and he just peeked through, ended up with a kill. Usually you'd see that with scope guns, but no. It's Guardian.
Must have been a good thing from a recon dart, for example. Looked like one of them could potentially have been wallbanged. Yeah, heading to the site where all of this Killjoy utility is down now. And will half armor but with a Phantom. Playing in a risky spot. But it is one I think the Coalesce would be likely to clear.
And the two remaining extra players are very far away from this. It'll take some time until they rotate over. So Will has to do a lot of delaying of that paranoia. Oh, that paranoia. They don't check it properly. So it does give Will an opportunity to square things up a little bit, but is it enough? I don't think it
30
is.
seconds left.
Gun to be collected. Oh, there was a gun. There was a rifle, Vitty. To your side. There is another one, but he's trying to make it work with the Outlaw. That's risky. We'll head back to the Vandal.
Right here.
Batty, can he find some pot shots through the wall here? Can he make this Odin shine? Paranoia out, but that's essentially just assist Vitty to do his own work. He's there to give information to his teammate to do all the shooting. Oh, the pressure's on, but EXO have decided against it. Coalesce to get a guaranteed 11th. Just 2 away from equalizing the score on maps and picking Ascent as their own.
One enemy remaining.
Just aiming for exit frags to keep the money honest. Batty playing in a position where the spike isn't going to hit him. He's confident that it's not.
Nah,
And he guessed wrong.
close. Yeah.
I'd say that's a lot worse for EXO than they really wanted. Naturally, they wanted to win the round, but to get all of the kills and save a gun. But this was so smart. This is Will's Nano Swarm. He put it in the corner. As the execute went in, he activated it right on where he stood. A common place to do it because it also hits the walkway. And none of the attacking players of Coalesce looked at it because they're like, well, that's Nano Swarm. Like, he's not going to be stood there, right? No, he was. He was taking damage on his own utility. And Coalesce just didn't think he was going to be there. It was so smart. Such a good idea.
Vitty, that is sneaky. That is cheeky. And that is bold. Cloudburst dropping out. And this is a perfect position for a judge, but it's only good for the one. And it's handed over to Bravo. You know, affording to take the risk, but EXO need a lot more than this. They put their hands deep in their pockets for this one. But Coalesce are double guessing themselves and not moving in just yet. Oh, run it back from Mizoki utilized, but he's only found information that Coalesce is stuck around, but with 1 minute to spare, they still have time to change their minds.
Yeah, it's strange for Coalesce to be winning the round and be ecoing. They have such a round lead that they have got their freedom. Oh, let's just buy next. Let's just sort of use this as a bonus almost. And sort of see what we can do. It has been as much of a full buy as you can manage from EXO. Run it back has been used already from Mizoki, and it's not really granted that much, but it's a 4 versus 4. Omen's teleported onto the site with the ultimate. He's 1 HP.
Oh, that's so bold. That is so bold, and Shinnok ends up with a pick. Oh no. Oh no, EXO. This is not how you want to go down. This is demoralizing. Oh no. Awaken is low, he's 1 HP, and he's going to move up close to Lucky. Will also joining in. But Batty is able to swing out on short to make sure that no more chaos ensues. Kufu is also low. Look, EXO should be winning this. This is not over, but you can't help but feel this is still within the realm of scariness. History drop, Bravo there to hold down the fort. He's not able to do it as Batty ends up on top. Shinnok delivers onto Luki, but he's not expecting Batty to be this close, but I think there's time.
Yeah,
there's time on the defuse, and Coalesce will be dropping this one. God, it got close. God, it got so close. But it's EXO to come out on top.
Oh, that was incredibly close. I thought Shinnok did the ultimate a little bit too early. He was sort of pressured into it. I was like, okay, yeah, Luki, if he could dodge these like final blasts coming through from the Hunter's Fury, should be an easy defuse at that point. But he gets caught. And Will is 5 and 13, but that was probably the most impactful play to keep EXO, at least in this map. They have won the first map already, so it isn't down and out if they do lose on Ascent. It's just what it means. It's their map pick, and how on the defense they have to have it be near on perfect if they want to be taking this series 2-0. Luckily, they still have a bye. And they forced at least some ultimates, but it's just on a knife's edge.
Here.
God forbid if Golak starts bringing out the attack up again, though.
Yeah. That would be something. Exo, you lose this, and I fear this is going to be a rough last round for you. You've got a couple players that can buy up, but the rest are in rough waters, if you will. Sip thinking.
A lot of posturing.
There is, but that's been the case a lot this game so far. But somehow Coalesce always end up towards this A site, but this time towards short mostly. Lukey able to get one, but that's not without the retaliation. Mizoki holding the line, throws down a wall of his own. Vitty's able to spray in Waken's approximate direction, ends up being rewarded. Bravo walking past. That's a dangerous play in front of him. He can smell him. But the player you need to look at is Chinook. He's gone all the way around.
What?
Bravo ends up with a pick on Mizoki, even though the curveball was thrown towards him. Chinook drops. He's been revealed. Vitty, backside. He's holding it down splendidly to his own. And Kufu is there to try and do it all. He can't go back to the revive. Bravo's there for the information. Gives the information that Will has dropped over. And it won't do a thing. EXO are still in this game.
At the skin of their teeth. Some crazy but amazing rounds of VALORANT to be watching here. Unbelievable kill here from Bravo. Just flicks in the right space, but Vitty, this is great work too. Great for Will to be doing this, was waiting for his teammate to come along, and now Coalesce taking a timeout. Has just been the bonus that they were able to win, which kind of sounds familiar of how the round and a half went for EXO when they were on the attack. But it is still like coming into treacherous areas of money-wise. You're sort of looking at it for EXO. You're going, if they lose a round, it's 12 for Coalesce, and they really don't have much to be working with. But then you look over to Coalesce, they're on an eco from the looks. But it was Coalesce that were on an eco before, took a timeout, and then won said eco on Abyss, right? So is the same thing likely to happen here? Are they just very good at cooking up eco strats?
Could be. Could be. Let's see if that's actually the case. I feel like it's a complete 180 from the previous game as well in terms of performance. Bravo was playing out of his mind. You know, we touched on this already, but... And now at the bottom of the board, sure, the first half he wasn't really needed, but now on attack maybe a little bit more so. But it's Chinook with lights out performance. Great positioning for the Odin, although you can't be comfortable sticking around. Nothing's too exuberant from Coalesce. Nothing too different, but it is a 5-player stack up. Curveball, flash in, damage, 2 kills found. It was a bit laboured, I'm not going to lie, but still, job done.
These Phoenix flashes around corners just haven't been working. Just a little bit unlucky in some places, but I think Mizoki going for a play like that against an eco is always risky. They sort of are going to be playing anti-flash in places. And now Lukey, it feels like he's overextended. Luckily, he was about to get a clap, but Vitty took it away from him. He had his teammate helping, but Chinook's found one, fully paranoid, trying to just take shots towards Vitty, which weren't really that far away from connecting. Even on an anti-eco, you're still losing players, and everything EXO's doing to just get this series at least a little bit, this map even a little bit more even. It's taking chunks out of them.
You know, Ryan, you know that people say that, sure, when it comes to Valorant, the maps are fairly equally sided. Sure, there's some minute advantages here and there, but Ascent seems to be falling along the trends of, you know, maybe a little bit defense heavy, but mostly, you know, balanced.
Yeah, we got 4 rounds on attack.
Right now.
We're winning this.
Oh, man. This is nuts.
Even here, a buy for Coalesce, but you've got a Guardian in the hands of Bravo, which if anybody's going to do work with it, it's going to be him, to be honest. Lukey having the Operator, Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury in the hands of EXO and immediately used. And Vitty a bit slow to react to Golak, who's going in for the execute. And Coalesce is just in again.
That's how the turntables will. here to do some heroic work, although these angles are difficult. He's whacking the moles, he's looking for them and trying to slap them down, but Waken is unslappable.
Oh my
He's
god.
got a gun of his own and shooting right back up, but it's not over. Lukey plays out.
Behind him as well, the flank.
Can he put his carry pants on time? Shinnick is low, one blade is necessary, but can he expect the flank on top? Kipfu has just revealed himself, Lukey! That is superb! That is maniacal! And he's just gifted EXO another lifeline!
Oh, it was such a fine margin. Kipfu with just a game-winning, map-winning even flank coming in, and he just misses his shot. It was a pixel that he had to hit, but at this level, you need to be hitting the pixels consistently. Crazy stuff from EXO Clan, but the start of this round was just a mess. You're using a Hunter's Fury on defense as this is coming in, yet the attacking team are just getting onto site unscathed. But it's the rest of it here that Lukey is just able to keep their team in it. It's another eco for Coalesce, and suddenly what was a 10-round difference, I think, a 0.8 round difference, is down to 3.
It is. It really is. Trying to retaliate with blaze of his own, but it's Kipfu ending up with a Cherish shot. What is going on? But this time it might just work. You can't just rely on these retakes time and time again. Lukey,
he's 9
he's able to
HP.
find a shot to Golag. Again, not the finishing blows. You still have to be cautious here. Remember, Coalesce have built such a big advantage that even if they end up on top in one round, it could spell the end of this game. But the lockdown, I feel, has sealed the deal here. And even if they weren't, this round would have been out, given the space that EXO have been able to gain from that. Yeah, lucky for them, they had the lockdown, to be fair. Oh man, what is this game? Chaotic, aggressive, but man, I'm here for it.
Oh, good lord. I mean, EXO are just, honestly, 1 inch away from throwing this away. We're just playing these like positions against an eco. You're stood in these angles as if you're on an eco, right? You just know that Coalesce are just going to run in at you at this point because nothing else is working. So like where Vitty's playing, just being caught in off angles, it was the same on Abyss, just in these positions.
This time Coalesce might be taking over. They were just playing the A-site simulator until it just works. And they've had so many rounds to make it work that this might just be it. But Lukey's around. And as long as Lukey's around, you cannot be calm. You cannot be without fear. Oh, it could have been a potential for a collapse. But no, Batty is the final piece of this puzzle. No way he wins this, right? Shocked up, barely missing out on Golag. And they can't be comfortable placing the spike down as well because they don't really want to fall victims to spray damage from Batty. All Coalesce players lining up their shots in Batty's direction. There is no way he gets away from this. There's no way he wins this. Sliding in, baiting them into a crossfire, but no. The high-low was enough to put Coalesce on 12.
Eventually Coalesce are able to get on 12, but yeah, it's the same things from like Vitty especially, just the same position being caught in, and you know where they're dashing, you know how they're playing. Even Lukey getting a little bit overzealous with trying to take these fights and peaks. It's almost like EXO just either want to be in overtime if they can help it, or just get onto the third map at this rate. It's just no patience. And now Coalesce have made it to 12. They're not looking to go super aggressive onto A initially. But they're going to slow it down, or at least it seems that way. But everybody is grouped over towards the right-hand side of the map.
Go away, even if it works, even if it doesn't work. From the shadows, gain some very useful information.
Probably wondering where this Phoenix is going to be as I run it back. The Hunter's Fury, that's the only thing that Batty has. And he's hit by the knife and the null command.
Lukey ends up with the first pick and is able to get out of harm's way. Vitty, that's a gun barrel. He'll start to spray towards it. Ends up with one, ends up with two. Kofu, the kerfuffle has been made, and Vitty might have just brought EXO right back in the fight. Oh dear me! The margin in this game are at a hair's length. Nothing differentiates either of these teams.
30 seconds left.
Blink any second,
Oh,
and the game
What?
could get flipped on its head. Oh no! It nearly happened again, Ryan. It nearly happened again. But EXO hold on and keep the hopes alive.
oh, what in the Jesus Christ superstar is this map? Chinook's on 30 kills. This was great from Viti. And good lord, they all just almost line up there. Had to be Viti coming from the other direction to actually get the kill, otherwise that could have very easily been a 1 versus 5. Now Coalesce, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ripped up towards A main yet again. Just baiting
It
with
is
the Omen
broke,
TP.
Ryan. But it is broke. Oh man.
Are they going B?
Are they really? Wow, what a revelation.
They don't have any ultimates though, that's the only issue. And there's an abundance of them for EXO, but you just wonder when they're going to use them realistically.
Bomb
The thing
grenade out.
is, EXO have been conditioned that the A site's been hit so many times, they only dedicate one towards this site defense. Sure, you've got the assistance now of Batty, but
Also,
is this enough?
both teams have just timed out once. I'm surprised that there's not been more timeouts from either team at this rate.
Well,
Because I need a moment. Never, you don't even call it stress. Let's just take a moment. Let's just not talk for 30 seconds.
I guess they're taking this as a moment because they've probably got only one attempt at this. 40 seconds, yeah, there's no going to the A site. They're going towards B right now and right here. Golak first to entry, showing intent. So EXO are going to have to rotate here and quickly. Kufu, top angle covered. Batty, great angle by him. And Will repositions
Spike
to retaliate
down B.
upon that as well. A quick collapse. EXO read it like a book. Waken, all to himself. 14 seconds in a dream to close it out right here, but no, Viti won't give him the delicacy of doing so. Instead, Waken will snatch it out of his hands and instead goes to the TP, tries to hide around, and he might just have enough time to plant. Oh, it's
He
a
does.
1v1. No way. Waken's got a great
Oh,
chance
he
to
saw
secure
him!
this.
He saw him!
Mizuki's fumbled it, but now he's going to wait for his run it back to retire. Waken still backside. Mizuki. No flashes available to him. He's going to have to peek the strike. This is terrible by Mizuki, which allows Waken to get a quadra clutch to seal the deal. You can't even write this up.
Let's
You
just
can't
get on to the
even
next
make
map.
this up.
Then we don't get a 10-minute break, just take us straight into bind because we need to see where this one's gonna go. Like, good God, the end of that. Like, you could say it was amazing work from Waken, but also like EXO just fell apart. They did so well to keep themselves in it, but they were just at the hinges towards the end, and it completely broke apart towards the end. It was looking like a good hold on the B site, and a disaster. It ended as a disaster.
I mean, it ended. Look, in situations like this, in clutches like this, often people say you don't win the 1v3. Your opponents, well, 1v4 in this instance, your opponents lose it. I don't know what to say about that. I need to re-see it. Waken, that was a superb play. The confidence to pull that off. Mwah, chef's kiss. Yeah, let's spend the next 10 minutes of this next break to rewatch that again over and over again. We'll be back shortly.
will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and you got the best of me. You got the best of me.
Now, if you knew how to describe how Ascent went, then you should take my job, because I honestly haven't got a clue. Coalesce seemed to have the best game of their lives, destroying ExoClan, and everything seemed, wrong for ExoClan. But all of a sudden, a comeback started coming their way. Round by round, they started to close the gap. And then a crazy round happened, and all the progress EXO made to come back was ripped to shreds. Ryan, could I have said it any better?
That's pretty much how I'd sum it up as well. Not your typical monotonous Ascent performance from either team. Some amazing moments, especially towards Waken at the end, but also just some howlers, individual throws, like team miscoordinations really costing them. It's going to be a map that both teams are not going to look back on fondly outside of maybe a round or two, but it does bring us to a third map of Bind, which for both these teams this event have been undefeated on it. At least EXO, they've played it 3 times, they've won it 3 times. One of them was an overtime game against Yari / Control. And then Coalesce, they were able to play Bitfix Gaming, but that was also like a 13-11 scoreline. So it hasn't been the most dominant of maps in some cases, at the very least. The 13-3 win for EXO against Net Services, for example. But it does go to highlight that this is a map that the teams are getting wins on, but there's definitely going to be some inklings of problems occurring, and especially with how these teams were playing on Ascent, it does feel like both squads are feeling it a little bit.
If you've missed the action, let's give you a bit of a taster, right? If you're only just joining and wondering what sort of action we're talking about, let's cue the last round of the previous map to give you the clue of what happened. Everything looks fine. EXO, they start winning on this take. It's a 4v1. Waken turns around, grabs a kill, 1v3. Heh, it's okay, he's not going to clutch it. There's no way, right? He doesn't have much time anyway. Then he gets another one, and then you start getting scared. And then the paranoia hits, and Vidi TP's back, and he's at a disadvantage on that fight because Waken's chasing him. And now it's suddenly a 1v1. What happens next?
I wonder if he does see his head just there for a split second.
He does.
I didn't know if I was going mental just because of like the outlines of the players. But obviously a purple HUD into a purple smoke, it's easy to blend in. But if you're Lukey, you're looking back at this and you're going, good God, what was I thinking? And I wish we'd play cameras, because Jesus Lord, that was a moment. And this series has had a few of them. And what better chance? You're qualifying for Polaris going into the 2025 season. And you'd love to see these kind of close series. Because if I remember correctly, Eclipse earlier this year, Pablos, I don't think the series were that close. They were quite dominant for Requiem and stuff, weren't they?
Yeah, I feel that was entirely the case. Requiem did blow a competition out of the water as well in Challengers North at that. So, Requiem were, a league above. But we'll be jumping into the Requiem debate in the next series, as we do have some returning players from that roster competing. But, Ryan, we did have the screen of the maps playing up. It's Bind up next. We thought we had everything figured out for Ancient. We thought this is EXO's map for the taking. They should be quite chill with it. They had an excellent first map on Abyss where, Coalesce lost their own map pick. Bind, EXO have played and have won every single time. It wasn't without its troubles. There was an overtime against Yari, but that's where I start to wonder, EXO, is this going to be smooth sailing for them? Because they've been comfortable enough to get to play this map so many times, but it hasn't been a smooth ride.
No, and for comps as well, not running the usual Gecko fade, I suppose, that's been sort of prominent from the likes of 100 Thieves and then Team Heretics and now pretty much everybody. We've got a bit of an old favorite of Sky Cypher on the side of Coalesce, and then I think it was just the double initiated with the Gecko, but instead of a fade, it was a Sky over for EXO. So different variations and approaches with how both teams have played it. Granted, they could change it for a game like this, but considering it's Bind, it's been in the map pool for a good amount of time in the meta, and it hasn't really changed. It's just a dependent on what you prefer to play as a team. I'd be shocked to see anything different than the usual for these two squads, especially in a final map in a stellar best of 3 series like this one.
Yeah. You want to go with your comforts, although you could visibly see in the previous one, EXO had a quirky play, right? They had the Phoenix, but Coalesce were able to read it and able to play around it. And I think even though the craziness that ensued at the latter half, right, they already had that big of a gap that it didn't really matter, given to how they played around that Phoenix and how they adapted their gameplay around it. So that quirkiness ended up biting EXO. Now let's see if the Gecko from EXO will be what it takes to get the win. No changes as we expected. Everything remains the same for both sides since the last time they played it. Boy, you know, coming into this one, I have no idea who would be the favorite.
I mean, neither at this rate. But it is going to be interesting to see Luki versus Golak, who have been in this jet battle all day on Abyss and Ascent, moved over to the Rays to say who's going to be the top dog there. So a lot of changes over with different roles, right? Like Bravo now on the Brimstone, Waken, main controller flexing over towards that Viper. And for everybody else, it's sort of like standard stuff realistically, but it's kind of like you say, I think it's less to do with what the coaches are inputting, what the players want to do, strategy for pistols. It's just who can keep their cool the longest, it feels like. Who can not just implode first.
It's all about the moment, isn't it? It's all about being able to perform at this moment in time. And this entire Eclipse tournament has led us to this moment, right? Where both teams require one map, only one map, to guarantee a spot into Challengers North. And that's what we're here for. It's been a long ride for both of them. Both of them had to go through the Swiss stage, which they saw quite a lot of success in. EXO 3-0. Coalesce did drop a map there, but in playoffs, things looked smooth. And now this final map, both of them seem to stand in each other's way of getting to that prized Challengers North spot. Who will be coming out on top? It's Coalesce on the defense, EXO Clan on attack, and Bind being the final spot of contention.
This is looking like it's just going to be a straight ace short execute. You've got a trip there, you've got a camera super far back, and is everybody on Coalesce stacking over towards the B site of the map? It certainly looks like it.
Look, I am predicting what's going to happen. EXO push into A, the trip breaks, so Coalesce throw every single one of their players into the TP.
Will's going to be okay, because he's maybe going to get more than he bargained for here. Wonder how much this has been, like, prepped. Whether this is the kind of pistol that's been used already across not only this tournament, but just recent events.
Oh, they're just going to let the wingman punt. They're not going to break through the trap at all. Now,
It feels like they've read this perfectly.
yeah, but they've heard the TP. Played by 2. And there is, of course, Will on the back line, making sure that his opponents are pincered in. EXO took a while to get online on Ascent, so I think they're just making sure that is not the case on Bind.
Oof, that's a hell of a shot from Bravo.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Bravo's been pretty damn good with pistols all day, hasn't he? But the second map wasn't quite the performance his team needed, but, you know, it was enough to get Coalesce across the finish line and take us to Bind. So EXO will be winning this pistol round. I think they'll definitely enjoy having that their way. It's a confidence builder after all, right? And that's sort of where the fate of this map lies.
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly. It's just who can get it over the line. Like, this isn't going to be clean. This isn't going to be 200 IQ strategies that you'd only see at champions. This is just who can do the simple stuff the most effective, who can not get rattled. And so far, EXO just read that to a T. Whether that was Coalesce using that pistol in the past, that they just read it perfectly. But it's an interesting wall here to sort of just break up short.
Spike
And
down.
Shinnok's found the first kill onto Batty. There was nobody watching Sand, so he's allowed to walk up and get a kill over towards Fountain.
Why not? We've had a few of these moments today already, so sort of doesn't come by surprise. Thing is, where's the retaliation? How do you come back? What are your thoughts? And pushing through now, with the spike heading towards the right-hand side, the A site idea is looming.
You feel this wall is a counter towards that camera though, and it just allows you that sliver to cut through, and it just means that a Viper needs to play in lamps. Thing is though, she's going to be happy in lamps. She's the only one with a weapon and she's a Bucky.
Yeah, best case scenario really, to have that Bucky. Blast pack utilized in sight instead of lamps, expecting that
left.
Waken could potentially be there and don't want to take the challenge. Exo, we started with this mill with wall weapons and now they've been able to equalize the standing in players. Golak backside, can't quite connect on time, but Bravo, like we said, strong on the pistol, is good for the one. Shinnick retaliates and that's a triple to him. Will all by himself. He's got a rifle. He just needs to make sure his opponents don't grab rifles to make this an uneven fight in favor of their own. Waken closing up with the Bucky on the spike. They go, draws out the snake bite. Doesn't anticipate Waken to be so close, and Coraleska doesn't take long for them to bounce back.
I mean, this is no disrespect to Coalesce either, but this feels like it's just EXO versus EXO at this point. That they are the constructs to their own demise in some of these cases. Every anti-eco that they've had today have looked pretty much iffy, other than one flawless, I think. And now finally they're punished for it. That one player, that one kill the Chinook was able to open up the round with, it just bit EXO in the backside. And a lot of kills, a lot of over-peaking, a lot of over-fighting, just a lot of disrespect to what Coalesce can do on pistols. And you've had enough rounds and enough maps to see that these guys can shoot back, and yet you keep over-peaking them.
Yeah, you've got to learn your lesson at some point. But EXO giving the ace another try. Same wall as before, but this time there's a tripwire. Broken. Let's don't budge though. They don't fall for it. They keep the 3 players on the B site standing still. Comfortable that this is still a potential wraparound play. No. B site will be stuck with. Wingman will commit to the plants. And EXO don't drop a play in the process. Waken, smart to look behind him, but he won't catch the timing on Will. Spike hasn't actually gone down yet, with Coalesce rotating all around. Something tells me EXO will want to rotate away from this. There's just way too many Coalesce players around. This is too uncomfortable. This is too tricky. 40 seconds and the pressure looming ever closer. Cookthrough and Waken closing in, and EXO overstayed their welcome. Will might be able to find a gap to work with, but he needs to expand upon it, and the incendiary thrown in it is there to patch the gap. Mizoki, I feel like this round is reliant on him. What he can do here is if it is going to allow EXO to come back, but no, instead he drops back, being noisy with it, and Coalesce, smooth as butter, disallow EXO from doing anything on that ace site.
It's a bit of a weird buy for EXO. They had some rifles, but it was a buy next to they can work with here. But if you're going to be going for these plays, you need to put more pressure onto Showers, and you need to sort of take it at pace. It's one of the problems with EXO not running a fade is that you don't have the ability to do like a seize towards the over the top of Showers towards the door where the Cypher is right now. When you have a Cypher set up in there with cameras, you got the Viper wall there too, you can't late push it. You have to take that space proactively. Otherwise, he's just sat here comfortably the whole time. Also, it's a free orb for either team to be picking up. And EXO at least trying to put pressure over there with the Sky, but it is going to be them leaning towards B long.
There. There.
There's my buddy.
Well, EXO aren't being silent about their positioning in B. But Coalesce are being quite preemptive in bringing the 2 extra players over to the safe side, so the B
Can't see the trip.
position could be quite open. No. Yeah, EXO moving into the B side here is the clear plan.
4 people over here, and it's just Chinook on his own in a place that's not really been contested that much. But Zuki's able to take him out. The rotation's going to come in, and this like lurk, this catch from Will. The trip is just
30
ruining
seconds
it,
left.
right? The timing that he could get.
Thing is, Exo took so long to take the site, it's allowed Coalesce to close up the gap, and Will isn't permitted the lurk. Nicely done by Kutfu. Good read. But, crucially, the elbow position is taken up
Get him.
extensively, substantially. And Golak looking to be the spearhead of this attempt. Batty looking to hold down the line. Instead, it's Luki that ends up with the kill. Vitty weaving inside, and that's Exo right back up with their opponents.
Yeah, very nicely done. You got to look at like Coalesce just playing in an odd way, right? Having 4 people stacked on A. Shin up, he frankly just has to peek. He has to find space and information. Just runs right into a Guardian of all things as well. Comes down to those kind of moments. Good individual stuff from Vitty and really nice like flank control from Kutfu. It still really just comes down to that moment of where Coalesce were positioned and how awkwardly that went. Operator though available on the defense, not going to get caught by the flash. That's one pick onto Luki and very lucky to not go down. I think Batty also got hit by that same shot, but just wallbanged instead, or at least shot like his foot or something.
Well, lucky for Golak to be in the same position with Shinnok, so he'll be healed up.
Scout destroyed.
Back to full health, without shields.
Know where the trip is this time, at least it's broken.
This is such a war of attrition. Slow and steady, inch by inch.
Spike down.
But it's Waken to make his presence here. Golak repositions, this time in hookah. Prominent as ever, really. And with his presence shining in that position of the map, Exo decide against moving in that direction and opt to give a go towards this A site, but then the pick. Without it, you can't really expect
30 seconds left.
anything else. They're way too far behind. With 2 versus 5. Yeah, and with Will making noise running away, means that Exo will be saving, and Coalesce no.
It'd just be a case
10
of saving the
seconds
guns and just keeping money in your favor as much as possible, because you do have enough for a buy next. You got some good ultimates coming online and might be available as well on some of the corpses in this round. But it is flawless from Coalesce as well. You keep the operator, and Golak has been incredible with the operator all day. On attack or defense, Abyss, Ascent, Bind. Just seems to be well suited for it. And he's not too far away from having a showstopper either if he wants a more brash weapon to be working with. Neither is Luki. And I'm glad at least to see Exo fighting for showers a little bit more. The Cypher, not really been tested in this position, might get more than he bargained for. And it makes sense. There's multiple players that can pick up this ult for Exo and make an ultimate work.
Shots cleared out. With Coalesce having the brunt of their defense lined up.
They found my wire.
Exactly where Exo are looking to move into. And with the smokes and Trailblazer, you've definitely displayed your intent. And the showstopper from Luki is looking to find its target. Hiding in the smoke, he's got a player right beneath him and he can't quite find him. Shoots towards heaven, doesn't find its mark. Waken does get spotted, sprayed across, and does get shut down. Luki can't escape though. Kutfu looking to bounce back, but he's got nades running right after him, and he can't quite escape. Exo have got the high ground here. They've got 4 versus 3.
Brash is in hand to be used as well. Second ultimate of this round. The retake is just eking ever closer. It's a great dizzy flash, but nobody's in a position to play off of it, really. Orbital strike there to stop the defuse from coming in. Thrash dedicated as well. 3 ultimates from Exo to get this round.
At least guarantees it, right? At least you can nip it in the bud. Doesn't go without its
damage.
flaws. The damage, yeah. It's not the clean cleanest of rounds, especially given the ultimates you've put into
We're
it.
here
But hey, at least
because
it's
we're the
guaranteed.
best.
My eyes are down.
Waking, just hearing the footsteps of the race wanting to follow through. It's moments like that, though, that Lukey just sort of dirty peeking with utility in hand to throw a nade towards Lamps. He does get the kill, to be fair. So, but it is moments where I think there is just a little bit of like something goes well for EXO, and then the discipline disappears for a second, and things get a little bit sloppy. They get punished, then they have to reset and pull it back. Just needs to be a little bit tighter in those moments, because those like 1% moments are the big difference here. 3 ultimates used in that last round for EXO, but they do have Viper's Pit waiting to be used. But look at everything that Coalesce has available to them right now. It could be 5 ultimates during this round.
It could be. There might be a bit of a fight for the orbs, but for now, EXO does get 1 for free. Coalesce don't want to step too far forwards, right? Don't want to get picked up. You can tell they haven't taken too many aggressive stances apart from the overlooking position of Golag, but EXO are going to break out here. The trip in their way. But Coalesce will seize the opportunity to move into short as well. This is an important position to take because this is where you've got your 2 controllers lining up utility. Disrupt that and you might disrupt the entire attack as it stands. But Viti is able to stabilize by picking them both up himself. That's not what Coalesce wanted to happen. And that's not what they wanted to happen again. Everything going wrong for Coalesce. EXO picking up all the odd ends. And it looks like it's going to be another round for them to collect.
Might be worth a save just to keep that operator. You look at the money as well, like, yeah, this is a get out if you can, but the site has been completely given up. Coalesce are going for this.
They are. Maybe they'll try and get a pick here, maybe try and bait them to be
One dead.
next to the Spike's explosion zone. Shinnick has done enough damage to lure a few more
He dinged him as well, he's 4
outside.
HP.
Yeah, Garlic's going to be running away, trying to save the operator. He'll be successful in doing so. But, yeah, crazy rounds, right?
They're going to try and chase him, but I don't think they're getting him.
No. That previous round was all down to Viti getting the double there.
I mean, it was a well-constructed round, full stop, from EXO. Like, yeah, losing Will in that instance is just, again, it's sloppy, bit weird positioning. They were looking to play off of each other and just weren't expecting people to walk up. Maybe it's that Will was looking and aiming there and position there because he thought that Viti was already holding it, right? Like, those kind of things happen all of the time. But just the way that Viti's able to get those 2 kills, the flash peek that comes in from Bazuki and Lukey is marvelous. It's probably the best round I've seen from EXO in quite a while, to be honest. But those are the moments that we haven't really seen that much of since like Abyss and some moments in Ascent. Just the team really starting to run with it. They didn't have ultimates. They didn't need them. And with everything that Coalesce had, kind of let the round fall apart. This is what I mean. It's getting super stressful for both sides. That it really is more about mitigating mistakes than it is about coming up with clutch game-winning moments.
I wonder how Batty is working around this, right? Because obviously, the most success he's found was with Saw, and their play style was a little bit more on the aggressive side. Sure, they've had these, moments where they stabilize, like we're seeing right now, but they weren't all the time. It was sort of a 50-50 split. They're not. EXO isn't showing that many aggressive moments to give me the sense that we're watching a Saw point 2. But, you've got different puzzles in this piece. So, puzzles in this piece. I meant pieces in this puzzle. But, it's tough to say. Let's go. They're playing aggressive here. Golak needs to get out of trouble, but he's also got a teammate that needs to find an escape zone. They're low on weaponry, apart from the operator and Guardian. So they need to make sure they are held on to. But EXO do reveal that they've got 3 players here, and Coalesce adapt by keeping 3 around.
you look at Gulak, I've said his name 400 different times, I think, in different variations, but
Gulag.
the one thing that's consistent is his opping, and if he gets a kill, he gets the showstopper, and I'd love to see those combine together to pull around for Coalesce here.
30 seconds left.
No, did Chinook get away with a pick outside of showers? That is ridiculous. You just move up with such bravado, without a care in the world. Golak, showing what he's made of. And putting that operator to good use. Incendiary as well. And there's 14 seconds to spare. Exo
Yeah,
can't
he's
do a
got
thing.
Boombot, he's got
10
all.
seconds
They're
left.
saving. There's just
They've
no
got
way
to.
in onto this site.
Crazy that just 2 kills, a pick from one side of the map, and a pick
It's
on
an
the
eco,
other.
basically.
Just, yeah, that just defies the outcome of this round. Incredible.
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
This has been entertaining Valorant, but it's also been... I'm glad we have a 10 pause, actually. Saved by the bell. But it has been, like, I think a lot of it as well is, like, we have seen these players on different rosters as well, and granted, they're represented by organizations here, but I don't know how long some of these teams have been playing together realistically. And especially when you're playing against tenured opposition like this, you know? Like, if you're playing various tournaments or playing through qualifiers or through Premier in some cases now, the quality of opponents can diminish there. But it has been, like, spotty in places. I don't think win or lose that either team is necessarily going to be happy with how they approached it today. But that is also just the sign of 2 teams. Like, you think of, like, Heretics versus EDG, Champs Final. Was that the cleanest Valorant we ever saw? Absolutely not. Especially in, like, on Abyss, it was crazy sloppy and came down to just individual moments. And the same is sort of happening here. That's just what happens when we get onto those sort of bigger games, I guess.
Seems we are experiencing some technical difficulties, but they are being worked on. They are trying to be resolved. As we look to get back into this game ASAP. But you're right, Ryan. This has been a bit of a wild one. So maybe this gives both these teams an opportunity to breathe and basically focus on their game plan. You know, this is. I feel like they're in their heads in a way where they're thinking too much about what their opponent is doing. Obviously, you always need to try and work that out, but think about it too much and then you don't actually play your own game. And I feel this is the limbo both these teams are in. The first team to make a mistake is the one to lose because they're just waiting. And if the attacking team waits too much, they end up losing on the time. And that's exactly what happened the previous round with EXO. There's a lot of pressure on this game. There's no doubt about it. Both of these teams want to qualify, and I'd say that both teams would deserve to qualify.
Yeah,
but, only one can.
That's what makes it fun, and I guess what makes it super stressful for the players too.
Hey, timeout resolved. Hopefully, things are all in good order. Both teams have a buy in them. Golak with an operator. Can EXO break through here, or can Coalesce? One of them needs to be able to have the confidence to gain a significant advantage. We haven't seen that at all yet on Bind.
I haven't seen it really since first half of Ascent. I'm glad that it's starting to get to this to and fro that we saw on Abyss earlier on. It's like a lifetime ago now. I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
I mean, it's been plenty of rounds. Even though it's a previous map, a lot of rounds have been played since then.
Still got another series left today.
Did they just give the operator to Bravo to make use of it in Hookah? I think they just did. Switch things up a little bit.
It's working.
And going for it again.
Well, to be fair, that was the plan. Like, when Golak was attacking and he had the operator, he would give it to Bravo as he was about to entry in on Abyss, for example, when he was playing Jet. So Bravo can play it, and also with the way that Bravo's been playing the series, just give him whatever guns you have available. The key has been a machine.
He really has. Round's not over, but it feels like it already has. Like, it's 30 seconds, EXO. They've been in the situation before where they've decided to save, but they
30
sort of
seconds
relying
left.
that Will can get some damage done here. But Polaris can't giving them anything. Not giving him an inch, but Will take it. Will snap it right out of his hands. Kufru is being sneaky. Seeker's thrown out. That would eventually reveal his position. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned. And Mizoki in the backline has put EXO on top.
White knuckle ride with how these teams have been playing is switched around and off into a Viper's Pit never really works out that well. Skydog's going to see if he can get some information and does connect onto Viti. Bravo doesn't need the operator, he runs in with a shorty.
And the Viper's Pit down, which means that Shinnick has got an open coast to work with. All the timing on it. Viti has gone all the way around and Shinnick won't expect it. He's searching, he's looking, he's desperate about it. But Viti will be able to go ringing around the Rosie and secure the dub for his team.
Oh, it's been a day. It's just the opening there, but really good work for Will to just find space out on the open site. But you also look at the position where Waken dies, and it's just out in a crazy position. I don't even know if it was Waken. That's how much I'm losing my mind. It's just Coalesce just trying to keep themselves as composed as possible. It's two Brimstones topping the charts when it comes to the kills. And it's no surprise you got Viti with that experience from a Pina Orchestrary last year. You got Bravo, who has been nothing short of astounding. I think maybe his debut on a Polaris stream potentially. I want to double check that because I want to do this guy justice because he's been crazy strong. He was on Honved Esports beforehand.
Here.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. This is quite a showing, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's who comes out on top in the round. You can have all the high-flying performances you want, but if it doesn't result in round wins and, by extension, map wins, does it really matter? Coalesce, they're going to be taking the fight to EXO Clan here. We might be looking at a very quick 3 versus 4 collapse in showers. Guiding light out, it makes EXO drop a little bit further back. Full posting up in the same corner. Trailblazer spotting out at least 2 players, but the orb is retrieved.
No point over fighting it now that the little mini objective is done with. And you know that there's a lot of bodies dedicated to that side of the map from Coalesce, so naturally you want to shuffle over towards B, but you're running into, they don't know it yet potentially, but the Cypher and that Viper's Pit over in that corner taking up all of long. It's a really good defensive setup this from Coalesce, it's just whether EXO could break it.
Good fruit. Not showing his ground just yet, but throws down a trap for good measure. Does take a little bit of damage throughout that exchange. EXO, they've let this clock run to its last vestiges for quite some time. They've done it a few times already. They just need to make sure they don't do it again as they rush into the site. Dizzy, disallowing Kufru to see, but he's still able to hold on. EXO, still the ones to get most of the kills throughout it. And it does take him a little while, but they do take down the entire B-side defense.
A really good execute. Could be an option to save here, but no, Coalesce are just going for this. They've got the pincer with the player in hookah, but he's smoked off.
Last player standing.
Gorlak wanted to push off the back of a guiding light, but Viti doesn't give him the delicacy to do that. I think it's been a while we've seen a 2-round lead, but EXO have retrieved it. And I don't think the economical... Never mind. The economy of Coalesce is fine. But either way, a 2-round lead is a 2-round lead.
I mean, the fact that they're able to get this kill onto Waken first as well, he just poked his head right out of his Viper's Pit. It was all the way down in B long, and he gets taken out instantly, but it was a good execute, a good combo of utility. Now, EXO feel like they're starting to get their mojo back, starting to get into the swing of things. Small by here. It's difficult if Coalesce lose this round. You go to round 12 with essentially nothing. And EXO, the biggest lead that they've had to go into a half with was 7-5. And the biggest loss that they had was 10-2, so they don't need to worry about the scoreline being in that way. But 8-4 half of them would be really good on this attacking side.
Camera taken out.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from EXO initially, right? Put that pressure in, break the camera, break the trip. Now you have time to reset around the map and do other stuff. Unfortunately, it's such a big dedication from EXO on this side of the map. They want to go B. They have to go B. There's no other way around it unless you go for the teleport shot, which has a trip in front of it. So EXO, time is starting to run out, and they haven't really taken much outside of showers alone. They put no pressure towards B. So naturally, Coalesce are going to keep 3 people on this side of the map.
Wingman interrupted, but he didn't have a spike to begin with. EXO, showstopper, used like a charm, and it's followed up on as well. Bravo, backside taken. Want to make sure that Lamps isn't taken over. While the spike is being planted by EXO, they've got full control. What Bravo and Golak need to do is wait for Chinook to arrive. Hold their ground while Chinook is doing the mad work in the back line, and that's exactly what he'll do. He'll arrive just in the nick of time while both defending players of the A site hold their ground and win their individual fights. Coalesce can't go in anywhere. Both the teams have each other on a leash.
Individual fights and more. It was a 3 versus 5 the Coalesce won just then. Lukey jumps in, he gets the first 2, and that was it. They weren't able to find any other kills, and part of it was Bravo just being able to survive for a few seconds there, but Chinook again doing great work. He switched over his role completely from what we saw from Metasport last year, and it's been crazy good from him. Really impressive.
You know what to do.
Would be very poetic to see this maybe be a 6-all scoreline at the half.
It would, wouldn't it? Oh no. Might be just another war of attrition, really. 2 players lined up. A high-low, which has only caused just a bit of splash damage onto Batty as he's looking to find an opener. But takes his dizzy back and fades away. Spike to be recollected. Will, he's always poked and progged this A site. Sometimes gets away with the kills, sometimes not. But now he's got reinforcements. He won't be alone in his efforts to create an opening here.
You just don't have that catalytic ult util to go in. Not only is the rotation coming from Coalesce, there are 4 players on site, you've got the flank happening at the same time from Chinook.
30 seconds
That's
left.
just such a read. And EXO clan have taken their sweet time, and it's going to end up to bite them. They know they don't really need to take the fight, given that Chinook is on the back line again. Everyone is being destroyed, crunched down, trampled upon. Will is a dead man walking. And Coalesce close out the half at equilibrium.
Ended up at the half with both Brimstone still on top. 14-4 for Viti and Bravo 11-6. Nothing to separate them as of yet. Really hard to say which team is playing better because it just seems to be in droves more than anything.
Maybe. I feel like, sure, one team, you can't really differentiate which team is playing better, but I can definitely tell which one is playing more monotone, and that's EXO. They haven't really switched up the way of play. Well,
it's very
Coalesce.
bland. It's very garlic and herb Nando's sauce, isn't it?
Exactly.
And just slow as well. Like they're doing the right things, but when you don't do stuff for a certain amount of time, Coalesce are like, okay, we get information on the other side of the map. They're not here. We can stack 4 people on the site that they're hitting. So it feels from EXO of just, why is there always 4 people defending on the sites that we're hitting? And it is just that they're not able to spread out. Even what Coalesce are doing right now, we didn't see that much from EXO. Just pushing up and taking B long. You can fight for the orb, you get control of the TPs as well. And EXO doing a good thing here, pushing 2 in showers. Whether Kung Fu can win this duel or whether he wants to take it or not, Will's wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, but Waken's able to come in and support.
We might be trading pistol rounds here with Coalesce having the upper hand so far. And all the remaining EXO players are a little bit too far away. Batty out into the open, and with a snake bite at his feet, poisoning him away, his time was limited. Vitty's low. Mizuki, they know where he is as well. So yeah, that's going to be the end of that with Coalesce to collect around. They're going to wish to be at Flawless, and that's exactly what it's going to be. No casualties for Coalesce entering the attacking side.
And just more movement on the attack. It just forces EXO to do some uncomfortable stuff. Because even then, if the 2 players win that fight up against Waken and Kung Fu, you had Golak just going for the teleporter to sideswipe them. It was just really good sound play, a really nice little pistol to work with. And pretty much as of late, since Coalesce took a timeout, it has been all them, frankly. They've been sort of running the map for the most part. They've got an anti-eco here. Nexo stacking 4 players on the A site. Just the Brimstone are low on long, and he's already spotted by Chinook, who's got the Outlaw, I think, in hand. Or is it just a Marshal?
It's an Outlaw. But still. Coalesce giving EXO a taste of their own medicine. Slow and steady. Trying to run their opponent's util out. This time EXO take the gamble stack. It's not about figuring out what your opponent's going to do. Just try and stick more players towards this A site. Not reveal too many. Mizuki's been spotted. Luke will end up not dropping. As Coalesce inch their way forwards. Bit of rejuvenation at play. Trollways are pushing to the back end. Spike being committed with EXO. They're going to be looking for some damage here. And a moment to break through. And the moment will be when Will pushes through. Showers, no way. They started this with pistols, and actually the team on top here upgraded into a Guardian. Spike isn't planted. Wingman trying to go for the chase underneath the smoke. 2 players concussed, but it doesn't matter because there's no one there for the follow-up. Kung Fu in the midst of his own trap.
Chinook
will try and do some damage. And Luki able to retaliate. There's only 1 player remaining for Coalesce, but there's not much time to get this round under lock and key. But he might just have just enough time. With this 5 seconds to spare, the spike goes down, rifle collected by Mizuki, and it's a Sky v Sky to determine who comes out on top. Mizuki goes looking. Outlaw in hand, the timing favors Chinook! The Quadra clutch! And Coalesce still keep it going!
Is Mizuki as well losing another 1v1 clutch? Different context this time in comparison to Ascent, but still just a baffling round. Completely off the walls Valorant. The collapse for Chinook here. And just the way he wants to play that for the 4K to just keep them in it. They were on the anti-eco. They were almost losing to just pistols alone. That means this bonus is pretty much non-existent for Coalescence, and EXO all by handy, but gonna be annoyed that they weren't able to get that last round.
Poison's off.
If you think you know where this game is going, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Go get him.
There's no way you can predict outcomes
Oh,
for
he's
rounds like
through.
this. Oh, gets it done. Gets it done. All chill, all calm. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see. Luki challenged. Paint shells could be strong, but he thinks better of it. Instead drops to the safety of the back site. He's got reinforcements, but Coalesce, they made it clear this A site is where they want to go. And they want to make sure they get the spike down before the sky smokes fade out, but they don't quite get the timing right. Luki and Vitty instead have an open line of sight to do what they want, but it's not without retaliation. 2 versus 3. Oh my word. Vitty spotted. Chinook's going to wait for the right timing to move in. Vitty is careful about it. My word. Mizoki now to join the fray. As he looks to pounce upon the site, he'll be holding hands with his teammate, Golak. Close angle held in Cubby, Bravo. Also feather up and short, but it's Mizoki to end up on top with a kill. And the rifles seem to have the advantage. Outlaw, 2 shots remaining, which means only one can be expended to find the pickup, instead drawing to the pistol. Getting sure that there's no diffuser here, but it's being diffused halfway, so it's just on time to get it down and diffuse. EXO are going to remain in arm's reach of their opponents.
I thought they didn't have time there, but that's a superb bonus for Coalesce. They had an Outlaw, that was pretty much it. An Outlaw and a Guardian, I think, is what they had to work with. And here the players held on for as long as possible at 11 HP to finish off. EXO are just... It was them on top initially. They take the first map. They do it in decent style after Coalesce have a pretty strong showing in that first half. But since then, Coalesce have been leading the line and EXO have been doing their best to catch up. Good damage done to Golak early, but it's all just going to get healed up over by the Sky anyway. Seekers would be really handy. Neural Theft as well to get a kill to just see where these defenders are playing. But if they wait long enough, EXO tend to show up anyway. They tend to get a bit over-aggressive, a bit more proactive. Look at where the Viper is. This can get punished really hard if he's not careful.
Yeah, that's true. Well, how many is he good for? Or will he choose to vacate the premises? Poison Cloud is a bit of a distraction, but Golak is able to double up without too many issues. I think Coalesce might have been able to break through here. Batty can't find an answer, and with a Neural Theft revealing Batty, he doesn't get shot towards. That's interesting, even though there was smokes between himself and his opponents. Instead, it's the save from EXO. Won't be trying to go for anything rough. Just Vidi to stick around to see if he can find any more kills given the judge. But yeah, Coalesce will slightly increase the lead.
One man in his judge. Still, there's a lot of respect given to Coalesce as well. People aren't backing off, people aren't hunting too much. Just making sure that they don't screw this up for themselves, because it's been 9-7. And an eco required next, I think, for EXO, because you look at the money, it's not good at all.
Right here. Need help.
Well, thankfully for EXO, actually this is a quite quick timeout to bring out. Usually they wait for a 5-round streak by Coalesce before they draw one out, so...
Can't afford to, really. You can't let that happen.
No, you cannot. Not many rounds to spare before Coalesce end up sealing the deal with this series. Crazy how we got here though, Ryan, right? Because Abyss, sure, it was a bit of a kerfuffle at the start, bit of a back and forth, but the second half, EXO took over. And we thought, sure, that's over, that's Coalesce's map pick. So, you know, it should be simple sailing for Ascent. Then EXO went nowhere to be found in the first half. But then it was the complete opposite for the second. But Coalesce still had a big of a gap, so they closed it down. Now Bind, it's just a giant back and forth. They're just trading blows. It's like watching Jake Paul and yeah, it's just watching everyone in the ring just throwing punches at each other without having an actual victor in the match.
There's some joke to be made there, but I don't know what it would be. It'd probably be something along the lines of, I mean, players like Viti are so experienced, they're so old, that Jake Paul will probably want to fight them next.
There.
I guess so.
I've got your trail.
But, safe to say, they're not trying to hold back punches. Which could be argued what Mike Tyson was doing the other day. Anyway, in we go this time. Coalesce don't really find much resistance over to the B side. Instead, it's taken quite cleanly. And EXO have got all their 5 players alive to try and go for this retake. It's a tough one. Elbow fully controlled over Coalesce. Chinook holding down here. It's a great angle to have, especially when there's no shields on the other side, so it could be quick collections on the two players that are coming in that direction. Even more reinforcements arriving at elbow. But the two players out and long need to be the ones to survive,
Ooh,
but
bravo.
it doesn't seem that anyone is taking any damage on the side of Coalesce. Instead, it's Golak to find the final 2 kills and put Coalesce at what I'd say the most comfy lead we've seen this entire map.
Yeah, it feels like it. We haven't really seen that many flawlesses, like maybe 3 or 4 at most. Just a way to do this. Bravo able to just switch around from a player fighting in hookah and then towards defender spawn. Could have even been an argument there because there was like 3 rifles, couple of like 2 rifles, even a judge and 2 pistols. Send the judge and the 2 pistols to try and fight and do some damage and then save the guns just to keep money good. Because here everybody's running with half armor. And you got ultimates almost ready. But I have to imagine that by the time we'll see Seekers, Viper's Pit, even stuff like the Orbital Strike, Coalesce could easily be on match series kind of tournament point at that rate. They lose this round on an eco yet again from the looks.
Hawk out!
Probably the slowest pace that we've seen from either team. I just don't know what to do with myself when it's just a little bit of a stalemate, but it is good work from Coalesce to just kind of get these defenders running around like headless chickens, and it's going to be pretty much just an out there execute onto the B side.
It is. But who will be getting the spoils of war here? Golak nearly transitioned onto the second one. Could have been a collection. But not quite Will, avoiding Showstopper
Spike
after
down,
bullets,
B.
after nades. But he won't be surviving the last
Ooh,
kill.
Batty.
Kufu is able to draw things back a little bit. Batty overstepping is welcome, and it could be their downfall, but the crossfire by Luke and Viti is good enough to keep EXO still in contention.
Felt a little bit there. The Coalesce weren't quite ready to go for the execute. They just tried to kind of, whilst people were in motion, getting into position, just send it from there, and just saw the Mendaluki just dashing out, gets a nice kill, sure, but with the smoke on site, it just made things really uncomfortable for the trade. He gets taken out, nobody can really help him. Even Batty, to an extent, overexerting himself by trying to take a fight for a smoke, but it goes their way at the expense of using a Showstopper too. So just 2 rounds between them. 1 big round here and you can turn things in your favor and get the confidence back. EXO pushing aggressively in this position. Awaken is just almost sleepwalking away from it. Really didn't expect that there was going to be a lot of players to push him there.
Yeah, I mean, EXO have been holding back so much that you really don't anticipate it. You've been conditioned to be the aggressor this entire time, and all of a sudden you've got a defender approaching you. Still, Coalesce looking to break through here. Great shot by Viti, but the thing is, you need to make sure your kill goes untraded. Although the cross is permitted, this orbital strike might be able to find some chip damage and could funnel them into a great position. Lucky, though, is in tough territory. He needs to be able to survive, but I don't expect that. He's put himself in this position already. Thrash comes through. The spray down is there. He doesn't expect it, but he gets a double. Both of them line up, and now it's down to Bravo. A clear opportunity for EXO to inch ever closer. And boy, do they take it.
Yeah, just a little bit of luck. Just a little bit to just help him out there. But this fight from Viti was nice. Luki not getting cleared ever so slightly a second later, and he might not have necessarily got the kill. But just the Guardian being able to get 2 through the... One of them through the smoke stood right behind his initial target. And there's still money in the bank for Coalesce. But only just. Losing this round would have equal score of 10-all and an eco. This is maybe the most important round of the night for either side.
It very much could be.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's
Well,
off.
will be the first responder. But no emergency services needed just yet.
Ati's rotated over. It's a little bit awkward with the positioning for Mizuki. Both players looking at each other, looking like, what do we do? What's the plan? And just Skydog's going to be able to get some information, and the rest of Coalesce looking to group up as far to go short. There's no cipher trips. There's nothing to really stall other than just these smokes from Viti and maybe the Molotov. You're looking at Lukey, aggressive position, but that's because he has the operator. Just waiting for Comfy to maybe just walk into his sight line. The minute has passed, and Coalesce have not really done all that much to provide a response here from the defenders. But they're hitting the weak side.
30 seconds left.
Well, Lukey's able to find the first shot, and he's trying to go and trade it. He's got the assistance of Viti in the back end, but instead it's Viti to drop. At least Lukey gets
Big
one
trade,
more
though.
before he ends up dropping to the ground. So the spike will be going down, and it's still a 3v3, Ryan.
Spike planted.
Seeker doesn't show where Comfy was, but it still goes down. Mizuki's able to get the kill. One final flash, and Gulak has to push back a little bit more.
Last player standing.
Gulak, you need to hold on to that position, but isn't capable of doing so. Instead, it's Exo to punch right back up. An uppercut to the face, leading us to a stalemate again.
Well, Coalesce do love to take these timeouts in the ecos. Either cooking up a strat or just being able to adjust, especially when you look at what ultimates are not only available right now, but what are going to be available for the next potential 4 or 5 rounds. Guess at most it can only be 4. Up until you get to timeout. Overtime, sorry, of course, because you get another timeout then. You're looking at what you have. You've got Showstopper, you've got your Viper's Pit, Neural Theft. Likely going to have the Seekers, not going to have another Orbital Strike for the rest of this regulation of time. But also Batty not likely to have another ultimate to go with on the Gecko. No Seekers, no Showstopper maybe, no Orbital Strike. It really does come down to Waken versus Will, like how these Viper's Pits are going to be effective, whether they can just close out a round on their own.
Let's see here. Will this timeout pay dividends here for Coalesce as they look to spread out again, putting most pressure towards A-Long. Exo seem a little bit more fidgety about it. Seem to be running around a little bit more than before. A bit more frantic. But then again, it's such safe positioning by them. Just they're waiting for Coalesce to show the first move so they can commit to a hold. And they're not using much utility because they know this is a slow-paced round. The effectiveness of playing slow is no longer there. Lukey ready with a perfect angle though. 2 approaching. And eyes on the prize, avoiding the guiding light and repositioning for potentially another showstopper. And it could be double collection. That's exactly what it is, but Viti's still on site. Viper's Pit dropping. Viti is looking to see if he can find any damage here. But the Viper's Pit is dropped to the back of site. But that's not where anyone is approaching. Instead, Viti is already in. The likes of Mizuki is over on Heaven, looking to find an opening. And Will's pushing through short, but everyone's so spread out with no information, it's impossible to figure out how you come out on top. Viti, you don't want to take this fight with your knife out, but you want to take this one at least. Unfortunately, I don't see this round going into Viti's favor. I very much see this as a Coalesce crown unless it's thrown away, but that's not going to happen because the time has run down and the spike will inevitably explode.
Ooh, Gulak just getting out ever so slightly. The hunt is attempted, really. Money isn't really that good for Exo either. Lukey just finding the opening, but it's a great ultimate. Perfect instance. Viti just trying to maybe make something happen. At the rate that this series has been going, and go for it. Weirder things have happened today. I love that this series has gone on for so long. I mean, I'm just putting my all into watching this. I almost feel bad for the game afterwards, because it's like, well, we have a tough act to follow, because this has been a tremendous game.
Yeah, it's been a great back and forth.
Golak.
Oh, after playing so slow, being so scared to take fights, he just swings in dry without a care in the world. And, yeah, does his thing.
Golak.
Goat lag. That could start a trend. And that advantage isn't really done anything. It hasn't really caused anything, right? It's just Coalesce keeping up, making sure that advantage is still theirs. They don't give it away for free. But this stack here, this little sneaky double stack could do a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
It's correctly placed.
Like you said, like, on the map, nothing's changed, or... So I've not really responded to it, but does feel like you could cut the tension with a knife. Dealing with this nicely, though, the Mosh, all of this utility to try and stall the execute as it's happening, and it opens up space for Viti to get free, potentially, for if he can hold on for a bit longer.
Spike down A.
I have nothing to say, and neither does Kuffu. That was unexpected by Viti. Yeah, let's see that one again. On instant replay.
Oh, the flash as well, actually, is superb from EXO.
It's the Dizzy, isn't it?
Great work from Batty. I think he's pretty low on the kill feed. Yeah, 7 of 13 bottom in the server, but that assist in itself, you're setting up Viti to be an absolute grandstand here, and you've got an anti-eco to get yourself onto match and series point.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Don't screw this up, EXO. Good start, at least.
Oh, okay, well, usually rounds end up being converted after a pick, right? Surely.
Surely.
Surely. Yeah, we don't live in Earth right now. We live on Pandora, and a lot of blue people are running around.
Well, you said Pandora. I was thinking more Borderlands than Avatar.
Oh.
I was thinking of Psychos, which is also like pretty
accurate, right?
Yeah.
More accurate than Avatar, I'd say.
Chinook does sound like a Vault Hunter name, to be fair.
Fair. Fair point. Look, EXO's supposed to come out on top here. There isn't much of a buy for Coalesce, although we have seen them do some damage with Sheriff before, but they are moving into her Viper's Pit with not much health, and with Molly's against them. What is going on? Sheriff kills
30
have
seconds
succeeded 30 seconds, but EXO clan have grouped up. They're all bunched up now. Incendiary disallowing them to cross through, so the spike will go down. There's a judge here. Ryan, if you were next to me, I'd beg you to hold my hand, because I am scared.
Still got Bravo.
Bravo ends up falling. The Seeker's available, so could give him some information, but he has to draw the Sheriff. He's got to be accurate with it. Oh, he is! Oh! He's never been more accurate! Chinook! That is otherworldly!
Match point.
What in God's name is that? Will gets taken out in the Viper's Pit as well. It was an eco round for Coalesce. What a flick here as well. Another 4K, another ridiculous clutch lost from EXO. Another 1vx from Coalesce 1. That feels like it's it. Even though the map is even, like the money is even, the ultimates are in hand. That is backbreaking from EXO.
Well, we're just going to pretend that never happened. Oh, everybody's going through the TP and it's worked out. EXO reacting to it. just in the nick of time, and now they've got the spike control. They've got everything here. You cannot fumble this. Even with an orbital strike, you cannot fumble this. And Waken was visible first. Kufu looking to see if he can clutch it. Oh, 2 more left, and he's got the effect. He knows where they're both going to be, so he's going to try and pre-fire this orbital strike. He's avoided it. Tennessee, no. A pixel further forwards, and he might have survived that. Don't know if he would have been able to get the 1v2, but he could have survived the orbital strike. Overtime. I feel this game was only destined for overtime.
Yeah, it feels like it was set up perfectly in order to do it. Because good grief, this map, this series, this whole day thus far has been unbelievable from both sides. And now it's just a case of mentally, can you get yourself through this last piece? It might as well just be these rounds, 2 in a row. Forget all the other maps. Forget how we got to overtime here. Just 2 wins in a row is all you need. You don't need to rely on ultimates. You'll always have a bye. Which team can win in overtime the attack and defense round? There's Exo's struggling with the same thing, right? I meant to break all of this utility. There goes the camera. You know where the trip's going to be. But how do you do stuff on the other side of the map to stop 5 people rotating over for Coalesce to sit on the site?
2 consecutive rounds are required from now on. This is overtime. 1 attack and 1 defense round. Sure, he'll break the tripwire, but he is patient. Oh. No shots will connect, but he's giving away crucial information, and Coalesce are going to bounce off the back of it to defend this A site. 3 bodies sent for the defense and the hold. A lot of damage dealt for Batty trying to cross onwards. Moshpit doing a lot, but it's Vitti's bullets to find the first blood through things. Kogfu, oh, he's doing everything that is necessary for Coalesce, and they're thanking him, but they're still falling behind here because there's a 2v3, which is quickly converted into 2v2. Paint shells do a lot onto Mizoki as he tries to reconfigure and help his teammate to hold this down. It's Will. It's Will in the 1v2, and he's got his knife out. Why do you take your knife out in a moment like this? Gorlak swings out at the optimal timing to put Coalesce on series points.
And just holding on for dear life, another close round. It's just mental with how much these players are able to do. Good positioning by Kubfu, able to get free. And it was a really good molly as well that came in on the defensive side from Waken, just as those players were starting to come out of showers. Just able to do a good amount of damage, making it uncomfortable, and that has been the name of the game for Coalesce pretty much since the second map. Make it awkward for Exo because they'll make their own mistakes. And this round could be the final one offered to them.
All I know is that you can never count Exo out. They have been pushing through this game. Getting any round that is handed to them. But it's always felt like they were the ones playing catch-up. It's always felt like Coalesce has been the team slightly ahead. And they've got the opportunity to close it all here right now. But it's Vitti's shots that shine first. Orb collected, but they're all too far away from the ultimates for it to matter. Vitti sprays through the smoke again, and it pays dividends. Wingman walks past Waken. So Waken's got a real opportunity here, but no one's looking. Batty, it's all down to timing. And I think Batty's turned around right on time. He drops back, doesn't want to take any chances. Coalesce are on the back foot here. They're the ones that need to take the risk. Exo know of this, and they'll hold their angles. That surely is the guarantee of the round. Taking us to another round of overtime.
Of a great flash.
Kufu will be the final nail in the coffin. A flawless round to build the confidence for Exo Clan as they give this another go.
We go again. Lukey with the defensive operator able to do a lot, and it just sort of felt like at no point did Coalesce able to get something moving and going.
Switching
Just
sides.
trying to manipulate the map, and much like it has been so far, EXO taking a timeout, but position towards A main yet again. Feels that this is going to be an unending series to watch.
It damn well could be. I think we were going to break records today, Ryan. I think this is a day for records.
Which ones in particular?
The longest game in Valorant's history?
I don't know. Usually that's Hazard and Cairo casting it, so they usually get
One of them or two
the
of them
long
are
ones.
watching it?
I don't think I could do another series. Genuinely, I don't think I could cast another series after this one if it breaks the record of longest map.
Well, anything can happen. Anything can happen. By the way, the funny thing is, EXO won the previous round, and they're the ones to bring out a timeout.
I mean,
don't
okay,
know
so
what that
this, I
means.
remember having
I
a
can read between the
discussion,
lines,
an
yeah.
argument about this, a debate, I suppose, with Jada, who was the RGL of Odd One. Like, these timeouts are like fine because it's like what you're going to do on the attacking side.
Okay.
Because if that's the side that you're struggling with, and it was the side that like EXO kind of let go a little bit. They had some really good moments, but often relying on ultimates to find those spaces. Now they can't. And this whole like camera Viper wall on showers has been such a pain. It's been the same setup for Coalesce over and over again. And EXO just don't know how to manipulate the map around it. Here they're doing a little bit better by putting some pressure towards B. But there's still those trips, not only in short, but in that choke in showers as well.
This time, two to the defense of the safe site. Both of them bunched up together, with EXO required to push through two different trips. And reinforcements arrive from Bravo as well. It's right on time, though. He is smoked off in the meantime. He'll have to think if he's going to step past it. Lukey is expected and shut down. EXO took a timeout, and Coalesce ask for what?
I mean, I didn't expect we'd see back-to-back flawlesses for both teams in this series at any point, but here we are. Coalesce again on tournament point to qualify for Polaris next year.
30 seconds left.
And EXO just stonewalled in on these sites. Both these teams just can't find that opening, that timing, without having something else to rely on. And it was a timeout as well EXO took to try and work out how to approach it, and it was just the same answer, the same problem that they kept running into over and over again. And it's just defense round City, these last few. And EXO getting initial information with the Sky Flash. Should be prepping and primed for a Coalesce B execute. And Will is maybe going in. He decides against it, thank God. Because that could have been a disaster.
Yeah. Thinking against it. Trailblazer, that's going to find a lot of information. It's going to be shot. And they will be spraying on smokes. Again, I feel like history is repeating itself. This toxic screen is proving to be deadly. It's an illusion. It's an illusion of comfort that they can't see you, but they know where you are. And they'll spray bullets upon you. Oh, and Batty can't believe he's being shot. Oh my word, another flawless. 3 back-to-back now.
I'm so done.
And we enter
I'm so
another
done.
overtime.
Just nobody could get into a site at this rate.
Flawless.
Suddenly, these teams have remembered how they want to set up these defenses because they've been impenetrable. Look how many rounds in the, since round 18, last 10. 8 round wins for defensive teams. I hope the teams playing after this one aren't on late time schedules.
What are they going to have to do? Of got a flight to catch tomorrow. Don't expect to be up late. It's okay. We'll pull an all-nighter. Sleep on the airplane.
They found my wire.
The only thing that's been done is breaking out utility from the Cypher. But it still takes 40 seconds. You see some teams just run that stuff down in 25. It's a similar sort of moment, and is this going to be another flawless?
Definitely looks like it. What is going on? Nobody on attack is
Player standing.
able to do anything. No one can do anything on attack. It's like they enter attack and they just become,
Switching sides. Match
I don't know, disabled. Is that too mean? It feels like they get too scared, right? Too angsty. They don't make any moves.
They're overthinking every element on attack, and it just makes it feel like you're just sort of trying to do it through sand. I know there is parts of the map that are called sand on this, so I know it's a bit confusing, but you get my point. Just trying to sieve yourself through water in order to get onto these sites. It's just not happening.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins coming up.
And they're again moving through A-Long, where
An
they got
attack kill.
shut down time and time again. But finally, this is opened up by 2 attacking kills, actually. This might be it.
Spike planted.
This might be it, but you can't count EXO out, ever. Ever, ever, ever. Even though it's Coalesce that have been best on the clutches. You've got Batty moving in the back line, 2 potential kills for him. They're making a lot of noise, but he's avoided them. So he's going to try and do things. Oh, he's choosing to go through Hookah. I would have expected him to go too long. Lukey with the opener. Still could be converted. Orbital strike potentially wasted.
camera spotted him.
Back line. The camera comes in just in time, but Lukey's on the defuse. No way he's able to get this under a ninja defuse, but no, it's not happening. Coalesce. God, it takes him a while, but it's a 16-14 to seal the deal.
I mean, great work from them to just be able to bounce back from that first map and be able to just be on top. But like, it's gotta feel horrible for EXO, just with how the clutches that they lost, the howler moments that didn't go their way, how it managed to come back to a third map into overtime, 16-14, and 2 of the players at the top of the kill feed were EXO players. It was Viti and Lukey that had the higher ACS. They were the only ones. It was all of the other players from Coalesce in between them and the rest of their squad. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta sting if you're EXO, but like, massive congratulations for Coalescence for not only just being able to like have this team perform well, but to just keep their heads above water in what has been an absolute ball buster of a series.
It really has, and we're not done yet. If you expected action to be finishing here, you're wrong, because Scal Esports versus Team Oasis Esports are still going to be battling for that final spot in Challengers North. Well, if you're only just joining us, you have missed what has been the most thrilling and exciting Eclipse game we've had, I think, ever in the history of Eclipse. The closest it's ever gotten, but it's Coalesce that takes the cake, Ryan.
Yeah, and again, like, massive congrats to them just to be able to bounce back and do as well as they did. But you gotta feel bad for EXO, especially Viti. He dropped 31 kills in that last map alone and still ended up losing. He was, I mean, somebody's got to pick him up surely for Polaris or even above in some other regions for sure, because he's been a sublime player across Polaris, across UK and Nordic throughout this year. But it is just like Chinook, marvelous performance. We saw what he can do at the tier 2 Polaris level with Medispot last year, but also he was a player that didn't actually ever get to qualify through any of these events either. Like, was maybe 1 series away, 2 series perhaps at the start of this year, wasn't able to qualify for Eclipse earlier on previously, but was then still picked up from Medispot anyway. To be able to sort of get there, not of a technicality, not have to be picked up because the other team disbanded or imploded, but you earned your way there, of all things too. Seeing Batty to be able to come back, unfortunately not really able to work, but man, like, Bravo is an exciting player to watch for the future, that's for sure. Those 2 Hungarian players are amazing, and I hope we get to see more of them in Polaris next year.
Yeah, get to see more Hungarian players like this here. Absolutely, it's been amazing, and I think seeing the maps like this gets you wondering. It kind of brings back the memories of, look, after XO won Abyss, everybody thought this is probably over. This is asking a lot from Ascent, but from Coalesce rather. But no, they had it in them. They had it in them, and they were fighting for every single round. Sure, it got tiring. Sure, it got very attrition-y. But they were the ones that were pushing the most, and it showed in every single situation. They were never out of a round, and the clutches they were able to get were just superb. And, you know, look, they were the ones that were able to convert most of these rounds, therefore they're the winners of this match, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how it works anyway, but the fact that this has been a full best-of-3 series, like, yeah, we had an overtime finish, but it's almost 4 hours of the game happening here, like a couple of technical breaks here or there, but ultimately it has been an absolute grueling series to play, and the quality, certainly towards the end with some of those flawless defensive rounds for both teams, was stellar. It was just a lot of moments where they were playing the occasion more than they were playing the game. That's pretty much all that can be said, but one team comes out on top, and it was Coalescence on a pretty hefty try.
It really was. It really was. And I think you described it perfectly. You need to be able to keep yourself in the game, focus on the game at hand and not the situation you're in, right? Because if you put too much pressure in the moment, things won't go your way. And I think EXO will learn this lesson the hard way, as we will be seeing Coalesce progress onwards. But this is not the end of today, folks. We've got more games coming. Up next, we've got Skull Esports taking on Teemo Aces Esports in their efforts to do the exact same thing Coalesce did just now. So we'll be back after a break to see that game unfold. Hope you're there with us.
You love me. Come, you love me. You love me. Come, you love me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with best of me.
And away we go for the second series of the day here at Eclipse, where we've already seen the first team to make it through out of Eclipse, and that was Coalesce. But now it's time to turn the page and kind of enter the next matchup at hand. It's Skull Esports versus Team Oasis Esports. Ryan, look, we've kind of teased about these teams, some players that we know, some players that we, have experience playing in Challengers North and have been around for a while, and we've also teased some of the newer aspects. What is your highlight for these two teams? What is kind of the general idea getting this matchup today?
I think we have more players that were in Polaris this previous year in this series in comparison to last, and
yes,
we saw a lot of impact from previous players like Viti and stuff, right? So we see players like Devo back, Chanforma from NXT, people like Deck, Toba, Famzam, Sorin, all on different teams to an extent. Famzam obviously on Sweet and Sour and stuff. So seeing these guys like come together and play is going to be really exciting, really interesting. Just like different combinations of players that were from stuff like Requiem, which was what Sorin and Toba are on. I think Deck was on it as well. So you got a mix of them. Pokechop that was on Ruddy, which I remember from playing in other qualifiers. Ticey was on that team. Yanto, Harambe and stuff. Creamy Dreamy. So there's definitely a lot of like crossover with the teams and the players specifically that you'll recognize some of the names. Maybe not necessarily just in Polaris, but in other regions like Leah, for example.
Absolutely. And yes, these names are very familiar. It's kind of what you would expect to be one of the favorites to get into the league. To be fair, I wouldn't be saying this. Well, I would have said this if I didn't know Team Oasis Esports was their contender, obviously. But I think both of these teams have got a solid shot of making it through. And I think for Skull Esports, it's a bit unfortunate playing against Team Oasis, who I would believe they're some of the strongest. But I want to sort of bring and highlight that there's a lot of experience around, right? You've got the likes of Lear, who for some reason has been jumping from team to team, from region to region for a while, and has made his way into Challengers North with HS Deer, and yeah, essentially that.
That's the main one, yeah.
That's the main one. Well, you've also got Devo, who has been in Challengers North since day freaking one, essentially.
Wait a second,
he's been here for
Pavlos.
quite a while. Yes.
Look at the Devo's a duelist player. Breach 6 times is his most played. What's happened there?
Bit of a change of role, isn't there? It's a bit of a difference in what he's known for, and that's what's going to be an interesting aspect of the day. See if Devo will be able to, perform under this new role. Personally, I think Devo had his high impact moments in Challengers North. Thing is, he hasn't really done too much with Human Tripwires or E-Masters of NXT, so maybe there's another chance. But let's turn our attention to Team Oasis, which is basically, Ryan, a mix of Sweet and Sour and Requiem.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams were incredibly exciting to watch. Like, Sweet and Sour deserve, like, their own star, I suppose, on the Polaris Walk of Fame, just because of what an unsigned team was able to do to make play-ins, to just look that competitive and genuinely look like an Ascension contender to get there at the very least, behind the eventual Ascension winners in EMEA. So there was that. And in Requiem, put together such a strong squad. They absolutely blasted their way through the Eclipse qualifiers earlier on this year. Are these players going to make it 2 for 2 in some of these cases?
That's what we're really looking at here, right? And that's what we sort of expect, to be fair. Team Oasis seems to be quite a strong team. And that's not without a reason. Like you've already mentioned, in this previous season, as we bring the bracket up, Sweet and Sour and Requiem were in the top 3 of the roster. Now, if you look at the regular season, both Sweet and Sour and Requiem were teams that were able to take down Apex, whether that's in a map or a series. And Apex were the Ascension winning team and have made it into VCT. So there's a lot of quality for these players. Sure, they were new, they were young, they were inexperienced, and they barely had any time to witness Tier 2 Challengers North as it is. In contrast to Lear and Devo on the side of Scout Esports, who have had years in Challengers, whether that was North or other leagues. And they've just taken the stage by storm in this year, and have got a great chance of doing it all over again. Let's jump into the veto though, shall we?
I got scared then. I saw Icebox on the graphic and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, wait.
Is it back? Is it back already?
Not sunset though, at least. I did want to kind of see what teams were doing with like the new changes on the map. Has this graphic actually got the new version of the map on it? No, it doesn't. That's something just to point it out. No Ascent either. So you're sort of looking at maps like Pearl is a good chance to be played. Abyss is also pretty popular with these teams. I think there's pretty much an open slot, and especially when you've got players like this, Bind coming in isn't too much of a surprise because of the fact it was in Polaris throughout the entirety of the year. So these players, because they have been playing Tier 2 consistently, have a lot of experience with it. Pearl, however, is a very interesting one, and I'm genuinely very excited. I haven't queued into it yet. I've played a bit of Valorant, not a huge amount, but a good amount, and not had the chance to play on Pearl yet. And I've missed it, genuinely. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've missed it for sure.
You've missed Pearl. To be fair, I haven't played it yet, but that's not because I haven't played. It's because I haven't been playing much Valorant lately. I should be getting back into things for sure. But yeah, I think I wanted to highlight essentially the journeys from these teams coming into Eclipse. Skull had a bit of a rough journey. I think they had to reverse sweep their way out of the Swiss stage, losing the first 2 maps, and it has been a rough road on them on maps such as Pearl, and that's one of the maps in the pool. So that's particularly scary if you're Skull right now, and coming up against Team Oasis, who has only dropped a single map throughout the entire Eclipse tournament, and you know have got players with strong historical performances.
Pedigree, yeah.
Pedigree, yeah. It's a bit daunting.
Oh yeah, but it's also like these players know each other enough that it's like they might look scary on paper, but you've played and scrimmed against them. You might even played with them on various teams. Going onto a map like Bind, Scout Esports sort of picking up that old comp. It worked for Coalescence, why wouldn't it work for them kind of thing? And also, again, Oasis going for a similar comp to what's meta, and instead of having the Fade, they're going to run with the Sky. Soren having his moments. I certainly remember like a Sheriff clutch on Icebox pretty early on in his time on Requiem. I think that was against Apex as well. So there are moments for these players to absolutely pop off. It's good to see the likes of Transformer and Devo playing again. And it does feel a little bit like it's NXT versus Requiem for sure, which, if I remember correctly in Stage 2 at least, it's a bit of a banger and a very close series overall.
Indeed. Look, I don't think we were missing close matchups in Challengers North, I feel, this year. I think we had some strong performances, especially towards the latter end of the season, where any team could beat anyone. Maybe not Apex, though. Let's not include Apex in that conversation. I think there was a lot of it. There was a big fight in the middle of the pack field.
I just sky flashed myself, yeah.
Oh, you sky
I unplugged my light, so I wanted to plug it back in, and it just...
it was just like... spotlight on Ryan. But yeah, it's time to get rock and rolling. It's Skull Esports versus Team Oasis for their final chance to make it into Challengers North. This is what they've been fighting for in Eclipse. An uphill road for Skull. For Team Oasis, more or less smooth sailing. But can they get themselves to their final destination?
Name like Team Oasis, you're sort of thinking a little bit like it's going to be a chilled, tranquil time. Skull Esports, I suppose it's more of a an invasion, right? Taking it by storm. And I do actually like that you've got XR Requiem X NXT. I don't know how Mishu's actually playing instead of Famzam. Already a different look of the squad.
Oh.
So it is more pretty much Requiem at this point.
Yeah.
That's still scary enough.
Really is. Lear in first, but it's Soren to quick trade. It's the Challengers North players to quickly pop up, but the newcomer Porky Chop to do a lot of the damage and probably be the most influential aspect of this game. We didn't really touch on the newcomers, but Porky Chop is one of them. As this young Brit has already shown his mark. Still a 2v2 with every single one of the players are low.
Spikes not only not planted, but out in the open for Porky Chop to keep an eye on. So the off angle is a scary one. It's 50 seconds as well. So McD, I guess it would be, MCD, looking to try and flank all the way around and change that position. And if you thought that was audacious, Deck is going all the way around. He's going to run into a trip. And that is good enough to know the Porky Chop is going to be alone here, but that might just be enough.
30 seconds left.
And
One enemy
MCD,
remaining.
oh, is able to bring it back. Crispy with the headshot find, and now he can get that spike in place in the ground, but he's completely unaware where Deck is coming from. And he's gone all the way
Is he going to
around
ping
the
this
world.
camera?
I don't think he's got
10
time to. I
seconds
think he's
left.
too worried about having his gun out and getting the spike down. A missed opportunity there. Deck instead crossing in, and MCD right out into the open. So Deck is there. The 17-year-old is able to clutch things up for Oasis to start things up with a 1-0 score.
Slippery eel to get all the way around those trips without giving away that position. It was risky. You definitely, if you're Porky Chop, you're going to be frustrated if that doesn't go your way. But he wins the duel. MCD being able to pull around. And yeah, there's just, unless you just randomly pick on your camera to see it, there's no way that you'd expect a player to rotate all the way around there. The defensive pistol picked up. You've got an Outlaw, a Marshal, 2 Bulldogs, and a Spectre left, and nothing bought up at all from Skal.
Early smoke, Porky Chop looking for a random shot to connect. Nice little pot flash, and it actually pays dividends. Both Showers players are down, and that's a couple of rifles that could be collected. Porky Chop in trouble. Want to make sure he can hold down his ground. But if Skal keep trading like this, this could be favorable.
We've seen so many silly rounds. It's all blurring into one.
Enemy remaining.
Mishu's just converted. Okay. Now, what does MCD have in mind?
One enemy remaining.
He does manage to deliver onto Mishu. It was quite laboured, but again, time may become an issue if he's not careful. And it's Deck and MCD in the clutch again.
Is he even
Just
watching
like-
it?
And Deck might have the upper hand for yet another time because he's got the angle covered. 2-0 for Oasis.
This split, it's simple, it's clean, but it's harder than it looks. Mishu to be playing there. So yeah, like, now for Team Oasis, the bonus is looking like a worse buy than what they just had realistically, but not going to matter too much. Skal doing an ample enough damage to make it a little bit more precarious. And MCD on his way to having a neural theft almost, so Ultimates have been sort of chewed up a bit. Different setups already for Oasis from what we saw from Coalescence, just with the trip to go across as they're trying to get in on the site. And up against the... Not a Gecko, actually. Even not really going to have to worry about it too much. Interesting to see both teams running a Cypher on their sides. It's just a lack of Viper on Oasis' side, so defensively, you don't really have the same level of stall, which mid-roundy kind of stuff. So if they can do a lot of work on this defense, make up for the fact that they don't have that wall to maybe lurk up short, then this could be it. It's risky, But a lot more teams are starting to do it now than before. Before, if you didn't have a Viper, it'd be sacrilege.
I don't think if the guiding lights didn't drop, I think Porky Chop would have been rotating over to the A site. Instead, it's Oasis trying to chip in together to find the power in numbers. And I might just be here on time with Alert
30
looming.
seconds left.
Could be difficult. Wingman as well as the Dizzy, they're expecting a bit of a crunch. It doesn't come in. They're waiting for the flank to come into play. But it's incredible to win it, given he's got a Vandal to have the advantage in the fight. Yeah, the weapons have a really big lead. And it will definitely favor them to win this round. Just a couple of casualties as Skull find their way on the score sheet.
Skull's going to be really happy with that. You get to the point, you only lose 2 players, and you've got a big ultimate of the orbital strike in the hands of incredible. Oasis, showstopper would be nice, definitely to find those moments. But it did feel a little bit tricky for Oasis, especially when you're trying to go for a retake with the Dizzy Flash. It has to be paired with something. Either players ready to peek or with a Sky Flash, because it is probably the most valuable bit of utility that you'd have on a retake. Because that flash can get so much information and just set you up nicely. And especially if you're not running a fade when you have the Haunt to go in with tandem.
Toba needs to be careful here. The strike will do so much damage. But he won't be able to get out of harm's way. Mishu also tranquilized. And Deck will have a similar fate as his fallen teammates. That was the quickest take as ever. Skull completely switch up the pace. And it's caught Oasis off guard. I don't think anything else is required. They're just going to be playing this safe. Not take any engagements, unnecessary ones at least. And with the cam also being there, they just make sure Oasis are as far as back as possible.
Just saving.
Take the time to throw in the Trailblazer, and the save is committed to.
Skull finding a lot of value with the orbital strike. I think if you're Toba there, you're sort of like, after you die, you're going, I should have probably expected that a little bit more. And it was perfectly placed that really you either go forward for the orbital strike where you're out in the open, you probably go down there, or you try to cut across and you're too far away from safety and you just get churned out like we just saw, right? It's a little bit of those. There's not too much that Toba can do there other than just avoid the situation entirely. At least you don't have to worry about it for this next round, but it does mean that you're on a bit of an eco. Porky Chop could have gone for a play with a showstopper, especially when you have a lot of players just holding down V long, but decided that he'd rather save it for a better occasion when they have more of a chance of winning. And honestly, that's something that we didn't really see in the first series of today, of just, we could go for this, but we're going to save. Every opportunity there was for EXO and Coalescence to go for a round, they went for a round.
Toxin screen down.
Oasis have grouped up a little bit here. Trying to cook something up of their own. Now, Scar aren't too far forwards with their positioning, so they might be able to catch this.
It's good positioning for an anti-eco, but MCD might get more than he bargained for.
Yeah, there's no way you expect that. No way you'd be able to wait.
They don't even try to go for the gun, and it was free and open.
Transformer, though, desperate to put his team right back on track. He is able to find the one, but it's just the one. So still a disadvantage for the Skull side. Still the push from short. I know, I feel like they've read it. Mishu here to hold the line. He's able to find one. He's going to vacate the premises. Doesn't want to go and give the stabilizer back to his teammates, his opponents rather. Still, the numbers will have it as Oasis are quick to collapse on this A site. Mishu finds himself relevant, and it's Oasis to gain the lead once again.
I think we've been sort of blessed with Polaris and like the level of just being able to position well for ecos and anti-ecos. And maybe that was a little bit of like MCD disrespecting the situation there. And this is somebody that's had some experience playing in various leagues, like he was part of Imperium Gaming over in the Spanish Rising level, I suppose. So it did feel a little bit like, okay, you're set up position-wise, and then he started to peek forward, and a little bit unlucky that that's the round that they decided to push up. But you look back at that and go, yeah, I shouldn't have bothered. I should have played that a lot more safe against an eco.
Cage triggered.
Well, Dizzy provides a lot of information that there's a number of players outside of B. It does call for a rotation. You can already see Porky Chop making his way here. 4 ultimates stacked up for Oasis. This could be explosive. It could go down quick. But a change of heart. A-site now in the crosshairs.
Launching smoke.
Trailblazer spot Deck's position. He's going to have to move out of that angle. All ask for reinforcements. It comes together with a guiding light, which assists Deck to cause havoc.
Oh my god.
3-0. And with Porky Chop available to spray, it's 4-0. Incredible. Probably the oldest player in Eclipse at 27. But he'll have to find the same fate as his younger teammates. 4 to do in school. Oasis creating a bit of a buffer.
It's been really clean, a bit of a rough start, I suppose, sloppy in cases, but now they're getting back into what was going so well for Requiem. And again, this is it's an exciting team to watch because the majority of it was from a top 3 team in this league last year, so I think Coalescence, Exo, Skal would be the underdogs against Team Oasis. That's probably like the fairest way of putting it. Not that they would always lose, but just Oasis is expected to do well. And here, up against an eco with 4 ultimates available, you're expecting it to be 5, but today has been a day.
It has been. Porky Chop, quick to react.
Good trade.
Indeed. Skal might have a chance here, given that they were able to accumulate some of these rifles.
Where's the gun?
I know
They found it,
exactly where
eventually. So MCD holds it. But a neural theft that gives some information of where the back end is held.
Spike planted.
Thrash thrown in. We'll be catching one, but is there really a follow-up? The orbital strike is there, so that's a quick
Great
collection.
play.
4 versus 2. Don't want to take any chances by taking risky gunfights. They do it all by utility and close things out with numbers.
That was really good play from Oasis. I love the way that Skal played that though. You get the neural theft, you see where people are. You go for an aggressive Viper's Pit to sort of take up a lot of that space backside. But the instant combination that came in from the Thrash from Mishu, followed by Deck's Orbital Strike. Like, it was perfect. And it is like one of those things that Chenfo, yeah, okay. Fair enough, realistically. Because I think he did the right play. He just got countered super hard with what was available for Oasis.
It's one of those situations where no matter how good you are, you just got to sit and take the damage there. There's not much you could do. It was a checkmate by Skal, by Oasis rather. No not get out of jail free cards. So for Skal, what's the next game plan? They've been shut down
I've
a
got
few
your
times
trail.
already. The previous was the eco, so it's all been setting up for this round right here. And I think they've made the right decision to be quick with their A approach. But are they really fast enough? Because Oasis are already here. There's an Odin in play, and Deck is eager to start pushing. Showstopper out. It deals with Deck. Is it enough? Yes, it is, because Lear just keeps on pushing, pressing the W key as well as mouse 1, and it's enough. The U2 will do the damage onto Porky Chop. And yeah, that's the round. A very decisive one by Skal.
Yeah, no sulking about how these last couple of rounds have gone. Just nice, quick executes. What really Bind is all about to an extent, just overthrowing the defensive side, regardless of whether they have more players over there or less. Just the utility being so strong that it doesn't matter if you're prepared for the execute. You can't really do too much about it. So pretty much flawless round from Skal. Good response after the last couple of rounds. Haven't gone their way. Means that it really does feel like we're going to have like another good series on our hands at this pace. It's easy to wax lyrical about Oasis and what these players have been able to do previous. But it has been a couple of months since then. We don't know how good the Skal team can be. Whether they're an upgrade from like the initial NXT roster or not, right?
That's true. That's true. It's more having to do with the unproven, right? and how a combination of this selection of players can create a good result. Because you can have the best player in the role, then perform pretty badly on a team that just doesn't work. So that's what we're waiting for Skal. They've definitely improved since the initial stages of Eclipse.
Camera taken out.
And they've had a strong run to get here to the final match, which could decide their fate. A heavy presence, though, from Skal towards this A site, but it is guarded by 3.
Yeah, have to put in some initial pressure towards B as well to just keep them on their toes. Orbital Strike used to clear out lamps. Nobody was in there. Everybody was prepared for it. The flash, actually, I think, is a bit of a flub from Skal. It doesn't connect, but they're still able to get the kill onto Soren.
And it's Deck to go aggressive, knowing he needs to put pressure on Showers, but also deter the spike plant. Not quite able to do so. Incredible. Barely escaping out with his life. He's going to hold back and try and play for the incendiary post plant. But here comes the rest of Oasis as they try to break through. Lear holding out in lamps, Wingman spotting him, Showstopper guaranteeing his demise. Deck can't survive for long, so Oasis are starting to run out of players. They're starting to punch back though, so it's still a close affair. Last 2 remaining players from Skal are playing out on short. Incendiary dropping onto the spike, deterring the defusal. Can the kill be delivered onto Incredible? There's not much time remaining. Porky chopped down to his last 3 HP. He's the one in charge of defusing as Toba takes the fight. It's Oasis to get on top of this round. But my oh my, was that close.
I mean, the quality of this map so far has been like really impressive. Like, these guys have also been waiting in the wings to play pretty much for the other series to end, right? So it is getting a little bit late in like the UK and beyond. So both teams looking really strong, really good ultimate from Porky Chop. And just the way that these teams are sort of playing off of each other with the information that they have too. Just where they're putting this pressure. You sort of expect it as much from the players on the squad, but it is sort of debutants to an extent with Porky Chop and Incredible, at least in Polaris, that are going to do the work at the top of the scoreboard.
Transformer. Ooh, was that a dink but through the wall onto Soren? Could be. Well, it's enough to take him down to 18 and aborting the crisis. Ooh, damn. That wasn't a good peek. And it pays off. Transformer does the exact same thing on the A side. Skal are winning out these individual trades.
Yeah.
And Oasis are left with it. Heads being scratched.
I gotta say, really well played from Transformer, right? He got pressured back, he got maybe scared away a little bit on short, but he didn't sort of pussyfoot around it. He went and re-pushed it. It's not really the play you expect because it is an audacious one, but it worked out wonders for him. A 5 versus 2 now. Just to go getting that spike planted, looking to be the A site, is just an 18 HP like you mentioned, Pavlos. Soren just over on this site, playing on the back of it.
I think this is just a round showing intent here from Skal. Intent that they're not scared to take any of these fights. Intent that
30 seconds left.
even though they're playing against a team and players that might have a little bit more pedigree given recent results in Challengers North, they're here to fight. And they're here to take fights, and they're here to be better than their opponents. And they have shown that by taking a few on top of them as well. Porky Chop looking to see if he can interrupt any saves. But instead, it's Skal with a huge confidence build, a flawless round.
After the last series that we had, I was sort of sat there, I made a cup of tea, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to like be able to watch this next series. But it's been a pleasant surprise. It's been like a little bit of, not really nostalgia because it's not been that long, but just seeing the level of play on this map, especially. You've got two teams that really enjoyed the macro side of VALORANT and trying to manipulate opponents. And it's more of the same here, trying to fight for this orb a little bit. Aggressive stuff from MCD, but it's all a ruse to provide space for Transform and the rest of Skal to pin sit down on these players in shower.
And there's not left on that Porky Chop. Poor thing, down to 20 HP. Lear also dealing with Deck. It's Toba to try and do things of his own, because Skal might have overstepped their welcome. They entered Toba's doorstep and he says, get the hell away from the premises. This is close. Dizzy out, deterring the spike plant. It comes in. Mosh pit misses the mark.
I think
Maybe
it was for the
it's-
plant. I think it was meant to
maybe.
stall the plant. But yeah, I thought it was going to go into like a little cubby corner as well.
Well, it didn't. And it leaves Mishu on the hot seat.
Planted.
And this is going to be tough.
These peaks.
But imagine if he connected onto them. That's the crazy part. If Mishu gets the pick on the Chamformer, every player has a highlight moment like that.
These guys are just smoothing around the map, aren't they? Just it's
Yeah.
so pacey with how they take these peaks. And everybody's had them, just these like super crazy, fast,
round in
wide
the half.
peaks. Something inspired levels of stuff, right? And somehow this was looking very dominant for Oasis, but Skal have a fantastic execute, right? The way that they're playing off utility, the way that they set that up to really just bully the players that were in showers. Just they know what areas of the map they really want to just put pressure on, and they do such a good job that Oasis, a team that have been very strong and prolific in this region, look a little bit flustered by it.
Yeah, definitely hasn't been on the clean side for the past few. Skal have potentially found their number, and they're dialing it over and over again, and now they're looking to exploit this A-site position for another time. Deck caught
That's
by
a
the
judge.
Trailblazer. Lear second-guessing, pushing through, and that's for good reason, given the judge on close proximity still ends up with the pick. 3 remaining for Aces.
Spike planted.
It feels like the defenders of this A-site barely had a chance to say hi to the aggressors. Trailblazer catching one. It's enough to allow Chop the deliverance. 3v3, this is still close. With 3 different angles taken by all Skal players. But I think the most crucial one is Lear, because he can move out of showers whenever he wants, but the timing is all that matters. Wingman
He
to
blocked
try and
him.
get on the spike. Soren and Chop end up getting the 2 picks onto short. Instead, it's Devon to find one in exchange, but it just simply isn't enough. Oasis take over and end the half on a high with a 7-5 lead.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Chop. He's had a really good half. It's been impressive to see how he takes these fights overall. Good space taking here. And it was an awkward fight. There was definitely a flash and a bit of body blocking there, but it doesn't matter too much. Now it's the attacking side of Team Oasis. Able to win a defensive pistol. I'm losing my voice now. That's not a good sign. But Team Oasis able to get their maybe attacking pistol, make it 2, which we haven't actually seen today at all.
Yeah, maybe put a voice changer on Ryan.
Yeah.
Might be
This is
needed.
a nice spot.
You made me want tea. I've also left water in the other room, so I'm without water this game.
Well, an Oasis would be handy, wouldn't it?
But it all might be an illusion. Oh. More damage dealt onto deck. Spike left behind, so there's no indication that Oasis are going for a quick crunch.
I do like that cage, though. Just to say, like, I can cut across and go into Uka if you're not careful. Which does mean that, like, Skal need to waste time in order to clear it. If he doesn't do that, then they know that he hasn't crossed. They would just rotate all the way over to A. So that one cage is going to keep those players over on that side of the map at least a good amount of time whilst the spike is being planted on A.
Planted.
Yeah, smart little play. Gives them enough time and space to get this A site controlled, at least half of it. But it's enough, because they're playing a far back approach. Thing is, Oasis have got players that are low, and Skal could potentially get them collected without too much difficulty. 3 players already less than 30 points of health. Devo is able to shut down the life of one of them, and the rest are starting to move in as well. Something is required from an Oasis player, and it's required right now! Botoba and Soren deliver, but it's Mishu and Soren remaining. They've managed to get it under wraps by a matter of killing every single defender.
It's so low HP, but the smoke's just helping them out just a little bit to isolate some of those fights one at a time. And Soren, very good with pistols, full stop, able to make it a free K. And it was all just the setup earlier on the map, just the way that they saw that Skal was aggressively towards B. They pretty much just take their kit and run over towards A. Not really too much to contest the plant coming down either, because I think the Raze was on the other side of the map. And because there's no Fade, there's no Gecko, there's no utility to throw on the spike other than like a nade or a molly from Brimstone. And I think that both of them were over towards the B side. So your Oasis like, okay, those two players that could stop me from planting with their util are over on this side of the map. Let's go to the other side of the map, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's got a bit fidgety. It's been a wild ride, I think, for a lot of the players of Skull Esports. They're players that have been trying to break through for quite some time, and you know, every player has different journeys. It's a grind. It really is a grind. And they haven't really found any big success, and it's what they're thirsty for. They're good enough to be in the conversation, but never at the top, which is hurtful. You want to make sure you get some good results.
Yeah, just underappreciated, right? There seems to be more of a focus from like orgs, especially in the EMEA, of like finding the new up-and-coming talent. It was like with Kayak and stuff, right? Now gone to Fnatic, you got Westside going in from Koi. Lots of other tier 2 players that were in Polaris, that were in the other EMEA regions. Like, I think of players like Ticey, like, what happened to him? Where's he gone, right? Like, there's a lot of players that could have been called up to bigger and grander things, and I think a lot of these players are just going to keep working hard, keep grinding and stuff. Both sides, like Chanform has been playing Valorant pretty much since the very beginning, it feels like.
Right there.
It's been a hard ride, for sure. And you don't really want to be forgotten. That's also something, like you said, everybody at the high level is trying to look for the next big thing. But what if you're, you know, not reaching that next big thing status at the age of 18, right? What if you have to be 23 to reach that? You don't want to, and 23 is still young, but, you know, in esports ages, in esports pro ages, that's where you're supposed to be starting to hit your stride, be at the top of your game. Yeah, it's a ticking clock, the esports industry. And Scar's
got very solemn.
I mean, look, it's the reality for a lot of these pro players, right? It's or aspiring pro players. It's what they want to achieve. It's their life's goal. It's what they put hours and hours on end to achieve. Let's see if Skal can break through that today. For now on the back foot, haven't had much success, or any rather, on this defense, but now they've got guns against a very strong bonus of Oasis.
It's incredibly strong. Feels like it could be a buy in its own right. Very deep camera is going to see that initial bit of info. A lot of players coming through long. And I mean, it's a little bit scary to see the Gecko considering going through hookah, but he'd be going on his own. If there's a defensive player in there that catches him...
he's going towards A.
There's no other way in.
There really isn't. They're rushing towards this A site. There's not much time, so they've got to start to break through. Chanformer there to close the gap on Heaven. No one smoked him off, so he can still rain bullets from above as the rest of the team starts to approach. Uh-oh. This is troubling. They really want to get the spike down, but Skal have got the site under lock and key. Mistress just trying to take names down with them, but that's all she wrote as Skal find their way on the score sheet on defense.
I'm not sure what it was that stopped the plant going down, whether it was a molly or somebody shooting it or a nade, for example. But that was the more like clutch part of it. Chanformer being in this position to get that first kill. And it was just Chanformer actually getting so much done. You sort of look at it like everybody rotated over towards B from Skal, but the reaction to jump over towards A. A defensive setup with a Cypher is just so tough to beat, especially with that Viper wall helping. It's going to be hard for Oasis to consistently find their way in there, but they're going to try again with their actual full buy this time. Devo playing for that initial bit of info, breaking utility, trying to show that he's still in hookah, and then rolling retreat his way out to safety, hopefully without taking any damage.
Ooh, Devo gets caught though. And Oasis seem to be just taking over. Sure.
Spacing.
Chaos. Extravaganza going on into the middle of the B site. Lear's pretty snappy with it. We know he's capable of a lot.
2 versus 4 when he's 11 HP though is a lot.
It's asking a lot from him. Still able to bring it down to a 2v3. It was a 2v5 a moment ago. Transformer is just trying to lure presence towards him. He just wants heads to turn in his direction so Lear has some space to move in. But yeah, Oasis is not buying it. Double digits succeeded.
Really nice execute. Just as I was saying all of that, found their way into the site really nicely. Good utility. It just makes it feel claustrophobic. We were watching it from MCD's perspective. Tries to play around his own cyber cage, unsure whether he can get into it without sort of being sprayed down. And in the time whilst he's deliberating his options, I think it would have been Porkchop that came in behind him and catches him out. So just really good stuff from Oasis. Hard to play on the site. We just saw Skal hold down that site with some good utility. The next very round, Oasis have no issues with it whatsoever.
Yeah, I think this is a real chance where Oasis can create quite a big of a gap. Put damage into the psyche of Skal. Incredible. Going in for a very risky maneuver. It quite nearly worked out. Soren is able to recalibrate on time.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop the plant, so it's just you have to go for a play in order to do something.
Just a random Hail Mary, right? Just a final attempt.
And you're on an eco as well, and they've used seekers. So it's like, all right, we're getting stuff out of them. Let's see if we can get a little bit more.
Let's see how much they can actually get from them. Thrash, thrown, expended. Transformer is able to get out. Lear's created himself a bit of a chance, putting himself on a high ground. Devo, only good for the one, but I think that's enough damage, right? You're luring enough players here. They're likely a lot of them going to be explode. Transformer even gets another orb because of it. Why not? Padding up, I think he's got the Viper Spit available now.
Yeah, money's pretty okay for Oasis at this rate too, so losing a couple of players isn't too much of an issue. But it even felt there that like Oasis like, okay, this is a little bit like messy from us that we're losing players, and certainly like Devo was getting a lot of damage done, it felt like. But Oasis, rough start, I think, in some elements, but pretty much since round 12 they've been on top. It's only losing the bonus. And I got shut down over on the B side of the map, but they didn't really have that much of a buy. Still wasn't too bad, all things considered, with it being a bonus. Now are they going to struggle to get in on the A site? You got this trip on short, a camera deep far back, but nobody else is really in that position. And Porkchop, attack operator, just watching towards showers, which is barren this round.
Yeah, it feels like if Oasis make the right decision to move into the vacant site, this could be it. This could be bind. Skul's map pick. They really haven't found much comfort on the defense. Good positioning from Devo to seek out the early presence. It might lure an extra defender to assist, but again, Oasis and the mid-round calls, quick to adjust the game plan.
Who's he spotted?
And now they're pouncing on the safe side.
30 seconds left.
Well, timing, this way, not having a Viper wall really starts to cause issues. And this is a pace that Deck is playing with, considering he has an operator in hand. Transformer stopping a lot of that utility, basically playing aim lab to get a kill onto Mishu as well.
One enemy remaining.
It's a rough one. Soren trying to kick and scream his way out of this clutch. Ooh, he finds a lot of damage, but he can't get the plant down. And his opponents are toying with him. He's looking crispy. He's looking strong with his aim. But Skull overwhelmed them this round. They get the better of their opponents, and they're still in the game.
Things sort of ground down to a bit of a halt. Loved that play though from Devo, and great stuff from Transformer, just with that cage as well, to give him a little bit of like breathing room that he's not going to get pushed from showers at the same time.
Goes here.
Oasis wanting to play that round a lot slower. They had the camera, the attack operator set up. Now they don't really have all that much. It was a big expense to have a gun like the operator in this position. Their money was good, but now struggling in areas, pretty much a force up in cases. Soren's only got 200 credits left, but everybody else could technically buy next if they wanted. A bit of an odd one.
Oh, Trailblazer catches an issue, but Devo doesn't bite. Is that there's other players around, so it could punish him.
Same play as the last, just flash through the smoke.
How does this work?
Oh,
out?
Devo!
He doesn't get caught by any guiding lights or any flash for that matter. Holding down his crowd like it was just casual walk in the park.
Hello.
Hang on. It's a 2v2. Thing is, Lear's got hoop control, and the spike is placed right beneath his nose.
Showstopper 2. Gun upgrades at least for Deck and Toba.
Oh, Deck. He's not past. Checks it. Great use of the showstopper. 40 seconds to spare.
The Viper's going back to A.
Around this. Yep. And so is Lear. No, not quite. Well, yeah. Transformer's ready for it. Did Toba spot him? I think he did. Yeah. But his legs are visible. So Transformer will be winning that fight. Yeah, Skull are very much in this.
I mean, good start, really. Oasis was set up pretty nicely there. You've got the Viper's Pit that was in short. Devo just finding two there. Good way, and really when the buy wasn't great for Oasis, to get that into a 2 versus 2 in the first place was solid. You get the Viper's Pit out, you get the Showstopper out too, and you have a full buy here. It's not great when it comes to the likes of the Bulldog in. What's also not great is that we have another technical pause.
Seems we may have one of the players disconnected, so we're going to be waiting for them to rejoin. And these things happen. Online tournaments and that. Internet providers doing their thing.
Was it a UK player? Because that would explain it even more.
Not sure, haven't been told that. Don't know which player it is. But yeah, there's too many players standing still right now to make that guess, make that assumption. It's been a solid few rounds here from Skull though. They're able to take some fights to Oasis, destabilize the ordeal, have good reads. I think that's the most important part because Oasis are quite fidgety with their attack so far, as it seems. Quite happy to pivot mid-round. And Skull have been on top of things. This is their map pick, remember, so it's important they grab this. Pearl is a scary place to go to.
I genuinely have nightmares about that map. Can I tell you, like, the most angry I've been at Mitchman? And I've been angry at Mitchman a lot. But it was when I was on Odd One Out. And it was Mitch and Tom casting us versus Foot Esports. And the way the Foot played Pearl was basically they always went on the A site unless they had ultimates, like a Lockdown and Reckoning as well for Harbor and like Viper's Pit, right? Then they'd go B. And that was their game plan. And we knew that. But still, A executes were really, really good. So even though we knew that, it was hard for us to stop them. And they just kept going A. And I was getting frustrated because we weren't really like focusing that much on trying to stop them go A.
There.
And like, I can't remember what it was verbatim, but it was somewhere along the lines of Mitch just pointing out like, oh, well, they just keep like going A. That just seems to be the way it is. Like, and it was just like, yeah, because that's all they do. That was all they were doing.
So you weren't quite mad at Mitch. You were just projecting your frustrations.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. but Mitch was just there. It was his voice that you heard. And it
Yeah,
just,
that's enough, honestly. That's just
it,
enough.
It pressed some buttons.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is, Mitch probably knows that, and he's having a laugh. He probably had a laugh during that moment as well.
Yeah, along those lines.
Yeah.
Have you caught up with Arcane? Arcane.
I haven't watched the last 3 episodes.
You're gonna watch it all together, kind of thing.
I've watched the first 3. I'll watch the next on the plane, probably.
Oh yeah, good shout.
Yeah. Indeed. I have received word from production. I could be throwing things to a break. Enough yapping from us. Hopefully, the player that's disconnected is joining soon. See you in a bit, guys.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no hobbies. Just go and fast it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of all households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar
as all players are ready to go, we're back for our matchup. Let's see who will be taking things on. Skull has had a good streak of form now on this defensive side. Is it enough to stop Oasis from their streak?
Well, back into it. I was going to jokingly be like, oh, what's going on? But just genuinely, I feel very awake now after Skull decided to go for the aggression. Not working out in their favor. But a good way to make sure that Oasis are on their toes. 11-8 up, wanting to take their opponent's map pick, and Skull doing everything they can to take their choice of bind into a round win, a series win, and into Polaris 2025.
And the decision now is to move into A. No obfuscation attempts this time around. It's just the
Seekers is so well timed
to just cross in. And you're right, the Seekers just give away everything. Spike in the middle of no man's land. Scour fully under control of it. Devo needs to be wary though, because the Viper's Cowed has just dropped. Devo down to 2. And all of a sudden it's back to 2v2. Transformer, great position by him, goes for the trigger system in play and knows where the last one is. Soren in the smoke, gets away, Spike in hand. The B site is where he's got his eyes on.
And that's where the Cypher setups are. He's still got a trip on the site, a camera in a deep position.
10 seconds left.
Here's the camera. Camera spots him.
Man. Oh, the camera's so rough. He needs to go for the commit. No! Gets off of the park.
Very well played, Transformer.
Damn. Transformer toying with him. So was MCD with his cam. A rough one for Soren. And 11-9 being the score, with Skull getting ever closer now with a 3-round streak.
Yeah, marvelously played from Skull. Very well set up. The timing of that Seekers couldn't have been better realistically with the chaos that it caused.
One enemy remaining.
We saw the wingman go out to try and plant the spike. That was broken. All those smokes, all of that stall. And Skull losing the first player early on, a 4 versus 5 that they had to turn around, but not looking to play as aggressively this round, as it's an eco from Oasis.
Look at that.
Soren at least gets away with one, but it's just the one and a lot of damage inflicted. Now, Oasis, the previous round, did have that one pick, but they had a lot better weapons. Devo is feeling it. He's
Devil.
Really? And look, he used to be a duelist main, now onto the sky roll, still being able to pull off aggressive maneuvers like that. Lear is able to trade things favorably for Skull. And with that, Skull do drop back a little bit. Don't want to over-push the matter. But this one's hard for Oasis to guarantee.
Scary to plant as well because these smokes are a little bit more deep. It means that somebody can get in them and peek in various directions. It does go down uncontested. 4 versus 3. Soren is very low HP, has to heal, but can't obviously use it on himself as Sky. Just has to make do and hold out in this corner.
Player standing.
Brilliant connection by Soren. But it's just not going to be good enough. The damage inflicted on the early vestiges of this round was enough to put Skull in the lead here. And now getting ever closer, arm's reach with their opponents. Headbutt distance.
More standard stuff. Antico doing its job. Just Oasis in a couple of these last couple of rounds, just struggling to actually get the plant down, which is exactly the name of the game that Skull want to be doing. Just sort of mentioned it previously, maybe even in the last map, but just that utility to stall it out or just to break it. If you're an attacking team and you're sending in the wingman first to try and plant, so much of that can go wrong if it ends up being broken.
Bit of poking and prodding early from Oasis on the right-hand side. Now looking to
Here.
put most of their chips onto this B site. Maybe all in. But Skull seem to have read it as the third player is expended.
Maybe at this point, Devo can just bait a little bit as well. He don't want caught out. The Seekers, however, could catch out where this Cypher's playing from, and he's used the cage too. Trip hopped over from Porky Chop. A bit more space in order to take it. I like the two players on defense pushing up to go and fight Sand, and they do catch out Toba. Really nicely done from the defenders, but the spike has been planted.
It has. And the way Oasis are playing, it just disallows the two spawn players to push through and do anything about this Your Theft. Giving him some positions, but a deep high-low doesn't work the way Oasis intended. And all of a sudden, Skull might have a chance to just retake this all together.
Low.
They really are. So this also will be tricky endeavor. It's just being able to find the shots on time, MCD. Able to find the right moment. And incredible joining in as well. But I don't think there is enough time. Oh, there is.
Just.
It's going to be so close. Under a second left. It's half a second. And Skull equalize.
I was a map-winning neural theft that came in from MCD. You could see that Oasis weren't really sure if they wanted to reposition because they were on such an aggressive angle. They decided to sort of stick by it, sunk cost fallacy maybe, and just keep this like double stack going. But I really like that Skal, the first ping comes through from the neural theft. Before the second ping, that's when they peak. And you could tell that Oasis weren't necessarily... That's a really annoying spray, by the way. But you could sort of tell immediately that Oasis weren't ready to deal with that.
What a complete topsy-turvy. Likely caused by a tech timeout. You know, when you no longer have that momentum going, you know, Valorant can very much be a momentum-based game. And once you no longer have that form in you, it can quickly get snatched from you. And I feel like that's exactly what Skal have done.
Don't want this one to slip away from you if you're Oasis. Not when you've got Pearl coming up and you're going to feel confident about that. This next round, you've got Thrash, you've got a couple of rifles. It's certainly worth going for and fighting. But it isn't really a buy next. This is a force. There's very little money in the hands of a lot of players, and Chanformer gets caught.
It's overzealous. He wanted to go for a deep snakebite placement, ended up costing his life. 20 seconds. Oasis, it's a close one. I think they may be able to get the spike down, but Lear's not going to let it be comfortable at all. Spike needs to be committed. Incendiary throw, another blast pack, down to 10 seconds. Oasis are going to try and defend their teammate's life. The pot has been interrupted. Still, another attempt at it, but it means less players are looking at the direction of the player shooting guns. Devo missing the mark. Still a very close 2v2. Shooting through the smoke, incredible, is absolutely insane. Holding true to his name, putting Skal in the lead. Not only that, but a map point.
Really well played on this defense, just being as disruptive as possible, losing Chanformer early. Looked like it was going to be all that she wrote, but the satchels that came in, the mollies just kept putting off Oasis from planting, and that has been their main downfall. Just the fights to go for them, even if they're traded, they're just throwing their bodies in. And in the 2v2, especially playing around these defensive smokes, which are also perfectly placed, it's a nightmare for Oasis to actually get that 12th on the board. And that was using the Thrash as well, big ultimates, and not really anything that's going to be available for this last round of regulation. At least not for them.
Devo falls back. It's MCT with another shot. Skal, I feel like it's clear that they may be coming out on top here. That he does give away the positioning of Devo, so he's got to be cautious. Orbital strike does delay the push for now. Oh,
Cage triggered.
I mean, this trip just ruins everything, though. You can't get past. Otherwise, I think Toba would have gone for that peak as that information came in.
City might be in trouble when that mosh pit is thrown because he'll be forced out into the open. Ah, that's exactly what happens. He not only is forced out into the open, he dies to the mosh pit itself.
Look at where Lear is. If they go for the TP, it's done. This is such a strong position to be in. They have to go B. They have no Sky anymore. They just have the wingman. That's their only mode of entry.
They need to find the information. Devo available with a guiding light. It's Toba to find the first shot through, so Aces have the advantage, but can they get on side to get Spike planting? Transformer is able to shut it down, but the Spike does indeed touch the ground. Therefore, Aces are the ones ahead in the situation. All they have to do is defend, but they are losing their lives. Toba all by himself. Can't reposition his crosshair on time, so the defuse is there. So Skull will be winning their map pick bind in a 13-11 score. What a comeback.
A crazy turnaround, realistically, but those last couple of rounds from Skal were superbly played on the defense. Oasis pretty much looking comfortable, like they were just going to wrap this up and make it tough. But it's the same sort of thing as the last series. Like, Sovereign's the one with a higher ACS, but pretty much the majority of Skal are right below him, notably Incredible and Transformer, who were superb. Amazing performances, not necessarily the duelists that are shining up, it's all of the other roles and what they can do on their sides of bind. So I'm really interested to see how this is going to go into Pearl for sure.
Yeah, it will be interesting, and I think you'll definitely be looking at Oasis to come back here, given Pearl has been so damn good for them. But we'll be finding out after the short break, folks. Don't go anywhere.
I could be strong survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, you're fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
you got the best of me.
Scully Sports are in the lead currently in the series against Team Oasis, where they did win their own map pick of Bind. Let's be fair, it was a great big back and forth. And towards the end, we thought Oasis would end up on top, but no, it was Skal to break through and guarantee that their own map pick stays as their own.
Yeah, pretty much through that break, the defensive side of Skal really started to level up in Oasis because they were really relying a lot on the Gecko to get the plant down. That was exploited hard by Skal, just denying it. And honestly, we've seen a lot from players like Transformer, but it was incredible. It was Leah. It was these players that have like good tenure across the tier 2 scene, full stop. We're really combining to put this team together. Again, I think Oasis would be the favorites in this series. It's still not done and dusted just yet.
Yeah.
But Skal making it a good performance and showing that it's going to be yet another close series to qualify for Polaris 2025.
Yeah, I actually think it's quite notable that Incredible will end up topping the charts all across the board. Well, not all across the board, but at least on his team, while being the oldest player playing in Eclipse, full stop. I think it's pretty cool. You know, age is just a number at this point. he's
not that
showing
old.
Up.
You got Angel still
20,
playing.
He's just a couple years older than me. You're right. So I'm just saying he is older than all the rest of the competition. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's full of youngsters. It's full of Zoomers, and he's here, and he's showing that he's, you know, better than all the zooming around. That's
I'll
what I'm
own
trying to say.
you whippersnappers here.
Why are you whippersnappers? You know,
Where's Fracture?
back in my day. And I don't know why we turned American.
It's a fun accent to do.
It is indeed. But this is, like you said, Ryan, not the end of the series, just as the first map. And we may still consider Oasis to be the favorite, but that's not because, you know, yabba dabba do. It's because Oasis get to play their own map pick right now, and that's Pearl, which they pretty much seem unstoppable on right now.
Yeah, it's been a good run of form. It's the more recent map to be added in. Like, yeah, Split's back, but Split feels like it's never left, really. But, 2-0, so not really played a huge amount. In fact, actually, Skal played a little bit more, but they've won 2, lost 2, losing to the likes of Ruddy and also Yari Control earlier on in the Swiss stages of this event. So not really too much crossover with the teams that they've played, I'm pretty sure, other than Lil Nix. That's both teams won, but again, I think it was like 13-11, 13-11. So it is a case of like what comps are going to be running into. The exciting thing is we should be seeing some Neon today over from Skal Esports.
Yeah.
And maybe seeing a little bit of Chamber on the side of Team Oasis. But they have changed their comp the last time that they played. Instead of Chamber, they had the Cypher. So 50-50 on wherever that direction is going to go.
I'd like to get your opinion on Neon here, because obviously she's been a big part of conversation for the past while, whether that's in just the regular solo queue games or even at the highest of levels where, you know, she might be a little bit high-tuned right now. She's just everywhere. She's just taking over. We haven't seen too much of her today, but Pearl is one of those maps where you'll probably see her more often. So how big of an impact do you think Neon has on that map? Is it everyone, you know, over-exaggerating? Is everybody just freaking out for no reason?
No, she's completely busted. But I think it's more of a case of like, people have adjusted to the skill curve of the changes.
Yeah.
Like, it is one of those ones of like, it's like on the face of it, were balance changes to make Neon stronger. But as people really got used to how good you can be on it,
oh yeah,
it's become less of a tack shooter, more of a hero shooter in my eyes. But
yeah,
on Pearl specifically, there have been teams that were playing old Neon even on this map. I remember when Fnatic tried it, I think they had Alfia playing the Neon back in Champs Istanbul, so around that time. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like because of Neon being in such a broken state right now, that's why they've been played. Neon was played here anyway. Really it's just like an addition, a supplementary factor on making her a strong pick. But it's also not a pick that the other team go for in this state. Like Oasis don't necessarily pick it, so it doesn't feel like it's completely broken. But they do play the Jet, which might be a comfort thing, might be to play around the op a little bit more. It really is sort of like a pick your poison kind of thing.
I completely agree. But we're talking about the comps, so I want to turn our attention to Skul's comps, because even though this tournament has only been you know, running for a couple of weeks. They got to play it a number of times, and they've had 3 different compositions, sort of trying to figure out what works most for them. Obviously, they settled on the more meta side of things. They've gotten away from the KO, got in the Cypher instead of the Killjoy as well. You know, what comp do you like the most here? Because ISO is also one of those picks that can work in theory. You know, you can always get MT out of sight, try and take a one-on-one. It's one of those more 50-50. It's one of those more fun approaches to things, and is no longer as busted as he was. But yeah, what are your main thoughts on their progression and changing their comps as they went in Eclipse so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the early stages of like they play ISO and they lose, and then they don't play it again.
Yeah.
Is this the time that I think we're going to see ISO? Probably not. I don't know if the character needs a few more changes to just be more of a well-rounded character instead of filling a niche almost. I'm not feeling completely overpowered like he did through that brief stage that he was very meta, right? And it doesn't feel like it's like a Haven-sided map, so to speak. I think the question is more of like, which do you go for with a Killjoy and a Cypher, which I think is a bit of an age-old question. Killjoy was the most popular Sentinel to be running, but we hadn't really seen the new version of Cypher with the longer tripwires on Pearl because Pearl wasn't part of the rotation up until recently. So
Sure.
I'm curious to see how that works. There's also some really good cameras that you can do up on the high ground that I remember Magnum doing on Apex, sort of in this center street part of Pearl. So you've got a couple of good options. Lockdown is still a fantastic ultimate. It's how this Sentinel's going to be played, and just seeing if these like comp changes can be win conditions overall for the teams to be working with.
Indeed. That'll be something we'll have an eye on. I have been notified that one of the players did blue screen just a minute or 2 ago, so that's why we're taking a while to get into our game right now. I mean, we've had our fair issues today, haven't we, Ryan? A few disconnects here and there, but the blue screen is just the icing on the cake, really, at this point. But yeah, it's been an interesting day so far. I mean, if we look at the first match that we got to see, that was also a nail-biter, a very close one. And I think coming into Eclipse altogether, the competition has been fierce. I mean, very hotly contested, very strong teams, a lot of, returning players. I'm just going to turn your attention, Ryan, to the entire tournament as a whole. Which team do you think, or would you have expected to be here today, but isn't?
I don't know, really. I don't know the teams that well enough to have known what the stakes were. I think that's definitely more of like a Hazard JC question more than anything. I think looking at the players on various rosters, like maybe the Ruddy team because you've got Harambe on it and stuff like that, they were a really like bright player to be watching in Polaris this year when he was on Requiem as well. So it is just kind of sad to see some of these teams that you really like sort of disband and go in various directions. You got Drog that's still sort of playing in various areas as well. Mostly just going for the names of people that have been in Polaris this year and seeing like Yanto was on Ruddy as well. So probably, yeah, the Ruddy team was looking like it was a potential dark horse to be making it up to this level, and they were the ones that actually lost to Skal. It was a full best-of-3 series, the only like quarterfinal that went to 3 maps. So ended up being a close one, 13-10, 13-9, 13-10. So much like today, feels like a bit of a long one with some of these maps and how they're working.
Well, we are going to have to wait a little bit more until we enter the second map of this series, folks. Thank you very much for your patience, but we'll be back very soon.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. and you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
got the best of me. tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it. I wanna say it, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah.
Tell me you love me. 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 Tell me you love me.
Apparently the crux of Challengers North is a blue screen, but we're back. Teams are ready and they're getting started, and they did get the Agent Select underway, and that's exactly what we'll be looking at, Ryan, for this matchup. Again, Skull against Oasis, with Skull having the lead on their map pick. It's Oasis' turn to see what they can do on Pearl to draw things to an equalizer.
Yeah, I'm getting like lower and lower in my chair as this goes on. I'm going to be down here at the end,
okay.
just recline.
I can join you for
Hold
that.
on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I'm excited to see Pearl back. Like, there was a bit of it, like game changes and stuff like that. No doubt there'll be a good amount during home ground. So, watching this, being able to cast it, it's been a while. I can't remember actually the last time I would have casted it realistically.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah.
2022, some point there, yeah. But it's
Good old while.
excited to see what teams sort of do now to map the Kim back with no changes pretty much since it left. It's just how the teams adjust, how they want to play around like the meta, less post plan, less to work with, less fade, more Sova. That's probably one of the more prominent things that's happening. But double Cypher, double Astra, no Viper. Pardon me, no Viper, no Harbor. It is just that change in duelist, seeing what Polaris can do in comparison to Leah that's going to be playing in Neon.
Exactly. So this lining up to be an exciting one again. Skull Esports are the team ahead, but Oasis on Catcher Beauty, and many would say that they still have a solid chance of taking the series as well. They just need to reverse sweep, and the Pearl is the first stop to that destination. Skull will be starting things on the defensive side, as Oasis will be the aggressors on attack. Let's see how this one goes. If it's anything as cool as Bind was, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, it's more about like mid control from the looks of it. You've got a very like deep camera on the attack as well to watch if anybody's going to come through art. And the thing about defending on this map is you always have to respect A main, just how quickly they can come and execute from that direction if they choose it at pace. But there's 3 players in art just chilling, and the Astra sat back. You got a Trip there to support, a Smoke too. The Scala very much prepared for this, and Oasis, after finding nothing on the map, it's just the camera that was broken over in mid. And Pocket Shop's going to go looking.
Well, looks like they'll be walking directly into Arts, where 3 players are hiding, and
nice.
Porky Chop shows up just like he did at the start of the previous game. And this round feels like it's already over. A brilliant triple by Porky Chop, ripping people off their feet. And yeah, just the 2 remaining from Star, they're just too far distance from one another. Incredible. What on earth was that intuitive shot?
Dex looking to look all the way through art. Over in that A-Link, just playing it slowly. Seeing if MCD can take some of the heat from A main as these players wanted to try and aim and take Jules, but Toba low gets taken out first. Luckily, Deck comes in just at the right time, leaves it as late as physically possible. Just allows Oasis to pick up that pistol on the attack.
Yeah, Plonky drop in Deck can be attributed with that round's win. With that win overall. Nicely done. It did get a little bit close, not gonna lie, with Incredible connecting with a shot, and then MCD as well later on, so it did get a little bit scary. We're always gonna be cautious, whatever situation, but Oasis getting some good guns on the board. Actually, that's actually 4 rifles.
I mean, they're not wasting any time with the guns that they have. Really too much bought up on the defense, just stacking towards B. Nothing really too scary to be concerned about in that direction. It's just getting the orbs online over in A main, seeing where the stack could be, and when you're playing at this point and you don't really hear much, you know that there's going to be a good stack of players, and you're sort of leaning towards it being B, if anything.
Meanwhile, you also have Deck on the other side with no weapon, sort of on the lurk roll, fully there for the information play. See if anyone's aggressing. That's the early pickup. With realizing what the play is for Oasis, Skull did move into the A site, but it's a great adaptation in the meantime for Oasis to go into the B site anyway. Just taking B Link in instead. They'll be taking this one over, and they should have the post-plant positions to just guarantee the win as well.
Here.
Really, it's whether you can catch a player out. It might just be at this rate, Skal just holding out and dying to the spike, not really going for any fights, not giving away any more ult orbs. Trying to avoid just these snowball of big ultimates. Opening up the site on attack more than anything. That's the main concern that's going to be hounding this team, it feels like. And yeah, just Skal not going for any engagements, not going for a fight, just looking to die to the spike, maybe catch people out, force them to die to the spike themselves with a bit of a late attempt of a defuse. And some players might die here if they're not careful on this attacking side.
Yeah, no attackers will fall. But Skull able to avoid some of those swarms being carried over.
She destroys worlds.
And in we go to the buy round itself. Now, we did talk about Pearl with Skull extensively in the pre-game prior to the tech balls happening. They played this a few times, a few different iterations, but they've essentially landed on the side for KO. What was that, Oasis? Am I confusing things here? Late in the day already, man. It's, yes, I am confusing this with Oasis. Anyway.
We've been going 6 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Need that back.
We have. And hopefully for both these teams, they're on a late night schedule as well, because this is also dragged out for them, and they could potentially be playing a triple mapper as well. Still, great contact there from Scout, great read to hold down this position, but still, it might just not be good enough, given that they've dropped most of the players. Ace site under control of Ace, and they've got numbers advantage.
Yeah, Deck is playing all the way up into Flowers as well inside of this smoke. Whoever Transformer expects it more than anything, and he does. Spike out in the open, but with an Astra Star on it, that's going to be a grab. Well, Dugout going to be cleared with a recon, which means that A main going to go unpestered for the time being.
That gravity wall is going to be annoying. Just buys time for Aces to guarantee the win. MCD, that's a great shot to gather. Now he can assist his teammate to defuse the spike altogether. Brilliant shooting by MCD. Saves the day. It would be quite the crisis to drop a bonus up against Oasis, but they get it done.
It looked a little bit like Oasis would have had that covered, really. Like it was a 3 versus 2, I think, at that point, and very comfortable, very clear. Nice idea for just Oasis to go for something simple and straightforward. You got to respect the way that MCD and Transformer dealt with this. It was very cool, calm, collected. Really didn't take any damage, I don't think, in the 2 versus 3. Now, Bladestorm and a full buy in hands for Oasis. All coming through past shop at this point. Looks like it is going to be contested somewhat for Skal in mid. Especially towards double doors.
Whoa. Nice reaction. Also backs out. Make sure he can't be traded, but he does end up falling nevertheless. Soren, though, can't stand the ground for long enough. Everyone is flooding this space. And we ended up with a 2v2 with their aces taking B-side control.
Two different players from Skal. They're going to go for the gutter to go through the defender spawn, and Tobe is actually going to go there and meet them, potentially. What an off angle.
You don't really expect that, do you?
One enemy remaining.
You might want to check it, but it's not one you are waiting for. And it catches both Skal players with pants down, allowing aces to get right back into the juice of things.
Good proactiveness from MC. Oh no, wait, this is from the round beforehand. There we go. This the brutal battle that was actually happening in B-Link. They're hoping to get a little bit more, but this is just a really good reposition from Tobe, expecting that both defenders won't come through B-Link because it's such an uncomfortable place to actually go and fight from. So they go for the defender spawn, means that they're on an eco, and perfect start for Oasis on their map pick. Should be a fourth on the board out of 5 rounds.
Soren to lead the charge here. Porky Trot dashing in. Can't really find anyone just yet. Skal playing the safe game. Thing is, Skal can be dangerous even on pistols. Got to be wary. Got to respect it. But Chatformer just takes a dry peek. No flash to obscure Porky Chop or Dex vision. Clean work again from the most prevalent players since round 1. And with those pad statters, Oasis will start to gain some breathing space between themselves and their opponents.
Yeah, Skal probably not feeling great about this with how it's starting. You do have a full buy and 4 ultimates to be working with. But I think it's just the pace that Oasis is playing at. It's very scrappy, it's very brutal. Even on their bonus, they just went through our round before this last one. They went through B-Link, taking fights together. Not trying to be coy about it. But they're pretty much fighting everywhere other than B long. They're not going to take those long-range duels, and that's where the Cypher's dedicating his utility. 2 traps in that direction. It's looking like it's going to be an A execute, which would make sense, considering there is a null command.
Well, the null command will quickly be enabled by Soren.
Lovely
Fury,
combos.
though, will be unaffected by it, and together with the gravity wall, there's not much running away from it. At least Soren can be brought back. It's a casualty Oasis can afford to have. So right back into having a 5v5 with Hunter's Fury utilized. That's not too bad of a deal, but at least Skal are starting to get trades back their way.
This Fury not available from Mishu yet, but 1 kill would open it up and make this post plant a lot better for the attacking side. Lear trying to find his way through. It's a nice wall to create some space, but it's read perfectly from Oasis, who aren't afraid to engage.
But Soren still tries to hold on, running out of bullets. Will try to find cover, but no. A bit too much. Way too much, rather. And Scout showing that they can, they have a few tricks up their sleeves as well.
Yeah, strong hold and good read as well. You saw like Skal trying to put some pressure towards Ace, they get caught by the knife, Oasis go for the execute, but because the Astra's on the other side of the map, they're able to put the stars down, able to put a smoke, able to put a grab well, and then the Hunter's Fury can cut through and at least take out the KO for the time being. He does get picked up again because he was ulting, but it does really make a lot of that utility from Oasis pretty useless when the rest of Skal come in for the retake. A lot better from the defensive side. Still a good amount of work to do when it comes to trying to do damage. Money's looking a bit tighter for Oasis, considering how much the brawly style through mid has been working. You're going to try and do the same on that.
They'll be able to break quite deeply without resistance. Chatformer is handing the space for free. He also wants to keep an eye on things, so he does send out the owl drone just to figure out the status quo. But B-Link is in the conversation here for Oasis. And this time there's not anyone to greet them, no one to flood the space with. It's just 2 players that are going to be playing backside. MCD and Incredible. But they're not being challenged. Even with a 3rd player spent towards this B-side direction, there's a quick pivot of players now moving into connector.
Annoying place to deal with it. Transformers just on gutter watching. Rest of the team's trying to find space. It's good info that Devo has playing over towards A main. Just behind the box.
30 seconds left.
Just with 30 seconds left, seeing nothing should give you a good indication. But Deck has found a nice little pocket of space that might make things a little bit uncomfortable for Skal. This is weird though. It's all breaking down into multiple 1 versus 1s, but the spike, importantly, is heading towards A. Whilst people rotate away from it.
Left.
Where is everyone?
Covering it.
A-site taken over, and it's all just by obfuscation. A Rouge that is not read on time by Skal, and it's punished them substantially. And what does MCD and Incredible even do in this position? How do you even get back from this? They've been able to pull off clutches like this before, but
Nowhere to run!
this is hardly something that can be repeated many a times. Hunter's Fury even has a first piece of contention, but Deck has only just revealed himself, right? And he's the guarantee in this scenario. Incredible will look to run away as he'll live to fight another day.
Or will he?
Should do. Never mind.
I just felt it.
Yeah. Felt it in your fingers and your toes.
I don't really blame Skal for losing this one. Look at where all of these players are. You got players over on B. There was somebody that went through P-Link as well. Through Art, that were in mid. How is it really possible for Skal to keep control over all parts of the map, especially when you got Deck just lurking and finding superb timing over onto Leah? Eco again, 4 ultimates. Not really too much to work with in weaponry, but ultimates, especially the one for Neon, Overdrive, could really suit this very fluid, open style that Oasis like to play on this map from the looks.
There.
There's not much Skal is doing right now to figure out what the play is like, but Deck is just showing himself, and he's got a bunch of teammates around to help out. Porky Chop can't quite survive this. This is pissed around by Skal, so if they're able to keep on these trades, this wouldn't be too bad, but...
Is the overdrive?
Look, I don't know if this is overcooking, because
it's going to be hurt, though, because it's behind the wall. And it's a Ruse again, yet have been pulled apart, pulled away. At least the Neon can fast rotate, and if Topa's not careful, he's going to hit the Neon at the very least. It takes some of his attention, but he sees another player. The unfortunate truth, though, is just Transformer having a Sheriff, but that's enough, apparently.
And he might be able to pick up a Vandal now to put into play. Flash! Oh, no, that's a misplay! That's a terrible misplay! Flash goes over the wall! It doesn't affect his opponent! They know where Soren is! He swings and he dies! Oh, dear me! This has gone wrong, this has gone south, and I don't think there's anything Deck can do about it.
Okay. Casual Transformer 4K with 2 HP. Just gets chipped away in all of these little fights. I also do love the cage from MCD too, just to give it a little bit of freedom, make it a bit more comfortable to go for the defuse. There was a neural theft and an overdrive that was used from Skal Esports, but if it wins around, especially when the weaponry deficit is that bad, kind of keeps them in it on this defense. Oasis hoping that this very open style of just finding a little space on the map and finding these lurks is enough. Skal doing well to just keep that discipline, find that space, and win some important jewels. Incredible as well. The Classic is able to get a kill over onto Porky Chop, I think, initially.
Yeah, that's where it all began. With disenfranchising Porky Chop with the rest of the team. But there's a bit of a breakaway here. A site open, sure, you need to cross a trip, but Oasis don't know it, and they've decided against pushing to the
Right
outside,
here.
at least for now. They're afraid of another crunch.
Not surprised, because it's not really much of a crunch, it's more of a snap. Breaks like twigs when it comes to these little plays. Skull, it's so hard for them to just take initial map control with how this team of Oasis are playing. You have got 3 players here, ready to sort of play for the retake. You got a Cosmic Divide to help you. But Lear finding a spot to off on the Neon is going to be tough. Oasis setting up for the post plant, mostly from out this time instead of A main.
Flash.
Good little Nebula, delaying the push and the setup. Oasis haven't dropped a player yet, and that's important. They're spotting out one, at least in the center of the site. Scowl looking to find some odd spray shots here and there. Porky Chop ends up being dealt with, and he hasn't even been spotted. Just by a hunch, just by a hint. Skull taking over. They only have to deal with Toba. The Gravity Well is able to lure Lear off of the spike diffusal, but he's got to deal with so many more. Oh, might be able to reposition, but I feel his gun was spotted just in the nick of time. Skull successful with their retake.
Oh, it's a fantastic retake. Really nice ultimate from Incredible as well. Cosmic Divide just cut it across the site. You could sort of tell that Oasis had to quickly readjust their position with the angle that it was on. But also Transformer just lurking his way back through A-Link, coming through the connector. Just catches those players off whilst the pandemonium was starting to come in. You got a Hunter's Fury again for Transformer against the Null Command for Soren, so it might be a similar play to the one we saw a couple of rounds ago. You got the Astra over on B if the Null Command is A. They're able to at least put down that utility, but this is much more aggressive, much more proactive from Skal, with Lear looking to fight this in A main.
It's cool that they're showing different faces of themselves, right? Different ideas. They've left Lear behind.
Oh no.
It's unchecked. Rough one. But for Oasis, that's the perfect start to a round.
It's very well read again from Oasis, because they know they see the KO break the camera, the Aldron, sorry. And they're like, why would he be there unless to set up the duelist? They know that the Neon's going to be nearby behind the box.
Wait, this actually puts Skal back in the game, funnily enough. No longer having the danger of the backline stepped on looming. They can just focus on pushing inwards. And they've been pretty good at moments like these. Transform only good for the one, though. And you need a little bit more than that to guarantee a retake. But it's going to take a while, isn't it? Incredible, not going to be relevant for quite some time. And all MCD is trying to do is buy time. And time is not something that they have bags of. Touching the spike, baiting the gravity well, not quite. Incredible showing himself. Vandal now collected, which is better for a situation like this. But the two players will be approaching from Art. And the gravity well only now just used. There won't be much time to defuse. It's now or never. And if you interrupt it, that is going to be the round. Great hold by Soren and Oasis all together as they guarantee at least by half-time they will be equally scored.
And the A plants and retakes have been fun to watch, and all of that throughout no Null Command. Considering very, very, very quickly we saw that Skal were down to a 3 versus 5. They made a good go of it. But it does sort of raise the question of, like, is it worth going for those plays in the first place? Because when it sort of gets scrappy and you have those initial brawls on the map, it seems to be Oasis comfortably and consistently winning them out.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
But you can't leave them too much respect because Oasis start to go on these lurks as we keep seeing. And it looks at least a little bit like Deck is going to try and do the same thing over on B main. B connector, sorry.
Explosive shot by Deck early. It's a Devo.
Get out of my way!
Good opener. Look, it's a bit of a rough buy from
I have the
Oasis,
spike.
but given the plethora of ults available, I wouldn't count them out. Especially with the numbers advantage they've been able to achieve for
I know
themselves.
exactly where you are.
That's going to be the Euro Theft pot. And look how quickly Oasis are looking to run around. They figured out there's a weakness on this right-hand side of the map where Incredible trying to hold by himself, but Toba is quick to pick him out. Yeah, this is a hard one from Scowl altogether. How do you even break through this?
Spike planted.
You even attempt it, 3 versus 5, Blade Storm in action. But a Hunter's Fury as well for me, Shooter's just going to be sitting in A main. And Toba, at least a star, Grav, any more stuff. Late lurk from Soren, it looks done. There should be Oasis picking up the 7.
It could be. Scar's going to make an attempt out of it though.
Last player standing.
But the hole's just too solid. Too many parts to the puzzle.
Cage triggered.
And yeah, not many players to try and solve it.
Last round before the
7 or 4. I understand why Skull would want to go for it. They had some extra cash in the bag for the final round of the half. They just wanted to make sure that they give it a go, maybe put pressure under Oasis, but no pressure inflicted really. It's been close, but Oasis has always seemed to inch ahead.
This should do.
Yeah, ever so slightly.
Will reveal their secrets.
Ultimates mostly in favor of Oasis, still holding on to that null command, and a Hunter's Fury used very early from Chanfom to see what they can catch. And for the first time so far in this attack, Oasis are looking to go straight down B main.
And this time they might just actually be able to do it. Cosmic Divide allowing the cross, but Chanformer off the back of it, a Gravity Well is able to push through, grab a pick and run away with his life. How does he even do that without being punished? It's all down to deck timing here to be able to provide an extra angle to this hold. He's just going to have to wait. Wait for his teammates to give the call that every single one of the scout players have crossed into the site and provide an additional position to work with on the spike. Incredible holding. Hunter's Fury enabled. Deck is shut down. That's insane. Skull might be able to close this out on a high note. But Toba's causing some difficulties. Overdrive is forced out of his hands, but that's no issue. That was the last round of the half, and Skull are able to close things out with a bang.
Yeah, really fun half of Valorant, I think. Both the attack and defense had so many good merits, some good team play, good individual moments mechanically as well.
Go, go, go.
Really nice to be able to see these teams just play some solid Valorant on a map that at least I haven't got to cast since it's come back. And it means that this series continues on, this day continues on with some incredibly close games, and it's been fantastic. I'm definitely flagging a little bit at this rate, but seeing some of these players like Soren and Chanfom, probably the most experienced players in the two teams when it comes to playing in Tier 2, leading the line on the initiators, no less. It does mean that there's a bit of space for Leah and Porky Chop to show up a little bit more. Maybe that's going to be the case when they switch sides here.
Maybe indeed. Early contact found by Porky as he relays that information onwards. Very smart by Lear to just find his way very far forwards and hold across. Smart positioning. However, does find a pot shot through the smoke. That's not too bad to keep things equal. But it's Oasis's turn to go for a retake.
It's MCD's turn to go for the late lurk as well, much like what Deck was doing. The position was an aggressive one in halls, and the crossfire is working out marvelously. Leah just trying to get some of the attention towards him. But he's still winning these fights, knows where the last player is, and Deck is to choose where this engagement's coming from before Leah chooses for him.
Quick and easy for Scowl, really. Plan that worked exactly as imagined. And the perfect way to quickly catch up to Oasis, really. Best start. it took a while for them to put their hands in their pockets for an investment. But we get to see Lear's push again. Really smart and quick to think of that. His opponent had to cross back to safety, so he got that all covered. Basically the catalyst of that round. But Oasis now trying to bunch up together to find the strength to deal with this upcoming attack.
Also the safest approach when going up against an eco too. The way the Skull are playing off of utility and crossfire so far in this attack has been good. Good spacing. The fact that they're able to have somebody peeking off of the Eldra instead of it being a bit of wasted utility. Finding a 1 kill and bringing Mishu down to 9 HP is good enough to reset. You still have a minute on the clock. You can run over towards B main, which is Baron. Like, your link is pretty open, it's just the camera. And obviously now you do have Deck on the Cypher just almost starting to creep forward and peek.
But Aces aren't finding much to return. But what they do have going for them is a triple player setup.
30 seconds left.
And you know, when time starts to run out, that's when Sheriffs become a little bit more dangerous. Flash out, trying to take the upper hand in that fight. Be the first to make a move, but no, instead it's Skull that end up getting a flawless round, not a player drop.
This is kind of what the series has been like for the most part though. Like, yeah, one team taking a lead, looking good, but just... In the first series, it was a little bit more like, this is Coalescence, this time where they're just kind of running rampant, and then it was Exos, and then it was switching. Here, it's a little bit like of a creeping death, but suddenly you're like maybe 5-1 up, as the case was for Oasis, and you blink, and it's suddenly 7-7. Now you're up against a bonus. It could be a great chance for Skull to actually start to pull ahead a bit more, but it's likely that Oasis are going to at least come out on top here. Just doing damage is the name in the game for Skull. Getting a plant would be even better.
Ooh. Snappy shooting by Lear. A grand opener on a very important piece of Oasis's puzzle, especially for those retakes. Not having those flashes is huge for Skull.
Right there.
Ping the cam.
Right there.
More information it may have. It's closed, it's open, shot down. Deck surely knows what's up here and he'll call for reinforcements, but he's going to try and do some damage himself as he sticks around in his own cage. Oh, you don't see that very often, but this time, oh, it will not be paying off. Devo is quick to react.
Now it's for Skull to just relax a little bit more. Crossfires for the post plant, good amount of damage done though. Incredible is down to 14 HP. He'll lean towards playing the post plant a little bit more because he does have a couple of stars left. The call for Oasis is a simple one, just save. There's no money for Soren, 50 credits for Deck. And it's a flawless bonus technically for Skull. They just find that pick over towards A, reset towards B, break the camera, but couldn't quite see them in that position, and before they know it, planted on the site. Unfortunately, Deck goes down with the ship. Not going to be flawless, never mind. Leah has to ruin it. Surprised there's enough of a buy here. Half armor, 2 guardians and 3 rifles available for Team Oasis. Ultimates not really on the way yet. Skull leading in that area of the map too. Just 4 gripped up from Oasis, looking to push a little bit more. Knife from distance. Deck caught out again on that B main part of the map. Really isn't round that you expect him to really be able to do much, but that's 2 rounds in a row that he's tried to do something a bit of a solo play, and it's backfired somewhat.
It has. Oasis really struggled to hold on to that initial play or even trade it out. And it feels like a map such as Pell, it's super important, especially for those retakes. Have something to rely on. Backside cover, Transformer, good for the 2. That is massive. Instantly puts an end to the take of Oasis. They've got to drop back and save.
I feel like we've sort of hit the graveyard shift of a radio station now. It's just like Ryan and Pavlos Nights. Oasis are going to give us a timeout as well.
Yeah, night times with
Right here.
X Central.
X Central. So Oasis called the timeout, but I'm immediately seeing Skal starting to ping stuff towards the heart. Here they don't quite have the null command ready yet, and actually it's a good opportunity to sort of talk about Devo, one of the main duelist options that NXT had last year. Switched around a little bit, if I remember correctly, when it comes to roles and stuff, to be a bit more accommodating for the rest of the squad. Same with Transformer, sort of switching away more from Sentinel to playing other stuff, kind of like this over here. But being a bit quiet, I suppose, on that flex slot, but I guess that's kind of the point, that you do move to a more quiet, supportive role in this position, especially when you're accommodating for latest coming on to the team who's 13 and 11. And we haven't really seen that many broken shining moments of Neon so far. I think that's more that Oasis have been the more brawly, deathball kind of team when it comes to how both teams are playing this map.
Yeah, I will say this though. Skal has found most of the success being the team that gets the early pick. If they stop getting those, and Oasis is in turn, you know, being the team that ends up with the first pick themselves, then that could quickly change. It feels like Skal need that success. And speak of this, it's Oasis to gain first blood.
Oh, it's the quiet game as well. Especially now for Skal, you have the lead, you have the advantage when it comes to money. But you've just lost a player. Luckily, you haven't lost a gun in a precarious position that Oasis can pick it up. Okay, and I've not given away the information just yet, just that one person is there in order to break it. And I like the way that Oasis are adjusting around the map. It's like they're sort of putting a net slowly around Skal and starting to tighten it. And with 30 seconds left, they have to go B. It's just a question of, can Deck hold his own, because he is alone again on that B side.
30 seconds left.
He is. He's just going to hold them back for a while, right? Be able to find a pick or two before he drops. But he's not going to be that just yet. Hiding within the nebula. Waiting for the right moment. Oh, and what a position this is. Can stay in quite a bit. Mishu damaged. Incredible does take a few shock darts to the face, but it's MCD that ends up with the first pick of this exchange. Oh, there's going to be so many fights everywhere. This could get chaotic very quickly, but it's Transformer to line shots first as soon as someone pops on his screen. Soren, when's the right moment to swing? That's a big question. Deck reveals himself to turn attention towards him while the rest of the team is fighting to gain entries, but they're unable to do so. Skal spread out so much. Crossfire galore. It's enough to put them across the double-digit line.
Yeah, you might sort of look at the first map of Bind and go, well, maybe it should have gone Oasis' way. Realistically, it was only towards the end that Skal started to show up. But here, especially on this attack, they have been faultless, really. There, it's easy to sort of fall apart a little bit. You lose one of your players. against an eco, but you don't panic. You find that space. You manage to go for a nice B execute, and I think the deck does well there just to try and survive. But it felt like Oasis didn't really have anything to play off realistically. There was no positions, no utility, no mechanical moments really for them to do anything. So it started to fall apart just a little bit more.
And it did. That it did. Back into a tech pause though. And you know what happened the previous tech pause? Skull took over against Oasis, but it was Oasis that had the lead then. So, you know, could be things switching up this time. Could favor Oasis. You never know. Start wondering what the tech gods are up to. Something stopped working.
Mouse.
What? Mouse stopped working. Okay, we had blue screens, we'd had disconnects, we had PCs not responding, and now we have a mouse not connecting. Thankfully, mouse sounds like a very easy issue to solve unless you don't have backups. that would be frustrating. That would be annoying. Maybe it's a wireless one. It just needs charging. Could be that. Do you use wireless mice, Ryan?
Yeah. I started getting like grip tapes as well. That's been a game changer.
Oh, has it?
Yeah. Because I feel like the other ones just, especially before, I was feeling that they were just getting greasy. But I think it's like the Logitech mouse that I have. I think over a certain amount of time, it just starts to lose its coating, and so it feels like you've put it through the air fryer a little bit. So the grip tapes just help with that, and it's not too expensive either.
That's fair. Good shout. Something to have in mind. Grip tapes for the win.
I mean, the only thing I've started to move away from that's wireless is headphones. Like, you might notice that I wear like a pair of headphones that has a microphone on it, but that's because I like to have like in-ears of myself, like so I can hear myself talk. So I just know how loud I'm being and sort of pay attention a bit more to how I'm sounding, so I don't sound like this when I'm usually casting. Is that a bit more excited? Woo! But yeah, doing that with wireless is no good. Hunter's Fury, I do like. It's cheeky, but I like it. Just okay, there's a tech pause, so it's done. Let's just go with some crazy ultimates and crazy fights. And it's Skal again that did this the last time. They're doing it again here.
It is. They've done damage though. It could have gone wrong early as they weren't the first team to get the pick here. Instead it was Oasis, but they need to be cautious. There's 3 players at 50 and below health. Tough spot to be in. But Skal again aren't overzealous with their maneuvering. Very intentional of where they want to head.
Yes,
and
that's the best way to put it.
It's a deathball comp.
Like, it feels very much that Skal have a very clear idea in mind of where they want to position. Pretty much from the start of the round to the end, post plants and stuff. It's seamless with how they move from point A to point B. Neurofair should make it a little bit easier for the defenders to get into position to hold this. The Cosmic Divide and the Knife is going to create a little bit of space for Skal to try and go for this plan. It is a little bit open though. This is easy to contest for Oasis.
30 seconds left.
It really is, especially with 3 players, and on that 30-second mark, you've got to be quick with it. But they're patient, they're waiting for Toba, and I'm not quite sure if that was the right choice to make, but it's a choice they made nevertheless. Because now the spike is down, and it's Oasis that are under pressure. Chanformer, brilliant read to check that position. And now he's there to help out from Mart again. Going in through Link, MCD, also helping out in main. Porky Chop won't fire the pick unless it's given to him, right? Unless you peek him, there's nothing he can do. Shock Dart, oh, that's so low. The Shock Dart is there for the collection. And Porky Chop is not given an inch, not a hint. Instead, he'll receive a piece of lead to the face. 11-7, Skal have really found their pacing on this attacking side.
And just spreading apart there, like, it's scary. You could sort of tell that there's a lot of trust with this team to be spread out like that and know which player should be taking fights there. It's easy for MCD to overpeak, but he just chills, he stays, he's under a bit of pressure in A main, but that's fine because the players in Art can find some space. Transformer has just been terrific on this map. And you even then just had Incredible as a bit of a security net, just in case both of those players go down. They had no idea that he was also in Art. And the eco round for Oasis, putting a lot of pressure, making a lot of noise towards A main, allows Deck to just peek up B main and find that first pick.
Leah's trying to find the solution to this though. even down the scales. And he's going even for
What a
more. The
flash.
flash! It's brilliant! Devo lines it up perfectly, and Lig capitalizes it to perfection. Bit of a spoiler there from the HUD. Toba dies before we see it on our screens, but yeah. Oasis, they need 5 consecutives. They cannot falter, cannot make a mistake. As Skull are on the verge of taking this series and being in the top 2 of Eclipse.
Really nice to just see Skal on not even a map pick, right? This is Oasis, but it really feels that the comfort that Skal have been showing, especially on this attacking side, haven't really broken a sweat at all. Now 5 chances for Oasis to be able to come back into this in overtime, bring us to a 3rd map of Abyss. Oh, it's going to be it. We'd have our 2nd team qualifying for Polaris 2025. The rotation is a swift one from Oasis. 4 players pretty much over on that B side to try and contest. Now the cut-in noise, dropping the spike at least for a second. Maybe it's just because this Sova's going to go over towards shop. Aldrun through B main, oh sorry, connector. Have to try and pull those rotations away from Oasis, otherwise they're just going to stack the site, much like they kind of did on Bind.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. 30 seconds left. Shocking. Shortcut.
Liz just baiting
Skal?
this. It's just
He
him.
is, and he's successful in doing so, right? They've
All
completely
5
bought
of
into
them.
it. That's a free B site take.
I think it was just a
Completely free.
little bit as well from Shanfon with the recon dart, which sort of sold it a bit more.
Yeah.
Nobody can really contest this, but they do need to plant soon. Issue not really having much utility, but a lot's been thrown in,
Oh,
and
wow.
the fight's been taken, the spike's been planted, and this defensive wall might make things a little bit harder for Lear with how he wants to take these fights, but he's out in the open and he's facing on in the position, but Deck gets a nice kit.
I don't know if you expect Chamforma to come from the same direction, though. Soren is looking towards him, and that's exactly why Oasis is still in play. Okay, Skal might have overcooked it a little bit, but props to Oasis to react to that B play as fast as humanly possible.
It was a really nice ult from Toba too. Just these cosmic divides are causing so much chaos. Lear wanting to get a little bit ahead, a bit more aggressive, but it was cleared perfectly over from tower. It just feels like it's one of those moments of like, yeah, you find that freedom. A lot was thrown in. It was a bit more of a brutal fight. Just the way that Soren and Deck, they position around that wall. They sort of know these spots that Skal are going to try and stop this defuse from happening. You just need to do this 4 more times.
Got to target it. Stop obscuring vision.
This is just going to be a no command, straight send it kind of situation. They're not afraid to take the fight, but at least it's traded. Mishu down. He only had a Guardian. The rest of the team do have rifles. Now Nero Theft is going to show exactly where MCD is playing from as well. And look at the KO. He's ready to go fight this.
Yes. Thing is, he's also patient with it, because he's movement is audible given the trap around him, the cage. So he does fall back on time. Oh, MCD, I don't think you expect Deck to be there as well. There's a quick 1-2 punch available. Oh, he anticipates it, but Deck comes out on top. So Oasis with the numbers. Breakaway into the A side though. Skal not only need to get the spike down, but they need to pick. They need to stabilize the status quo, and that's exactly what they've done. Chop. He can spray from this direction. He can try and deny spike plants. Deck again. Super impactful, but Chop cuts incredible off guard. Devo now on the hot seat. A 1v1, which could determine the victory of this series. Devo will be able to seal the final nail in the coffin. That's it. That is it. Oasis have fallen, and it's Skal to take the winning blow.
Like, part of me is like sort of glad that today is done with all of the tech pause and just a long series, but I would have loved to have seen a third map between these two teams, because especially like that Requiem squad with some of the players on it, like I feel like no matter what, we're going to be seeing them in Polaris. Like some team is going to pick them up next year.
Oh yeah,
at least a couple of them. But I'm also super hyped to see this NXT team, especially Transformer, a player that's been on Human Tripwise, NXT, like he's been in Polaris pretty much since its inception. Look that good on different roles and just be part of a team that actually is like contesting at that level. I'm really excited to see this team. I feel like just the games that we've had today, much like the other Eclipse qualifiers, have shown just the crazy talent that we have in this region.
Yeah, indeed. The new Devo arc. I'm here for it. I'm all here for it, and I hope you guys are as well. But make sure you're here for the next few minutes, as we'll take you through a post-show, rather. We'll just tie a nice little ribbon around the show in just a bit. But we'll be back after a short break.
I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide.
Skull Esports, albeit many expectations, are the victors of the final match of Eclipse, beating Team Oasis with a 2-0. And what a way to do it, because they did it on their opponent's map pick on Pearl.
And sort of did it from behind as well on Bind on their map pick, so they're able to sort of keep things going. It's been pretty much the story of today of just peaks and troughs of form across all of the maps that we've seen today. With long periods, long breaks and stuff, I still do like the fact that after these timeouts we saw aggressive stuff from Skal, a couple of like Hunter's Furies, just high tempo stuff. And really, you got to highlight like Transformer, just like one of the strongest performances he's put in individually. He's always been more of a team player, more just sort of filling to what the team needs. So it was a perfect role for him in that case, but able to get a 300 ACS on a map like this and just sort of put people in the right positions. Like we kept saying, every sort of moment, once they get onto a site, the post plants, the crossfires, everybody sort of knew what they were doing, which is always a little bit iffy in tier 1, never mind tier 2, on whether people can avoid those mistakes, right? That you're able to play off of each other. And just the level of trust that this team had made it look super easy, especially once they got onto their attack.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, Ryan, actually, but it feels like the previous off-season day that they had to play, the official match that they had to play, it's been a while since that. So I feel like with Pearl going 50-50 on some of their matches, it feels like it's something that they worked on, and that attack looked rehearsed, right? It looked very different to what we were accustomed to the whole day, which was brawly. But when it came to that attacking side on Pearl, things just worked like clockwork. So it sort of, you know, goes to show that once you have a weakness and you see it, obviously we don't know exactly what their prep process was like coming into this, but to me, from the outside looking in, it feels like this is something that they identified as a weakness and they quickly bounced on it and worked on it, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's always the tricky part. Like, I think one of the Pearls that they lost was against Ruddy, who were also just like a really good team, like could definitely like qualify and win on any given day. So it did feel like just the more reps that they got on, the more experience they had, the more that they sort of knew what to fix and what to change. And we saw some really good stuff from Oasis. I think it was just more of a case of it's late. They were doing really well on the first map, then suddenly they were just losing and it had sort of fallen out of their hands very quickly. And yeah, it was just, I think the Skal team really set themselves up nicely. And honestly, after beating a team like Ruddy with the players on it, you're probably feeling the confidence there. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-1 or a 2-0. You're like, this team was really good and we beat them. We can beat this next team.
Well, let's have a look on the journeys of the teams that have made it into Challengers North for next year. Obviously, this tournament started as a main Swiss, which was a grueling process with brilliant teams playing all across the board. But look, Coalesce didn't have an easy journey. They had to play against Yari, who historically has been super strong, and today EXO, who I think many would have considered also maybe the favorite in this one, slightly more the favorite. I think that was more the closest in regards to the two matches that we saw. Skal, on the other hand, they definitely weren't expected to do this, especially in a 2-0 fashion, and they showed great growth today and determination, as well as variety in play, and have shown, a performance worthiness of making it onwards.
Yeah, I mean, it has just been a really good day of like Valorant, to be honest. Like, exciting, definitely some moments, definitely some just howler moments, but this last series especially has just been some really nice compact stuff. The teams and the players building off what they were doing so well in 2024 during Polaris or through Eclipse or just multiple qualifiers in the region. It's a good way for at least me to sort of sign off on doing like Valorant casting for this year and Polaris, so I'm excited to see what these guys can do next year.
We are excited indeed. A lot of potential, a lot of talent, and maybe from the teams that haven't even qualified, we'll be seeing a little bit more of them as well. I'm looking forward to that. Folks, thank you very much for tuning in for this season. I don't think we're only signing off on Eclipse, we're signing off on the entire 2024 season. So thank you very much for the hours or minutes or even seconds you spared watching the stream. It's been a pleasure providing these games for you. I'd also like to give a great big thanks to the production team. They've been splendid when it comes to production. Fraser, an absolute Chad, really. The entire admin team as well, and Miss Games, of course, for providing the organization throughout the year. It's been smooth as butter
Everybody
throughout
but
the
Bodok.
entirety of it.
That's pretty much the general
Yeah, no,
gist,
Bodok, we don't care about him. Anyway, thank you very much, folks, for tuning in again, and looking forward to starting things off with kickoff soon, and hopefully we'll be back with you with some more epic Valorant here in Northern Europe.
Gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, a bleed. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Tell me you love me.